With the quick fuse, I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my
Department at United Talent Agency, and I'm stepping in to be your MC today. We're starting the day with a session focused on end-to-end AI transformation, from the devices we use to the way organizations operate and evolve. Please welcome our speakers, moderated by Kim David Greenwood for Unlocking AI Transformation from Devices to Culture. Thank you.
in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
Good morning. Welcome to our panel on unlocking AI transformation from devices to culture.
Are you doing the rest of these?
We are very grateful that you elected to join us today and are very excited to share insights and perspectives on these exciting topics. I'm Kim David Greenwood, a partner principal with PwC in our strategy competency. I help our clients with growth and innovation strategies, including business transformation and operating model transformation, these days leveraging AI to help transform and create new capabilities. I'm delighted to be joined by colleagues from business leaders across Microsoft, T-Mobile, 7-Eleven, and Lumen, and we're going to discuss how AI is impacting devices, experiences, and connectivity across sectors. Colleagues, I'd be grateful if you could each introduce yourselves, starting with Sandra, please.
Hi all, I'm Sandra Andrews. I'm the global leader of marketing for Surface, and we are designed by Microsoft premium crafted devices that really pull together AI in all that we do, empowering each of you to achieve more. We're the device that gives you the edge with AI.
All right. Good morning, CES. I'm Ryan Asdorian. I am the Chief Strategy and Marketing Officer for Lumen. Lumen is the connector in the time of AI. We run all of the fiber. We run a digital platform. We connect data, infrastructure, everything to everything that needs that data in the era of AI. We're the connectivity provider.
Hi, everyone. I'm Yao Duong, and I lead our workforce technology for T-Mobile, really responsible for the strategy and delivery of our enterprise workforce solutions from hire to retire. As we think about empowering our employees in the moments that matter, enterprise AI is key to that in terms of enabling and supporting our workforce in the work they do to drive the business forward, but also in how we support them through the solutions that we have, leveraging Gen AI with HR, IT, et cetera. So excited to be here and talk more.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jennifer Goschke. I work for 7-Eleven, and we aspire to be your first choice in convenience. Hopefully you're able to visit one of our amazing stores while you're in Vegas, have a Slurpee. I lead the shared services team, and that team today is comprised of our call center operations as well as our Global Capability Center in Bangalore, India. And we support our stores and our employees to enable sales and make sure that they have everything they need to take care of the customer.
Thank you, everyone. So for today's discussion, I plan to prompt the team here with questions, but we really do aim to be more of a conversation, really to hit on all the topics and areas that may be beneficial to you all. Given especially that, across sectors, companies are at very different levels of maturity, and so we're going to try to talk to those experiences. Maybe to start and set the stage, I think the first question would be for Sandra, which is, what do we mean by AI-enabled devices? What are they, and who are they for?
Thanks, Kim. I'm going to start by talking through Microsoft's category here. We've created a category called the Copilot Plus PC. This is a device that has an NPU, a neural processing unit, alongside the CPU and GPU. Really a new category that enables AI on the edge, because we see a future where AI will be both in the cloud, but also on that edge. And we call that edge an endpoint. We look at the devices that we use every day to help us create, consume, and now execute AI at a local level. So we talk about the endpoint as the device connected to the cloud, and these devices now are enabled to run AI, execute it locally. And that's what we call a Copilot Plus PC.
And if I can just add from the conversation we were having earlier as well, the processing, the place the processing takes place, it's moving from that hyperscaler cloud down all the way to the edge and everywhere in between. And what's amazing is to see what you can now do at the local level, because that processing power, AI processing, has to happen everywhere. It has to happen where latency is the fastest. And of course, on that edge device, it's very quick.
If you both would, what do you see as some of the benefits that these devices bring?
Well, first and foremost, a Copilot Plus PC is actually the fastest, most performant, intelligent device that Microsoft's brought. And when we say performant, we're talking about battery life, the fundamentals of what you want in a device. So first and foremost, that NPU allows you to run the AI or other services that are not using the CPU or taking up the battery. So these have amazing 22 plus battery life. So that's first the fundamentals. But then when we get into how we're enabling AI locally, this is a new way in which companies are enhancing productivity. They're harnessing that AI locally for a secure model. You can run a full language model locally and have that solution not need to always be hitting the cloud. That speeds things up, increases opportunities to differentiate within business by having those applications special for your employees.
Super. Thank you both very much for setting the stage, giving a little bit of background on these AI-enabled devices. Really, the first cross-panelist topic, I think, is around how are we all using AI today? So maybe, Yao, you could start with how are you thinking about AI today? How are you empowering your employees with AI-enabled devices?
Sure. Our AI journey started in 23 when we launched our enterprise search assistant, and to wide acclaim from our call center reps, because it fundamentally changed the way they do work and how they support our customers. And then, so over the last year or so, we have launched a couple general purpose AI solutions like M365 Copilot, Enterprise GPT or Workforce, and also leveraging AI to support self-service functions with transactional bots in HR and IT. So really, we're thinking about how we can move this forward. Our next step, especially in this year, is to think about agentic AI and how do we democratize that agent building across the enterprise with the pro-code and low-code solutions, but of course, getting all the infrastructure, guardrails, identity, security, performance, et cetera, in place. From a device AI journey perspective, we are still early on in that, especially since a lot of our fleet doesn't meet the minimum TOPS requirements that are required, in terms of the Copilot Plus hardware. With our longer refresh cycles too, we know that adoption and maturity is going to take some time. But we are starting to bring some of the hardware in place and testing that out so that we're positioned as we define the right use cases where we want AI on the device rather than in the cloud to accelerate productivity, to think about how we do things differently with AI on the device. So that's where we're going to be looking at what use cases really that we can leverage edge AI to really drive fundamental impact to the business and really ROI and where we think about going next. Our first priority, of course, is as a wireless company, as a leader in 5G, how do we make sure that we enable everybody with an always-on 5G-enabled device, and edge AI will follow on with that.
One of the things that we talk about is Lumen's the trusted network for AI. We're building that backbone for AI, and that happens across every single component. You talked about some of the features of the Copilot PCs, but if you think about not only the processing, the sensors, the cameras, everything that you are getting data from, that data now gets processed in a different way than it did just a few years ago. We're feeding these LLMs all of that data. We're doing it on the local level at the edge. We're doing it up in the cloud. And so one of the things that we have to make sure is we have to make sure that we're also using all of that data. If we say we're the trusted network for AI, we need to make sure we're adopting that. We're Surface users, we're Copilot users, we bring all this together, and we're training our sales force that this is the new way of work, because you have to take in all of those features that everything gives you from the PC to the cloud, and then funnel that into the productivity workflows that our sales forces are driving.
Jennifer, maybe you can share from a retail perspective your experience.
Sure, thanks. So we are very early on in our journey, and when you're early on, you're going to feel like, oh gosh, I'm behind. I need to catch up. And then you feel this pressure. I should do something. I need to make some progress. And a few weeks ago, actually before the holidays, I was having a conversation with someone on my team, and they were saying, hey, we could do this, we could do this. And I thought about it for a moment and said, well, gosh, that's not even a problem. Why would I employ that tech? You're trying to solve a problem that I don't even have. So, you know, when you're early on, you need to be very thoughtful about not just what could we do, but what should we do? We don't have to use and chase every shiny object that's out there. I'm also thinking about the employee experience. And so I bounce out of bed every morning thinking, how can I create an exceptional life experience for my team? And their tolerance for clunky tech is basically zero. And so how do we incorporate this technology so that it's almost like a silent partner and they're not having to sort of jump around to a bunch of different tools or tech? And then the last thing that I think about is in terms of the customer experience, so our stores, our store leaders and our franchisees, there are certain interactions that I want to protect and preserve that are human to human. So you need to be thoughtful and identify those first before you start jumping into, let me automate all these things, let me layer on AI. Because, for example, if someone's hitting the panic button in the store, I don't think they want to talk to a bot. Right? They want to talk to a human. And so it's really important to give some thought to that. What interactions should I preserve that need to be human to human?
I like that, Kim. One part that comes to mind is Microsoft has put together playbooks. So we literally talk through the crawl, walk, run of becoming a frontier firm, a firm that thinks about AI in all that you do. And there's a term we use, it's called AI fluency. This idea of how we help users to really become fluent in AI in all that they do, whether it's Copilot or any other AI agent, that they're thinking about how it's impacting each and every activity that they do.
And you talked about democratizing AI, and we also talked about normalizing AI. I just wonder in the audience, if you have used AI and then you've shown that to someone, if you presented that and you're like, hey, just to let you know, I used Copilot or I used something else here, you're almost apologetic. And we have to, whether it's democratize or normalize the use of that, but it's in those scenarios because we know that it can be helpful. But I love the call out of the scenario and the panic button because you have to know when it is appropriate. And I think we're all getting into that flow a bit more.
Super. So we covered a number of really, I think, very important areas. One is we know that many companies are at different stages of their journeys, right? And that they're still learning the technologies and how to apply them. I think it may be helpful if one of you could share, how are you thinking about different user groups, or personas? Who's adopting what now? Thank you.
Well, I think for us at T-Mobile, IT, we have shown up in a big way. We know that AI can definitely leverage we can improve the software development lifecycle, and we've seen it happen and really seen the value of it, especially in testing and in software development. So that is where we're partnering with multiple companies to really bring the best solutions. This ecosystem is evolving at breakneck speed, so we are always looking at what else is out there to really improve our IT software development experience. But we also, from a customer care perspective, that was our first foray. Really, that group was our first set of personas who really saw the value of AI, and we're continuing to build more and more solutions, especially because a lot of their things, their activities, their work can be automated in many ways, but also looking at how do we optimize the customer experience with AI for customer care. So those two are really our biggest cohorts in terms of where we think the best value is right now.
We're also seeing it in the development space as well, but I'll hit on our sales team. Our sales team is estimating that it's about $50 million in savings of this last year in time, people doing the work, and it's mostly in the prep for the sales meetings. If you think about, we're about a 20,000 person company, and if you think about the scale of a sales force going out, preparing all of the briefing docs, getting managers ready, getting every executive ready for any sort of meeting we would have, we go into these meetings and we're actually looking at an account brief that the sales team has put together, and we're also looking at a sales brief that Copilot has put together, pulling in a lot of these sources. And I say that in a positive way, not as comparing them, but as getting different insights from each of them, because the AI systems approach it in one way, and humans approach it in one way. And while we bring those together, we're understanding that there are really interesting insights that are time-saving that you have to have in the moment. You've got to have at your fingertips. And especially in the world of virtual meetings, you can be in real time getting information during that call, during a sales call, that brings that call to closure a lot faster. And that's one of the big changes we've seen in the way we work at Lumen.
Yeah, and this is very consistent with what we've heard elsewhere with many of our clients. Certainly, the early ROI is with heavy data users, IT professionals, with customer service, as well as with frontline workers like sales. So we're definitely seeing those as the early personas. Maybe, Sandra, you could also speak to some of the other, what you're seeing in other sectors, other industries.
Yeah, for sure. If you start with just personas, everyone's thinking about who do I deploy devices to or who do I deploy? I want to make one quick comment. We want to see AI deployed everywhere. This idea that a subset of your organization should have the Copilot agent or should be empowered with AI, that's like giving email to only one part of the group. We know that it's a cross collaboration. We want everyone to be enabled. We want to build that AI fluency. To speak to different use cases across industries, it's phenomenal, whether it's education sector, whether it's healthcare, whether it's financial services, even small, medium businesses, entrepreneurs, folks coming to CES. We've seen a true adoption of AI changing, enhancing productivity, creating new opportunities, and then to be able to use applications that are leveraging AI locally, whether it's 3D modeling, some of the gigapixels, the video areas, that's really moving the needle on what can be done and how AI is transforming their work.
I love that comparison. If a new employee started, we said, oh, sorry, you don't get an email address, that would feel a little weird. And we actually were in a place where we were not giving everybody Copilot as they started. We've moved to a place where it is the default because it is one of those tools that it grows from everyone using it, but also it makes it fair across the board for your employee base.
I know it feels like a Microsoft sales pitch that we're sitting here saying we need everyone to have an amazing AI-enabled device and AI tools, but the truth is we do. This is what changes it. We're all going to come back at a time and say, hey, I worked in an environment where we didn't have agents. I actually built the Excel table. I didn't talk to my computer and say, Excel, please, create this table and build it into a PowerPoint. But the way in which AI is enabling and changing work is truly a place of transformation. And we see that this is the start, that we will all come to a time where we say, I remember before there was agents. We're going to become agent bosses. We come to work and there's 18 agents that kick off, that do the work. That's really what we see as the future.
Super. Well, thank you all for sharing your perspectives on where you are today. Obviously, we're all here at CES. We're seeing all this innovation and incredible, new opportunities out there. My next question has to do with tomorrow, what's coming next, and how company AI strategies are evolving. Jennifer, maybe you can kick us off there. How are you evolving your AI strategies?
So one of the things I'm really excited about is this concept of the self-healing store. So today, I mean, most retailers likely have monitoring of all different kinds of things that could happen in the store. But what's exciting from a call center operations standpoint is we can identify and fix what's going on in the store before the store even knows it's a problem. And it gets them back up and running sooner. We have fewer calls coming in that we have to triage, and it enables that great customer experience.
I think for when we think about the future at T-Mobile, really it's thinking about how do we fundamentally shift the culture of how people think about how AI is used and what their role is and how their role evolves. AI is going to solve problems. We have to get better at finding the problems where AI is going to solve. We have to think about growing those soft skills, those analytical skills that in a different way, because we have AI as part of our workforce in the future. They're going to be our colleague. They're going to show up on an org chart, an agent, a digital worker. So that you're, as a manager, you're going to have humans and you're going to have agents as employees as well. So I think that's where we have to change our mindset, think about the culture, but also, as Sandra was talking about AI fluency, how do we really get everyone up to that same level of fluency? CBTs don't work anymore, right? We're in a new model, so how do we think about really ingraining AI in everything that we do? And how do we make it a part of our daily fabric of work versus, we come to a training, we leave, and we don't apply the training. So that's where we're thinking about how do we really fundamentally think about how we enable our workforce in the future so that AI becomes part of every thinking moment that we have.
You asked about the future, and if I look to the past, this is crazy, but the last 25 years, the U.S. network of fiber that connects that backbone has not changed. The amount has not changed. It's served consistently. In the last couple years and the next 5 years, it is going to explode by magnitudes of 5 to 10x. The data pipes can't handle that. And if you think about an AI strategy, it needs two things. An AI strategy needs a data strategy and needs a network strategy. And what I get excited about is when you think about all of these sensors, all of these inputs that we talked about from the edge to the cloud, that all of our employees are putting into systems. The reason the data explosion is happening is because those employees are also putting in new types, new forms, new functions of data, and they're using that. Our job in this room also is going to be to figure out how do we enable the use of those while we create the platform that is ready for the data explosion that is coming from all the things that you see across the CES floor.
Thanks. And I'll wrap it up here in taking that concept of AI in the cloud and AI on the device. What you can do to embrace the future is enable the AI adoption. So amazing devices like Microsoft Surface Pro, where we've got a camera right here, you're able to use different modes of interacting with the devices. That's where we see the future going. So we see AI adoption is accelerated by the device that is in your hands, the device you use every day, the habits you have with the Copilot key right there enabled, talking to your device and having that experience with Windows and Microsoft combined. What we want to see is that device is that strategy to pull the hybrid AI locally, helping with that network and moving it forward. So we encourage a device strategy to accelerate your AI adoption.
And you all are prompting me to think, and maybe I'll start, Yao, with you. Anything else? Like, what are the learnings that you've seen? What other advice might you give to leaders as they face these topics?
What we're definitely seeing is control is needed and governance, especially from a cost perspective. We're already seeing that. We think about a lot of our agents that have been deployed and the platforms, the many platforms that we want to bring in. I think cost control is definitely something that is top of mind for me, as well as many leaders, especially as we need to understand where we go with AI and make sure that we're making the right investments and the right investments to show ROI. Definitely there is a baseline that every person needs to be equipped with AI, but we need to do it in a cost-effective way. And also, make sure that we're really giving people a background of why agents matter in the future. It's not a replacement of you as a human. It's also to augment your work to help accelerate and collaborate in a better way to deliver more for the business. So I think those are the two challenges that we are facing at T-Mobile, and we want to make sure that we have plans to overcome those as we think about moving forward with AI.
You're talking about the upskilling too, like how we do that in a really powerful way, and whatever industry you're in. It might be a new industry, it might be a startup, it might be a more of a legacy industry, like the telco industry. But one of the things that we thought was really important was how do we empower with the software and the hardware to really bring this to life. The software and hardware together is the magic, and that's how you're going to unlock AI.
But I think it's
and the human part, so it's the augmented humanity, right? How do you transform and do the change management around the employee? But sorry, I didn't mean to grab it.
No, I think it's a great point about governance and cost, because we want to be bold, but we also need to be responsible.
All right, well, I will wrap it up with a huge thank you to PwC as a partner that helps accelerate AI every day. So we are very thankful to be able to have amazing customers and partners here on stage. So thank you from Microsoft.
Yeah, and I want to thank all my fellow panelists. I think it's been a terrific conversation around how this is evolving, how AI devices are emerging, who are the users and the personas, what are some of the challenges, how do we enable adoption. And finally, I want to thank you all very much for joining and listening. We were delighted to speak with you this morning. Thank you. Thanks, team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Real Returns on AI, Finding the Next Big Winners.
Feeling. Let's try that again. How are we all feeling this morning? Much better. Well, good morning. I'm Leslie Silverman. I'm the head of future media at UTA. And I'm so excited to kick off our morning here at CES Foundry Day 2, our final day of CES Foundry. We're kicking off the day with a conversation focused on outcomes, taking an investor lens on AI, and where real value is being created today. Please join me in welcoming our speakers for Real Returns on AI, Finding the Next Big Winners, moderated by Matthew Luongo, Managing Director, ProSec.
Class set of VCs on stage today, and I'm so excited to kind of take a moment to zoom out a little bit and talk about kind of the money flows that have gotten us here as you kind of walk around CES. What are the investment trends like? So to my left, we have George Matthew from Insight Partners, we have Regina Cesari from Glasswing Ventures, and then Rick Yang from NEA. So I'd love to start by kind of just actually defining what is an AI winner going into 2026. Regina, maybe we can start with you.
Okay, hot mic right away. Okay, good morning, everyone. I think, in my view, an AI winner in 2026 is a company that is building a product that fundamentally transforms the unit economics for the problem they're solving. And I'm purposely moving away from the notion of who has the better model by how much. I think we will largely be indifferent to models and the improvements. And in fact, one of the differentiations should be the ability to swap in and out. It's really about transforming unit economics, i.e. 100x productivity, 80% cost reduction in a measurable way. So one of our companies, Cephai, is in the workflow automation for prescription fulfillment. They've literally reduced calls and outreaches by 80% by automating the process.
Excellent. Maybe George, next to you.
I think that's a great definition. When we think about some of the vertical opportunities that particularly have emerged in the last 18 months, it's really fascinating to see like the reformatting of an existing market. That's not just the software itself. Like it's the labor function in that market, the services function in that market. So this past year, I led a deal in a Series A company called Exicare. And Exicare came into the specialty nursing care world and built a domain-specific model that really enabled a single nurse practitioner who is literally evaluating whether the admissibility of a specific patient could be possible or not, which would take about 45 minutes to read through 400 or 500 pages of admissions documents, to be now automated with a generative model. And so in that moment where this enters the space and you can make a determination of admissibility within 3 minutes, like it completely changes the way that work gets accomplished. And now a company that didn't really have anything at the beginning of 2025, 400K in ARR, like turbocharges all the way into the tens of millions in ARR within a single year, because it's literally reformatting how that work is accomplished in the sector. And I think we're seeing quite a bit more of those opportunities accelerate as we speak. I personally made a big shift this past year of putting a lot of my energy less and less into infrastructure investments, where I spent the last half a decade as an investor at Insight, and much more focused on these domain-specific and vertical-specific AI opportunities.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Rick?
Yeah, maybe just pulling on some of what Regina and George said. Even taking a step back, I think some of the winners in 26, the way we think about them is who has the data, who has the distribution, who has sort of that vertical knowledge, right? And so, you know, if you have any of those three, and to be honest, these can apply to both incumbents as well as brand new native AI players, right? So we're kind of looking at both of those ends of the spectrum for who do we think can kind of wedge into any of those three different areas.
That makes sense. So Crunchbase just kind of did their Spotify Wrapped equivalent of what happened in 2025, and it was the first year in history where over 50% of VC funding went to AI startups. So that's huge, and that kind of leads us into maybe what's the elephant in the room, which is, are we in a bubble? Is there a potential downturn? So not to do a hard hitter right off the bat, but maybe if there's something in the middle, right? How can companies kind of get ready for whatever the environment is in the coming year? Maybe Rick, will go back to you on your thoughts on that.
I mean, look, I've been in venture capital now for about 18 years, which in some ways is a long time, in some ways is not a long time. I think we're always in a bubble, right? I think that's what our business is built on. I think that's what cycles are built on. That's what innovation is built on. The question is less about are we in a bubble, and it's sort of like how long will it last, right? And I think when you look at what's happening in AI, we kind of view it as this super cycle. It will have its ups and downs. I think if you look over the fullness of time, over a sustained period of time, it's going to be up and to the right, right? And so that's kind of how we think about it. We take a very kind of patient, long-term approach to things, knowing that there will be bumps along the way. I will say that, you know, probably the two things I would call out when you kind of think about what's going to happen as the market moves up and down. I think one is a lot of it's going to be dependent on the capital markets, right? Because at the end of the day, like the companies that are working, that are the sort of the consensus winners right now, they're all doing very well. They're adding a ton of value to their customers. They're generating real revenue, real value. But it's really a question of like valuations and capital going into these companies, and capital is just going to become more scarce in sort of that negative part of the cycle. But overall, I think, you know, finding ways to make sure that you, as a company, are raising capital when it's available. Right now, a lot of capital is available, and understanding that when things do pull back, it's going to be harder to find that capital. So you just have to be more prudent with it.
That makes sense. Any other thoughts on that, guys?
So I think from my perspective, Glasswing Ventures were very early stage, so I would have defined us as seed and pre-seed. And what we're seeing with the concentration of financing in AI, by the way, we do AI and quantum for enterprise and cyber, is that a redefinition of the rounds. We saw this about 7 to 10 years ago as well, where today's seed is very much looking like the old A, and the pre-seed is shifting to the seed. And of course, you have the rise of formation rounds. You know, I joke and I say fertile ground rounds. So you're seeing, and I think that's an element of both the interest and the availability of capital for AI. It's also the nature of the beast. But unlike prior bubbles, so yes, I think we're in part of a bubble if we just look at the valuations, but there's money to be made in a bubble and there's money to be lost in a bubble. It's just how you approach it. But unlike, for example, the dot-com bubble, I was an investment banker back then, AI is actually much, much more fundamental and transformative. So I don't want this audience to confuse the valuation inflation with, is there real value being created? I'm firmly yes on the latter.
I think these two things of whether there's an asset bubble, and we can talk about where there's asset bubbles potentially in AI, and where there's that fundamental long-term value being created, those two things can happen simultaneously, right? Because if you look at some of the examples that we all sort of mentioned, it is possible to build a generational company even now, particularly as the vertical slice of AI is really scaling out. And the infrastructure has already played out, and there are some incredible big winners. I mean, just look at examples like, I don't know, Databricks, right? And just the scale and what they've been able to accomplish in particularly the last decade, and specifically the acceleration of how that business has played out. I mean, for both NEA and Insight and others who have been investors there for quite a few years. I think it's a really hard moment in two places. One is in sort of core growth, because there are valuations that are probably extending out from where public markets are willing to pay for those companies in the private space. So that is clearly a smaller dislocation. The bigger one, it does feel like is going to be just in the hardware side of things, particularly as far as how much infrastructure do we need to kind of build this next generation of AI systems at scale. I don't think we're exactly sure, and there is a preponderance of just commitments that have been made, particularly by the foundation models, to the GPU cloud providers. And so we'll see how that plays out. I mean, if that capacity all gets soaked up, there is no bubble, right? And if that capacity is overestimated, then there's absolutely a bubble in the infrastructure side of hardware around AI.
That makes sense. I mean, so it seems like kind of the consensus is there's a winner to find regardless of the environment. And we've talked a little bit about kind of vertical AI. So maybe I'd love to hear specific verticals or specific subsectors that you're really interested in going into this year. Maybe Rick, you first.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of fertile ground and a lot of verticals, right? Because, kind of going back to the comment of really understanding distribution and data and context for a given vertical is a huge advantage, right? There's been a lot of infrastructure, there's been a lot of horizontal foundation models built out. I personally spend a lot of time in fintech. I think fintech is an area that is in many ways slower to adopt, but there's a lot of richness in there. You start to thinking about fraud, you start to think about identity, you start to think about underwriting, all of these things that play very well into how you think about AI and what it's good at. I think another area that frankly we haven't seen as much, but I'm certainly, and we as a firm are certainly looking in, is modernization and advertising. I think that market has been a really rich one, and then it's sort of been very unfavorable just from an investor standpoint. But if you think about where these business models need to start to evolve, when you think about some of the largest opportunities and largest markets in the world, a lot of this is already happening within the incumbents, but nobody has really sort of built a standalone company within that ad tech space yet. So that's an area that we're thinking about. I think there's the classic ones around legal and medical. At NEA, we spend all of our time kind of focusing on tech or on healthcare, and we've already seen healthcare, which traditionally has been a very laggard in adopting technology, actually be at the forefront in being some of the largest scaled commercial deployments of AI. So those are a couple areas that we're spending a lot of time in.
Yeah, Regina, from you?
Similar sort of vertical AI, really important. The areas that we have deployed capital and continuing to spend time on are AI native ERP, anything from logistics automation for freight movement globally end to end to FP&A and sort of some in fintech, but the underlying theme, so I would say supply chain, native ERP, physical AI, some in fintech, some in insurance tech. The common denominator, though, for us is access to proprietary data for the companies that are actually delivering value. I don't care about the model. I might be controversial in that regard, but we're getting to a point where they can be replaceable and exchangeable. It's really about the fine-tuning of those models and the unique data, and then fundamentally automating a workflow. Like if there was one word around AI where I think we have potential winners is knowing the workflow, which is the biggest challenge that enterprises have. They would love to automate, but if you don't have the workflow worked out, how can you automate it? And then sort of be specific around the data access that you're using to do so from a model perspective. And again, back to creating value that's not 2x better, that's 100x better.
The vertical conversation and where the focus is, it's very similar, so I'm not going to sort of hash over the same ground there. But we certainly have seen a tremendous amount of opportunity in the verticals that were already highlighted. The only other thing I'd just kind of add to the automation conversation is we're at a point now where we can build full digital workers. And that, I would say, was almost science fiction about 18 months to 2 years ago. I have a portfolio company called Relevance AI, which has been a tremendous leader in this arena where you can now not only build a synthetic digital SDR, BDR, but they've built an entire suite of front office workers. And the thing that I find significant there is not that, okay, you can build that, but you can literally configure and customize those workers to be very domain specific, not to the vertical, but exactly what that company in particular needs. So like, safety culture and Canva, Databricks are like the enterprise customers of relevance in this case, and each one of them have a very specific and differentiated go-to-market, and you can build your digital workers accordingly. And so it's really fascinating to see how much the opportunity of not only bringing on board a digital worker, training a digital worker, enabling a digital worker is almost as similar to how you would bring on board a human today. And so that's incredible, right? Because that was not even a possibility if I was on stage here 2 years ago to have that conversation. So I'm really excited for where that could go from this moment on.
Yep, I completely agree. But maybe bringing it back to humans and not digital workers for a minute, I think the startup community is so synonymous with the individual founders in the space. New York Times and Fortune have done huge profiles in the last couple weeks on kind of this AI native startup founder cohort. So maybe, Rudina, we could start with you because you're probably the earliest stage investor on stage, just to kind of understand what are the characteristics of the founders you're talking to and meeting? Are there any kind of backgrounds that kind of stick out to you?
So it's been interesting in the last 24 months because the DNA of founders, even the ones that are building AI native products for the enterprise where I focus, has changed. While we were in that infrastructure early days, you saw a lot more researchers, honestly, and professor types, which is a double-edged sword, deeply technical, but commercialization is a skill that either they develop over time or you need to pair them with others. In the last 6 or so months, we're seeing much more younger founders, not necessarily researchers, but oftentimes deeply technical, that are coming at the problems from the, I'm trying to solve a problem and I know how to build an AI native opportunity. I think the key for this new generation of companies and new generation of founders is efficiency of capital is incredible. And I think George touched a bit on this in an earlier question, whereby it's not enough to just be building an AI native product. Actually, your entire build out of the team, of how you build the code, and I'm not talking about vibe coding, but in general, how you go to market is leveraging AI native tools, and the cost efficiency and the ramp to revenue is much, much faster. So we look for those capabilities. If I had to put it as a characteristic for a founder, I would say build for a company that will IPO, but architect for a company that will get acquired.
Makes sense. George, any thoughts from you on that one?
I think one of the shift that we're seeing with the founders that are building, call it in the last 2 years or so, plus or minus, that have gotten started in their journey, is they are very acutely aware of the problem that they're trying to solve. They're also very acutely aware of what the foundation models themselves are capable of now, and almost sort of imagining ahead what's happening with the evolution of any specific foundation model in their specific domain, like 6 months ahead, 9 months ahead. So they're always staying ahead of what's the kind of latest and greatest out of the state of the art when it comes to the foundation models. And that's actually been very helpful for them in their respective markets, because they are almost setting the pace and the agenda of how the AI systems are beginning to find scale in their specific domain. And so I think any founder that's kind of going about this today, they're gonna have to really understand the problem they're solving. They're also gonna have to have a very keen awareness of, okay, what's possible as more and more systems become generalizable using, call it the foundation models as they evolve, particularly in the sort of space they are, both on intelligence and reasoning. And the best founders are really, really thoughtful about that today.
Got it. Rick, over to you.
Yeah, maybe I'll just give, founders come in all shapes and sizes. I think but the archetype that we've seen work really well, and I can give 2 examples of this. Actually, we share both of these companies with Insight. You look at Ali over at Databricks. Engineer at heart, highly technical, very ambitious, and has this urgency around learning how to become a leader of a scaled company that is growing at unprecedented rates. And that veracity of wanting to understand all aspects of being the leader of a company like that is the same today, at north of $4 billion run rate as it was when he first took the helm. Another example of this is Arvind over at Perplexity, right? Former AI researcher, still an AI researcher at heart, but just has this insatiable desire to understand the consumer, understand growth, understand product. And so similar to what George and Regina said, taking sort of this core technical understanding and pairing it with this insatiable curiosity to want to build a company out of a technology and not build technology for technology's sake is a really powerful combination. Frankly, it's a really unique combination. You can't always find that. But I think there is a little bit of a shift just in terms of part of the promise of AI is really kind of moving to this era of like user-generated software, right? And so, the technical barriers are still there, but are coming down rapidly. It is still an advantage to have that deep technical foundation. But I think more and more importantly is having some sort of urgency or velocity in what you are doing is also a really important kind of through line to the types of founders that we love to back.
That makes sense. And I'm kind of curious, if this could be Rick or for anyone on the panel, where are you finding that most likely? Is it from labs? Is it from enterprises? Is it second-time founders? Like, is there any trend?
It's everywhere. I mean, I think talented folks are coming from everywhere and they're seeing what's happening around them, right? And they're almost agitated by the fact that, whatever they're doing now is not keeping pace with what they're seeing around them. And that's sort of the impetus or the catalyst for them to say like, okay, this is bothering me too much. I got to do something about it. Right?
I love that. I mean, so for anybody in the crowd who's feeling like that right now, where would you guys want to get pitches this year? Is there kind of like an underserved area where you're like, I wish more founders were talking to me about this?
I mean, I mentioned the ad tech market. Like, I think that's been a bad word for a long time, but I think that's a huge opportunity. Of course, just being at CES, I think there's so much interest right now in sort of understanding how, this not only applies to software, but how you embody a lot of the innovation that we've been seeing now in AI and translate that to the real world. And frankly, like, I think we're still pretty immature. Like, I think AI can handle workflows, is smart enough and is capable enough to do certain tasks within the enterprise, but it still doesn't have the right context to actually perform a job, right? It can do tasks, but it hasn't crossed over to, really truly doing a job, in my opinion, in many cases. And so seeing companies that are building around, the end-to-end data and workflow and completion of jobs, I think is really important to see this year.
Go ahead, Regina.
So right now I'm actually very hot to trot on companies that are offering eval frameworks. It's an incredible problem for enterprise, particularly the ones that are interfacing with end users, be those consumers or otherwise, and they're using AI at that interface level. And agents, it's hugely problematic from a interaction point of view, from a legality and compliance point of view. Everyone sort of that I talk to at the CIO and head of AI level is looking for companies that can properly do the evaluation. And I've looked at the landscape quite a bit and still haven't found the right one. So very, very interested in that because there is demand, there is budget, and yet, we're looking for a solution.
I think there's a bit more work to do on just model evolution, as crazy as that might sound. If we think about the state of the art of taking a domain-specific model and building it out today using a generalized model that might be in market, you might be using something like a retrieval augmented generation or a context window or a fine-tuned approach. any one of those isn't still, I would say, as robust as it needs to be able to kind of drive reliable, consistent enterprise scale in terms of what you're doing for, whatever that domain-specific problem is that you might be solving for. So my view is like there's probably this evolution of where today the reinforcement learning is to more of a continuous learning model and better use of context and memory. And so we haven't really unlocked memory with continuous learning in a way that's really productionized and at scale. So all the jankiness that we see today in terms of how do we handle that for a context window or for RAG, I think is just going to go by the wayside sooner than later. And it hasn't happened yet, but that's something I'm very actively looking for.
That makes sense. I hope you guys took notes on that. You guys have hinted at this, but I do want to ask about the exit environment and what you're seeing for the year ahead. George, maybe we could go back to you since Insight's probably one of the later on stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty healthy exit environment for sure. I mean, just this past year, we had some tremendous exits. So earlier in the year, I had the exit of Weights and Biases to CoreWeave, which was several billion in terms of what that looked like earlier in the year. And then, of course, there was a number of exits subsequently. The Wiz exit was the biggest exit in tech ever, right, at 32 billion. More recently, just was announced the Armis exit, which was about 7.5 billion to ServiceNow. So it is a very healthy environment as far as exits go from a strategic standpoint, and we certainly have seen that all the way through 2025 and going into 2026. I think the one thing that we should all be excited for is it does feel like the IPO window is going to certainly be opening up again with some very, very large-scale IPOs. Obviously, none of those have been sort of announced in any way, but we'll see what plays out in the next 18 months. But SpaceX, my guess, is going to be coming out. OpenAI has been kind of rumored about this. Anthropic is definitely kind of indicated. Databricks is very far along. Anduril. So we're going to have quite a few large-scale IPOs, and that should open up the window for many other companies that are looking for liquidity from an IPO standpoint as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Rick or Gina, any thoughts from you on exits?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd add is there is a ton of appetite for strategic acquisitions by incumbents for companies that, I would say are still relatively early on. And it's been interesting. We've been involved in a couple of these. We sold Sonnet to Workday. We had Metronome acquired by Stripe. Vesa was acquired by ServiceNow, all within the past, call it 3 to 6 months. And what I would tell you about, and then we've had plenty of companies that have had a lot of appetite and interest to be acquired as well that said no, right? And what I would tell you about all of these is that these are not easy decisions from the seller side, from these companies' side, because there's so much promise, there's so much momentum, and finding that right fit with the acquirer that can take the mission of that company and of those team members to the next level and really convincing them of that, because all these companies have very promising futures, whether they are standalone or whether they become a part of a bigger platform like those companies that I mentioned. And then on the flip side, companies like Databricks are doing a really good job being aggressive and being consolidators too, right? And taking their platform and making sure that they're picking up great teams and great technologies and great businesses to increase their TAM and to maintain sort of their penetration into their customers. So it's a pretty healthy environment right now from an M&A perspective. And then I think all of us are watching the IPO pipeline, as George mentioned.
So just to build on both George and Rick's comments, I think we're seeing sort of a bifurcation of either very early exits, almost unexpectedly so, but with pretty healthy valuations, or the mega-scaled companies that they reference, sort of the in-between are still in their growth phase. The other thing that we're seeing that's quite interesting and different, and it's been emerging over the last few years, but it became very relevant in 2025, and I suspect it will continue, is this notion of acqui-hires for effectively company hires, initially to get around regulatory matters, and now it's persisted, and sort of this combination on what constitutes the valuation price, not just of the actual valuation, what flows through the cap table, but the retention package is now considered part of price. So how acquirers are approaching acquisitions is becoming interesting, and I think our industry is responding in terms of how we're structuring our financing docs.
That makes sense. Well, speaking of exits, I think we need to exit. But guys, give them a round of applause. This is excellent. Lots to come in 2026.
Good afternoon and welcome to the LA Times Studios Hot Takes on Fusion, a discussion about fusion energy, its potential, and the innovation it represents. Would you please welcome our panelists, Dr. Tammy Ma of Lawrence Livermore Institute of Fusion, and Dr. Alex Creeley, Director of Tokamak Operations at Commonwealth Fusion Systems.
Hello, hello.
Hi, everybody.
So, Tammy, tell me about yourself.
Hi, I'm Tammy Ma. I am the director for our new Livermore Institute for Fusion Technology, meaning we are trying to foster public-private partnerships with companies such as Commonwealth Fusion. My specialty is laser fusion. We're going to get into a lot of this later, but I work on the National Ignition Facility, where we demonstrated fusion ignition in 2022, and we'll talk more about that also later. But let me hand it over to Alex.
Yeah, I'm Alex Creeley. I'm the chief engineer for the ARC power plant design at Commonwealth Fusion Systems. We are a private company based in Massachusetts trying to build a fusion power plant. I've been there for 7 years now, and we are on the commercial side, but building on all the great work over the last many, many years that has been done at universities and national labs. And we'll dive more into all of that later.
And now, joining our esteemed panelists are our play-by-play announcers and science interpreters. You may know them from Entourage, Better Call Saul, and their podcast, Dumb People Town. Will you please welcome Randy and Jason Sklar, the Sklar brothers?
Thank you. Oh, come on. Come on now. Come on. Come on, people. I love the energy. I love it too. This is the LA Times. This is not the Washington Times. Let's go. Very good. Thank you guys for being here. Randy, I'm going to start by saying, and thank you guys. We'll get to you guys in a second. I'm going to start by saying it is lovely to be here providing color commentary with you for this event. It is. And who better to provide color than two white guys? Yeah. You know what I mean? And we aren't even just two white guys. We're the same white guy twice. I understand that. We understand who we are. We understand we are. I want to say this. Randy and I have been learning a lot about what they're doing, and the energy around what they're doing is electric. But we're not talking about electric. We're talking about fusion today. So that's what it's going to be. And look, it's the perfect conditions for a speech in here for a fireside chat. It is a 69 and balmy, and it is very balmy. And don't want to say that word a third time because we will conjure Steve Ballmer. He will come in here. This is CES, clap aggressively at everybody while sweating in a dress shirt. We don't need that. Steve Ballmer almost has too much energy. Am I right? He's like if a line of cocaine did 2 lines of cocaine. It's too much energy, guys. That's too much energy as far as I'm concerned. But we got lots of energy. We got 2 experts here, scientists who know what they're doing. I've been a fan of these guys forever. I had Tammy on my scientist fantasy team for years. I'm in a keeper league and have Alex for a few years, and just every time he opens his mouth, he scores. This is going to be a great chat today. So they're going to explain in scientific terms what they're doing and why they're so excited about it, why we're so excited. We are then going to break this down in layman's terms and laywomen's terms. Thank you. Applause right here. We're going to break it down for you. We're going to explain things to you as best we can. Hopefully, you guys are going to have fun. And you're going to come away from this talk like we have come away from learning about this with a ton of excitement and wonder. And damn it, I'm going to say hope for the world. Have the audacity to hope. So with that, we're going to throw it out right now to the stage, back to the main stage. And as these guys, Alex and Tammy, take it away. Let them know what's going on.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about what fusion is. Alex, you want to start?
I hear we're talking about fusion today. So fusion is what powers the stars. You take small atoms like hydrogen, you combine them together, you make bigger atoms like helium, releases like a whole bunch of energy. Maybe not as much as Steve Ballmer, but we're working on that.
Sure, that Ballmer energy is insane.
We're working on it. And the goal of this is to eventually produce clean, firm power that we can deploy all around the world.
Yeah, that's right. And the great thing about fusion is we call it the next advanced energy source that human has yet to conquer. It's the only one left that humans have yet to conquer. And if we can make fusion energy happen, it's the holy grail, right? It's clean, like Alex said. There's no carbon that you are emitting. It is very, very abundant. You can get the fuel that you need, part of it from seawater, so it's very abundant. There's actually enough fuel for about 30 billion years of human usage of energy. A fusion power plant could just plug into the grid that we have today. And so tons and tons of benefits.
Yeah, I think the downside is fusion is quite hard to do. People have been working on it for a long time. And like to make fusion happen, you have to get your fuel to the 100 million degrees, which is like a number so large it's kind of meaningless. But people do this all the time. So like the Livermore lab does this regularly, and like you get the fuel to these crazy temperatures, and it starts to fuse the hydrogen combines together into helium.
Yeah. You've heard about, say, like the teenage kid that did fusion in his garage.
I want to stop you right there. There was a teenager, 14-year-old kid from Arkansas. Now, usually that story doesn't end well. When you say 14-year-old kid from Arkansas, you're like, slept with his mother. I don't know. Okay.
We were not going to go there.
No, he went there because that's who we are. But thank you. He built a fusion reactor in his garage, which I would love to have been his parents during that whole. What are you doing in there? You've been in there a long time. What watching porn, definitely not building a nuclear fusion reactor. All right. So he did it, and it's making me mad that my kids aren't doing it. Yeah, what are my kids doing? Yes, that's pointed in them. Straight A's not enough. Build a reactor. I also want to go back to describing a little bit, fusion in terms of what layman's terms. I got confused at the beginning. I'm going to be honest about fusion versus fission. Very different. So fusion is a bringing together of two atoms to create more energy, I believe is the correct term. Yeah. So Randy and I understand that. We are a bringing together of two things that sometimes don't want to be together. And I don't like touching Randy. Right. The energy is higher. It gets bitter. I would say fission is the dividing of atoms for energy. Here's a good way. Put it in better terms. All right, so fission is if your parents sit you down and tell you they're getting a divorce. All right, that's going to create energy, create emotions. Fusion is if you walk in on them having sex. Yeah. All right, so now that's energy, creates weird energy, and it might create a little brother. Right. But that is kind of what fusion does, because it creates energy that keeps going and going and going, and that's the exciting part. Sorry, continue on. Continue. Back to you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we were going to bring up that fusion is done actually quite easily. Lots of labs, lots of institutions have done fusion. The challenge is trying to get more energy out, sustaining that fusion reaction, that you can harness that energy and turn it into a power plant. So that's what our respective institutions do. Alex, you want to talk about how you guys are working towards that?
Yeah, so I think there's one of the cool things about fusion is that people have been working on it for a long time, and there's a huge ecosystem of companies and labs and universities all working on this. So Commonwealth Fusion Systems, there's maybe 50 companies around the world working on fusion. There's also tons and tons of universities like MIT, who we're affiliated with, national labs in the US and Europe, all over Asia. There's plenty of places working on this, and that's how we've gotten so far. It's not by one group by themselves trying to do something, but this huge ecosystem of companies and universities and labs working together.
And they're different approaches.
Yeah, not everybody's doing it in the same way. For example, you guys do it different than Livermore does it different than Commonwealth. Can you explain some of those differences on how you do it?
So we at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, we are about 50 miles east of San Francisco. We have the National Ignition Facility. It is the world's largest, most energetic laser, the size of 3 American football fields side by side, 10 stories tall. The laser that we shoot is about 1,000 times more more power than the entire US electrical grid. But what we're doing is we're taking a huge amount of energy and compressing it down into just nanoseconds. And we shine all these lasers on a little fusion pellet that contains our fusion fuel, deuterium and tritium. And we compress and heat that ball until it turns into a miniature star. And with it, generates a huge amount of energy.
That's the kind of. Oh, can I just jump in and say, number one, that's not the Jewish space laser that Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about. And she's cool now, so that's fine. We were like, but that is a lot of pressure to put on somebody to turn into a star. It's much like what happened to Michael Jackson when he was younger. Continue.
Tam, you have to tell me, like, what is the fusion pellet made out of?
The pellet itself is made out of either plastic or high-density carbon, essentially diamond.
What do you surround the diamond with?
We put our little pellet inside what we call a holram. It is a cylinder that is either gold or depleted uranium. We shine the lasers in. We create a oven of X-rays. So just like your oven at home that you fill with heat infrared, right, to bake your pie, we're trying to bake our little fusion pellet until it turns into a star.
So they use lasers, and how would you guys do it?
So we don't use lasers.
No.
We have a couple lying around, but we don't use lasers too.
It's always good to have a few backup lasers just in case people are snooping around. You don't want to know what you're doing.
So instead of the Livermore approach, I like to think of as like an internal combustion engine where you put a little bit of fuel in, you compress it. Instead of a piston, you guys use lasers. We make a furnace. So we have something that's kind of constantly doing fusion, and we do that with magnets. So we have a very, very powerful set of magnets. We make a donut shape out of that, and we have this like donut shape of fusion fuel. You put a little bit of fuel in, you heat it up with radio waves, basically FM radio. Once it gets hot enough, it starts to fuse, and then you keep that really, really hot fuel from touching anything by holding it with the magnets.
What station is that on the FM dial? Is that 120? 120 FM? 120 FM, the Fuse? The Fuse. I listen to the Fuse. I listen to Fuse because it's the weekend all weekend long. All right, Fuse. All right, continue.
I think like our key new innovations was like totally new magnet technology. So the magnets in Spark, our fusion machine, are strong enough that you could pick up an aircraft carrier with them.
Which can be useful in Venezuela right now. I'm just saying. Hey, topical.
So what's really exciting right now is we're at a moment in time where we're seeing a convergence of all these really important technologies that can help advance fusion. So at our lab at the National Ignition Facility, in 2022, we were actually able to demonstrate ignition, which actually means more energy out of the fusion plasma than the energy that went in to start it. And this was a huge breakthrough, the first time humans have ever demonstrated this.
Yeah, I see it. So can I point this out? Q greater than 1, is that what that term? And can you explain? I mean, you explained it just now, but what it is, as you said, is putting in energy and getting out much more energy. It's the reverse of parenting.
Yeah, that's
right. Put in little energy and get so much back in return, whereas we are suffering from our teenage kids. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So this is what we call Q scientific, more energy out of the fusion plasma than the energy you put in to heat it. We've now actually demonstrated Q greater than 4.
Wow.
Great. But we still actually have to get to much higher Qs in order to turn this into a power plant, because you have to generate so much more energy out. You want to use that energy to run the plant itself, keep it going, and then run all the other subsystems and figure out how to, efficiently turn that energy into turn that heat into electrical energy that you could feed out to the grid.
And so that's one of the things that we're thinking a lot about, is going from the net scientific energy, net fusion energy, to a commercial power plant. So we're building our Spark facility now in Boston, just outside Boston. But our next machine, ARC, will be a commercial power plant down in Virginia. And the goal of that one is to have much higher scientific Q so that you can make net electricity and turn a research experiment into a power plant eventually.
So they mentioned they were in Boston. Yeah. Did you guys ever consider harnessing the the energy of repressed Boston dads. Just take that repression and try and put
That
it
might
in-
be too powerful.
That might be too
That might be
powerful.
too much
As I'm saying it out loud, I just saw
It's like the power of 8,000 suns.
That's right. That's right.
I saw The Departed. I know what happens up in Boston.
Maybe that's too much, but you guys are on the right track. How close are you to this happening and to you being able to do that, run a power plant and get it going?
Livermore's done it. I mean, you guys have the scientific Cougar, the one. The machine we're building, Spark, should start operating next year. And also again show scientific Cougar, the one, and our power plant ARC should be in the early 2030s. So not too long from now, we should have a fusion power plant on the grid making electricity. Ready to train the next AI model or to charge your cell phone or whatever you also need to do with some power.
Yeah, and at Livermore, we are not building a power plant ourselves. What we want to do is tech transfer all of the different capabilities that we have at the National Laboratory out to support these private companies that have different fusion designs.
And so people can come test things with Livermore and like work with the scientists there and everything. Yeah.
And I have a question. Is this energy going to tap in? I think you mentioned it, to the existing grid and be able to provide energy, use that as the distribution system when it's full. Is that the goal as it's up and running?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big advantages of fusion is that it like sits very well with the existing electrical grid. So wind and solar are great, but like in order to have that work effectively, given our current infrastructure, you have to do a lot of additional work to like plug them in. Fusion looks great because you can take like a coal power plant, take out the coal furnace, put the fusion thing in, and everything else like works basically the same. We've come a long way as a civilization. It turns out that we are still figuring out how to boil water in more and more clever ways in order to make electricity. So we put a very, very fancy fusion furnace in there to boil water to spin a turbine to make electricity.
And how does that, just out of curiosity, how does that not deplete our world's resources? And how is it different than, say, using that gas in that way? Just, I know that's a simple question, but we are simple people, all right? How does that work?
Yeah, so the brilliant thing about fusion is the energy density, right? It's millions of times more energy dense than a chemical reaction, and even 1,000 times more dense than fission. So a single pound of fusion fuel is enough to run a city the size of San Francisco for an entire day. And the energy you're generating is completely clean, right? So there's no carbon emissions, and fusion is completely safe, right?
Explain that
Before
more.
it gets started, that if you ever want a fusion to stop, in our case, you would turn off the lasers. In Alex's case, turn off the magnets, right? And there's no high-level nuclear waste associated with fusion, and that's the difference between fusion and fission.
I'm so impressed by this, and it is hard to sound like we're not on an infomercial because we are really like I was talking about this with Randy, and we talk about this all the time. I don't know about you guys. Our news feeds are filled with lots of things that are killing our hope in the future. And this is literally the first thing that I've heard of in recent history in my life that is giving me hope for the future, or at least hope for like a new direction where we're actually treating ourselves and the world better. I guess I'm wondering, like, is that something that's has that been a motivating factor for you guys in continuing to push forward with what you're doing?
For sure. And I think myself personally, I think a lot of people working at Commonwealth Fusion Systems and a lot of people in fusion in general are in it for the mission. Like, people think this is awesome, something really cool to work on. I mean, we think of it a little bit like you have a fusion power plant, you build a box, you install that box, you have to put basically nothing into it, basically nothing comes out of it, and it makes electricity for decades, which is like a totally different way to think about like the energy market in the world. It's like, rather than having to dig something out of the ground or like cover like huge areas in solar panels, you manufacture a product. That product sits somewhere and just makes electricity for decades. And so it's like a totally new way of thinking about energy, the clean energy, like sustainable, secure, all these big advantages of fusion. It just turns out it's like very hard to do. So that's why we've been working on it for a long time.
Yeah, Tammy, what's your favorite part about working on this whole project, and what other projects have you worked on and compare them to this?
Yeah. So, yeah, I love fusion because it is just so complex and so hard. And what could be cooler than working on this one thing? You need huge teams of people, all kinds of expertise coming together to try to make something work. And if you can make it work, it will revolutionize life, right? All of these crazy electronics you have here at CES, they all take power. And so super cool. And the other really exciting thing is as you work on really difficult things like, putting men on the moon, there's all these other spin out technologies that you never expected coming out, right? Things like Tang, that came from NASA, super important, and other things, right? But so we don't really know what all the benefits of fusion are going to be yet. And in the meantime, at this moment in time, we're pulling together an entire ecosystem. You need all kinds of different technologies. We need robotics, maybe not the ones that clean toilets.
Although those are cool. Those are, I did see those. But you need the robotics because the temperature inside of where you're doing a human being can't go into these
For sure, no.
areas. So you would send in a robot that might not come out, or a robot that would do the job and then disappear. Explain that concept to us.
Yeah, so as you build these machines and you need to do maintenance on them, because like it's a power plant, like stuff's gonna wear out eventually, you need to replace things. You would send a robot in. The robot would be able to replace a lot of the components inside the machine and come back out. So like a lot of the technologies here at CES might be applicable, maybe not cleaning the toilet, but cleaning the inside of your fusion machine. And then a lot of the work that we do in fusion could then also like you could take that back out and apply it in like other areas and like all across the technology stack.
I know.
Which is like super cool.
How cute of a robot are we talking? Is this like Wall-E cute, or like this like C2 where I'm like really scared?
I mean, we're gonna have some like liquid salts, and like maybe liquid metals at some point.
So it is like Terminator 2. Jesus Christ. My God, I'm terrified of that guy. That's scary. So if there's anything else you guys want to add, are there any other points you want to add? Because I'm sure people have questions here. We'd love to hear your thoughts, if that's all right as well. Should I venture out into the... I want you to, if it's humanly possible, there's a lot of quarter zips out here. I don't know if I can make it out here. But does anybody have any questions? I'm here for these guys. Anybody? I think Wes. Oh, hold on one second. Hold on, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so one of the things I'm really curious about is like desalinization. Okay, so right now the only way we can effectively do that is through nuclear power, but that's a real problem. So does fusion allow us to create desalinization, and can we do that then at scale so that the places that don't have water can have water?
So one of the really awesome things about fusion is a fusion power plant can be placed anywhere geographically, right? So you can use it for things that are very energy intensive right now that we know how to do, but we don't do because they take so much energy, like desalination or carbon capture. So yeah, absolutely. That's one of the visions where we can, put fusion reactors in the deserts if need be, where people are. And you can imagine the amount of economic growth that you will be able to spur if we can just make fusion happen.
Yeah, one of the really cool things too is that like we think a lot about like building fusions like where existing power plants are, but there's a lot of the world that doesn't have as much electricity as like we do in the US. And it's like as those other countries start to develop, as they start to do desalination and other things, like fusion lets that whole area like leapfrog building a coal power plant. Like rather than building a new coal power plant, you could just like build a fusion power plant in the same place, have a bunch of energy, be able to do all the things you need to do to have a good quality of life.
Amazing. Love it. Amazing. Any other questions? Does anybody? Yes. Yes. Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
Hi. Hello. Do you hear me all right?
Go right up in it and talk as loud as you can.
All right. Marco Baldi, Wizard May Incorporated. My question is about magnets. What is the useful life of those magnets, and what is the magnet material that you'll be using for those reactors? Thank you.
Great question.
That's a great question. So the magnets would last like decades, so like 20 or 30 years in a plant. Like you maybe even make them last longer if you wanted to. It's worth thinking about like the biggest magnet that anyone would normally interact with in their life would be an MRI machine. So, like you go to the hospital and they're like, don't bring any metal near that because it's going to get sucked in. That is like 1.5 Tesla of magnetic field. It's like a unit of how strong the magnet is. Our magnets are 20 Tesla. It's like crazy powerful magnets. That's why you can pick up a ship. They are made out of a incredible material called high temperature superconductors. That's specifically Rebco rare earth barium copper oxide. It's a ceramic, comes in this little tape. You wind it into the whole magnet to make it work. And this stuff is like totally magic. It was discovered in the 1980s, won a Nobel Prize. And like we as scientists like to think that scientists understand most things. like we can't describe from first principles like why HTS works. Like we know that it works. You make it cold, current goes through it. Like there's no resistance, but you can't write down equations like describing why, which is like incredibly cool. And like clearly there's more things for us to learn about fusion and like the world in general in physics.
It's like you don't know how it works, but it works. Like the relationship between Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Yes. First of all, let me ask you, who are you wearing?
I can't tell you. It's a private label. That, by the way, that was a great question, really smart question. So I'm going to balance that out with mine. There's no shortage in science fiction books or movies that talk about like this sort of thing. I'm just so curious. Is there a version of fusion that somebody got right or like what's the closest that you've seen in your expertise of what that would look like? What movie, what book has gotten it kind of right?
I mean, Star Trek was literally filmed at Livermore.
Wow.
So
Yeah, Star Trek Into Darkness used our facility as their warp core.
they're pretty accurate in that it was an actual fusion facility.
Was
The other one I'll say is that Iron Man 2 showed blueprints of a fusion plant in the US as well. Like when they were talking about their arc reactor, which has no relation to ours.
Wasn't there a Mr. Fusion on the back of the Back to the Future car that when Doc comes back from the future? All right, I'm sorry. Anyway, I can't.
You don't want to fuse garbage.
No, thank you.
That one might be hard.
And 1.21 gigawatts still gets you back to the future. All right, good to know. All right, what another question here?
Just a comment. The Siemens booth showed it's called the TFMC, the world's strongest fusion magnet. That's listed with you guys as the developers. If anybody wants to go see it at the Siemens booth in North Hall, I think.
North Hall.
It's very cool.
I saw it and I held I held that magic little thin tape. It's so small that has that kind of cassette tape. Yeah, it was unbelievable.
But like it's like a cassette tape, but like one little strip of it would power your house. Like
it's insane.
Yeah.
Amazing. Any other questions anybody have? We have time for them. Anybody? Yes, sir. There are no stupid questions. Only Jason is stupid. Hey.
Thank you so much for this. This is amazing. My father's an aerospace nuclear engineer and worked on the first mission to Mars, and that's why we live in Pennsylvania. So this is super exciting to think about all the possibilities with this. And so thank you so much. Is there a consortium group, and are you sharing knowledge, and are some things IP protected, and how's that all working, and how can I join that group and get my 12-year-old to come and be a part of this? We're near Livermore, so anyway.
Great question.
So let's see. Our industry is so nascent right now. We're actually in the middle of trying to pull the entire community together, and we all know each other actually, and so we all do try to build these public-private partnerships. We are working with this administration to really boost your fusion through partnership and figure out, as we build up supply chain, who are all the partners that we need. Who can bring the expertise. And this is also not just a U.S. endeavor. I mean, obviously we're always USA, we want to lead, right? But it absolutely will take international partnerships. The U.S. cannot do this alone. The only thing is, once we have fusion, we want to make sure it's so powerful, we want it to be deployed democratically, right? And so it's important that we win this race so that we can make sure fusion gets used the best way. But right now, we would love to, we all have different websites. We can send you some information where you can come visit our respective facilities. There are different groups to get involved in. There's a Fusion Industry Associates. Do you want to talk about that one, Alex?
Yeah, so on the industry side, there's the Fusion Industry Association, the FIA. It's like all the fusion companies globally, like almost all of them are members of this. We have meetings, we discuss things, we work together. I mean, we're at a phase in the industry where like typically what's good for anyone is good for everyone. It's like we compete against each other, but like it's a friendly rivalry because like if it's good for fusion, like everyone moves kind of together. So we share a lot of information. Like we publish journal articles and like physics journals. So if you would like to read like 200 pages of
boring journal articles,
very, very deep math equations, you're welcome to.
They'll interpret it for you. That's fine.
They're publicly available, actually like open access, so free to download. Journal of Plasma Physics, I'll put the plug in there. So you're like more than welcome to go through all that. There is some IP, like we are a company, so like we are going to have our like proprietary portion of stuff. So for us, it's our magnets. That's our like key core technology. That's the new stuff. We sell it. We do sell the magnets to other people as well, though. So like it's a product that we put out as well. But we all work together. There's in addition to CES, which is a fairly broad conference, there are a lot of fusion conferences. So if you want to come listen to like 2,000 physicists in like talk,
We're going to have the Sklar brothers.
Oh my God.
Welcome to come.
That sounds like an insane party. How quickly do you guys get naked? Anyway, hey, come on. Physics, it's physical. Let's fusion coming together. I'm telling you guys, again, I'm feeling this energy in the crowd, which is the same as for us, which is there is so much to be excited about it with this technology because it does feel like really intelligent minds are working on solutions that can save the planet, improve our lives, and I think make the world less make our sort of dependence on energy different and the expense of energy. Am I wrong to say that? Or is that somewhat in there for the consumer?
Yeah, the analogy I like to use is if we can make fusion happen, right? Fusion becomes so ubiquitous. Fusion energy and just energy in general will become so ubiquitous and so abundant that energy is no longer a strategic commodity that we fight wars over. It just becomes a regular commodity, like salt, right? We used to go to war to get salt. The word salary has sal in there as salt because that's how important it was. But now we just have it on our tables and it doesn't mean anything. That's what fusion can do for energy.
People still go to war over Himalayan pink salt. I will. That is delicious, that is worth fighting someone over. For. I agree. It would be fun. Does anybody have any other questions? This is fascinating. Yes, you, ma'am.
Hi, is this on?
Yeah, just crank.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Hi, I'm a clean energy reporter for Morning Brew. I've written about CFS before. I'm wondering if you could go a little bit more into how there needs to be international participation to make it happen, but you want the U.S. to win the race, because I've covered that a lot. I'm hearing from other companies and also obviously from the administration that it needs to be like an all U.S. does it and, does it independently. So just talk more about that. That'd be great.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's still a lot of challenges associated with fusion. Not just the physics of understanding how you can get your plasma to get to this burning state, but also all kinds of engineering and technological challenges. So we still need materials that can withstand the very extreme environments of fusion. Touched a little bit on you got to develop the robotics. We got to figure out how we do the fuel cycle, not just obtain the fuel, but you have to recycle, pull out the unburnt fuel, put it back into your chamber or target in our case. And so that's why it is such an enormous endeavor and requires so much expertise, not just PhD physicists, but all levels of technicians, engineering, et cetera. And then the AI revolution too. How can we pull in AI and better computing power to actually help us accelerate what we need to get optimal fusion power plants? And so it's not just the US alone. We don't have all of the expertise in, say, mass manufacturing of different materials, laser systems, for example. And so we absolutely will need to partner all around the world. And this means it's an opportunity not just for the US, but we're working with many of our allied countries now, like Germany, to figure out how we can bring different expertises together. But what is really important is we want the allied countries, our friends and neighbors, to actually work together and make this happen.
Yeah, I think on our end, we're building our fusion plant in Boston, but like a lot of the pieces come from all over the world. It's like we go to Europe, we go to Asia, we go to all these countries, and for us, speed is critical. Like if we want fusion to matter and to really have an impact on the climate, we need to get it working now, like as soon as we possibly can. And often, the best way to do that is go find the shop or the manufacturing place or the person who's the best in the world at building this one thing, and go find them. Maybe they're in Italy, maybe they're in Japan, we don't know. And we go work with that person or that company, and we buy the stuff from there. So we a couple months ago installed our vacuum vessel, the piece of the tokamak that's closest to the plasma, the fuel. We ship that over from Italy because there's a company in Italy that's really good at making very large, weirdly shaped steel things. Turns out we buy a lot of those that we work with to import these these pieces. Like we buy a bunch of components from Japan, like all over the world. That's on like the supply chain side. As Tammy was also saying, like just the expertise of fusion. If you go back maybe 10 years, like not that many people in the world even knew what fusion was. And so there's like a very small like community of scientists who like all know each other and do fusion stuff. And so like if you want to get the best expertise, you go around the world and you talk to people who know about this stuff. So we're doing it because it's fast, because it brings people together. As I said, there's like some friendly rivalries with other fusion companies, but like it's probably good for the world that there's a lot of people working on this. Like I am biased. I think CFS is going to get there first. But like at the same time, I'm glad there's a whole bunch of people worked on it.
That's smack talk. That's what we say there to see. Lasers fired. There's another question over here.
Picking up the lasers with our magnets.
Oh, yeah. There we go. All right, we got 2 questions on the fringe.
Alex, Tammy, good to see you. So the first fusion machines that we build are going to be power plants. But do you want to talk about future fusion machines, how your magnets could be used for fusion rockets? So NASA took stuff from space and brought it to Earth. We're bringing stuff from Earth and taking it to space.
I mean, I think one of the cool things that like we don't talk about too often because it's like a little bit further in the future, but if you want to do like interstellar travel, like go from one star to another star, like realistically, the only way to do that is with fusion, because like otherwise, how can you have enough fuel to get there? So we do think about like long term, like we want to build a fusion power plant, like we want to save this planet before we try to leave this planet. But like long term as a civilization, like going to other stars, like fusion's like a really cool piece of the of the ecosystem there. You can build thrusters out of big magnets. So like there's like a whole like category of like ion thrusters that you can use like high field magnets to build. There's like crazy applications that you can do with fusion.
Could we build a Death Star? I need to know. Good question. We have another question right here. Yes, sir.
So considering power plants and fusion power plants, how are the water requirements different for fusion versus fission plants?
It's a good question.
It's a great question.
There's, I mean, so the way we're planning on doing fusion still boils water and makes steam and puts it through a turbine. You can do that on a pretty much a closed water loop, so you don't necessarily need to like pull in tons of water somewhere and like evaporate it and like put it in the atmosphere. You can do it on a closed loop if you like to. So the water requirements would be pretty small. You can put this plant wherever you want. People can do non-evaporative cooling in the desert. So you do need some water, but you don't need tons of water to reject the heat.
It's a great question. Are there any more questions? Anybody else? Anything come up? All right. Before we get out of here, I just want to do a little post chat interview. Tammy, how do you feel that went? How do you think you can speak into your microphone? How did that go for you?
I feel amazing.
Yes. Do you feel like they understood kind of what you were talking about? I mean, I see some cold.
I see some head shaking.
I see some head shaking. I see some cold stares, but I feel like you got your point across.
I'm going to Disneyland.
You're going to Disneyland. All right, you heard it. Alex, obviously, you said that you will win the race.
We will. I think we will.
You feel confident about that. But if they win, there will be friendship. There will be a fusion world where you guys can still connect with each other.
Of course. I think if we win, we'll host the party. But we'll still invite them. And if they win, I hope Tammy invites us to their party as well. So
is he invited to your party?
Our parties are scientifically amazing. Yes.
Science parties are the best parties. I know you will use fusion to power a giant blender to make margaritas. Am I right?
Exactly.
That's the only reason to do it. Well, this has been great, Jay. Thank you. Thank you. You were fantastic. You were unbelievable. And you look good too. Thank you. In the quarters. Who are you wearing? I need to know who you were. Today's man. Oh, just kidding. Perfect. I want to thank these guys. So let's give a round of applause. Smart and cool Tammy Ma and Alex. I want to thank the LA Times for letting us know. Hackett, Brooks, and everybody else who participated in this. Livermore, CFS, and everybody. Thank you for this little cocktail reception. Have your cocktails with us. If you have any more questions, we'll be around here. Stick around and have a drink with us. How about that, you guys? Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
move one step closer, a future that will be fundamentally reshaped by AI. This slide reflects our core philosophy. DBX is a connector upstream. We work closely with the generative AI partners, vision software makers, OS software, and cloud platforms. Downstream, we integrate seamlessly with CPU, VPU, SoC, embedded platform, and HPC system. Why does this matter? Because customers don't buy chips, they buy solutions. They expect systems that work from day one and continue to perform reliably at scale. Our role is to remove friction across the entire value chain. We connect module developers, system builders, and end customers so practical AI can be deployed faster with confidence.
Thank you, Laquan. It's clear that in semiconductors, often the ecosystem is more important or matters just as much as silicon. So next, let's start with the Edge AI Foundation. Pete, from an ecosystem perspective, what signals tell you DeepX is building infrastructure and not just shipping silicon?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for inviting me. It's great to be here and see a lot of engaged faces out there. Hopefully everyone's had a good week. You know, what's really interesting about what DeepX has been doing, and I would say the physical AI and edge AI sort of ecosystem, is that in contrast, I would say, to sort of cloud AI, the edge is a very diverse ecosystem. So in fact, the diversity of the ecosystem is really like a feature, not a bug, right? And because, I mean, Gartner said like 75% of all data is created in the real world, right, in the physical world. And so we need partners like DeepX and all the folks that he had on the slide to really come together and make that stuff work, right? So our foundation is made up of, you know, we're the world's largest community of edge AI developers and tech makers, and actually DeepX is now a strategic partner of the foundation, which is fantastic. But one of the things also to keep in mind is that because of the diversity, it really takes a collaborative approach. You really have to think of the whole stack, right? What I call the layers and the players have to work together to actually ship these solutions that Laquan was talking about. And so you need to think about, you know, the tool chains and the interoperability from the sensor to the server, or from metal to cloud, and doing that. And it's really a team sport. So there's a lot of collaboration required as well in the community, and I think that's something that DeepX has really been investing in. And I think it's also really looking at, you know, things like, you know, how do we move models, you know, from the edge to the cloud? How do we think about orchestration? How do we think about hybrid AI in terms of, you know, the physical edge AI? And so it's really exciting to see so many different kind of companies collaborating together in this space. And I think one of the things that DeepX has been investing in is the tool chains, is working with, you know, the corporate customers, working with the manufacturers to sort of bring it all together. So again, it's not just about a chip, it's not just about a piece of technology, but it's about ultimately, like, what is the outcome and the solution that's going to be generated, you know, by that space.
Thank you, Pete. To sum up, teamwork makes the dream work.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, exactly.
And Sandeep, from Wind River, from the mission critical systems angle, where do you see DeepX strengthening the stack most meaningfully today, and how does that translate into real world deployments?
Generally, I mean, chips are going to get more powerful, models are going to get more efficient, and we're going to get those hardware-based efficiencies. So where we see the most value is the integration, the reduction of the friction as we think about the developer experience. So from our perspective, given what Pete was saying, the world is going to stay fragmented at the edge. So the more friction you can remove from that developer experience, the easier it is to build those applications, the more of your time you get to spend on actually solving real-world problems. And for us at Wind River, we build mission-critical systems, right? There is no such thing as a 1% failure rate, because that results in a loss of life. So where we think about the partnership with DeepX is making sure that we have that high resiliency, you know, zero failure rate, and making sure we solve the real-world problems.
Super important stuff. Thank you. Laquan, from DeepX, you referenced an open source physical AI alliance. For the audience, what is it? Why does it matter? And what is DeepX trying to unlock through it?
let me introduce the open source Physical AI Alliance. Until now, developers building on-device AI applications have often worked without knowing whether their AI would actually run on devices. They developed AI applications first, only to discover the limitations of device deployment later. Through this alliance, we are introducing a new framework that removes this uncertainty. This framework delivers state-of-the-art open source AI models, already tested and verified on DBAX processors, to developers worldwide. With this approach, once developers complete application-level optimization, zero-effort, on-the-fly device deployment becomes possible. We believe this will dramatically accelerate the global industrialization and adoption of on-device AI. Today, many edge AI projects fall into a vicious cycle. Developers write code, pour it into hardware, and then spend up to a year on trial and error optimization for device deployment. By the time they are still struggling, the market has moved on, and AI models have already evolved. We flip the sequence. We aim to provide developers with state-of-the-art on the open source AI models. They are already optimized for device deployment. Then developers can retrain these models for their specific applications, validate them in real-world scenarios, and move directly into commercialization. This approach dramatically shortens the path from the development to deployment. Here is the practical mechanisms called Open Source Physical AI Alliance. Step 1, select AI model for your applications. Step 2, check the performance on a DBAX chip using clear metrics that matter in real deployment. Step 3, purchase the hardware platform that meets your application target performance. This is how we make on-device AI feel promising. Again, the ultimate goal of this alliance is zero effort, on-the-fly device deployment for the global industrialization and adoption of on-device AI.
Love it. The Open Source Physical AI Alliance sounds very exciting. And now let's go to Francesco from Ultralytics. Bringing in the developer lens, you had to, if you had to name the single biggest driver of mass developer adoption in Edge AI, what would it be? And why is DPEX positioned well to accelerate that adoption?
So, analytics, we do computer vision model. Those computer vision models are open source and freely accessible to everyone. And that's the strong point of our model. The fact that the model can be trained and fine-tuned by everybody and all around the world. As today, we are probably the most popular computer vision algorithm out there. Most of the computer vision model you have seen out there at CES are from Ultralytics. And so today we have more than 2 billion prediction every day with our model. And together with DPEX, we basically build this alliance that allows people to not just train model and fine-tune those models with their own data, but also we are building a very easy way to export and compile this model to run on DPEX hardware. So that's the effort that we are building with DPEX. With 3 lines of codes, in a couple of months, you will be able to take an Ultralytics YOLO model and compile this model to run on DPEX hardware. So thank you, DPEX, and thank you, Danny, for
Thank you. So with Ultralytics and Wind River, you guys are really showing what the real-world ecosystem execution looks like. And we're also seeing a trend in the market towards physical AI. So Lakwan, what does physical AI mean for DPEX, and what are you doing with it right now?
Over the past few years, researchers have discovered that when generative AI is applied to physical systems, such as robots, machines, and devices, the results are far more powerful than originally anticipated. Generative AI brings flexibility and reasoning into the physical world, making systems more robust and capable in real-world environments. As a result, AI has moved beyond analysis and prediction and begun to understand, decide, and act in the real world physical world. This is why so many people believe physical AI represents one of the most promising frontiers of AI. Generative AI is also evolving in a very practical direction. Today, leading generative AI models are converging toward architectures under 100 billion parameters, smaller, faster, and more adaptive, while still being sufficiently intelligent. In other words, the AI paradigm is shifting from scaling low to efficiency low. Our DXM2 chip is purpose-built for this shift. It can run up to 100 billion class models at 10 to 30 tokens per second, or under 5 watts of power consumption. This means edge devices can finally deliver true on-device generative AI experience.
All right, what Deepex is building is really making the future of physical AI feel possible, especially where robots are becoming more present in our homes and in our lives. So to go a little deeper on robotics, let's bring in our Hyundai Motor Group, who's working with Deepex on physical AI.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dong Jin-hyun, leading Hyundai Motor Group Robotics Lab. Have you heard of cyber systems? They connect the physical world with digital space to create truly useful technology for people. When we empower these systems with AI to make intelligent decisions and take autonomous action, we call the physical AI. We want robotics to become core infrastructure that makes everyday life safer, more convenient. How do we deliver this? Through the robotization of space. Since June 2024, at Factorial Building in Korea, we've been demonstrating a robotics total solutions we call RTS. Facial recognition access, food delivery, parcel delivery, automated parking, automatic EV charging, all are connected to one control system. Also, we apply this solution to Hyundai Healthcare by early next year and expanding to hospitals, hotels, apartment complexes, airports, and more and more. But there is a key technology for making this real, on-device AI. In places like underground parking or logistics centers where networks are unstable, robots must make a decision on their own. For this, we partnered with Deepex. We completed joint development and testing to bring on-device AI solutions to our production robots starting in 2026. Our engineers are now applying Deepex M1 chip-based AI control to Dari delivery robots and facial recognition systems we call the face. We completed 1 year test in real operating environment. Through this partnership, we secured optimized robot solutions early and strengthened our supply chain. When our jointly developed on-device AI chip launches in 2026, we will apply it to next generation robots and our AI security solutions. Safer, more convenient, and accessible robotics for more people. Hyundai Motor Group Robotics Lab will contribute to achieving the expansion of the robotics for humanity with Deepex. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Deepex has spoken about having a much bigger ambition around physical AI. So Lakwon, what is the ambition and how far do you see it going?
The greater ambition on this is physical AI as an AI infrastructure. There is another macro force that makes on-device AI inevitable. Today, we are seeing about $10 trillion being discussed globally for building new AI data centers. But they take years to build, face economic constraints, and raise serious environmental concerns around the power supply and carbon emission. Then with strong and sustained market demand for AI, how can we scale AI adoption at a massive level without building new AI data centers and power plants? The answer is as follows. The research results on the left give us an important clue to the answer. This chart shows that as the size of AI models that can be processed directly on devices increases, the amount of AI traffic that needs to be sent to data centers drops sharply. In the future, while massive AGI and ASI level models will still exist in the cloud, over 80% of operational AI can run at the device level. This effectively enables the possibility of building a virtual global AI infrastructure that is up to 5 times larger in a more scalable, sustainable, and practical way.
All right, Baidu has been an important partner for DPEX in building open source physical AI ecosystem. So could the Baidu team share what this collaboration has achieved so far?
When we look at where AI is heading, one important direction we are seeing is agentic AI. Agents are not single models. They are systems that can perceive, reason, and act, and they are moving into both the cyber world, like software systems and the physical world, including robots and intelligent devices. One key observation from real deployment is this. Practical AI solutions rarely rely on just one model. Instead, they use multiple models working together, each focused on a specific role. Within the Baidu AI ecosystem, we approach this in a layered and engineering-driven way. Large language models, such as ERNIE, can serve as a reasoning and planning component, a brain that supports understanding, coordination, and decision-making. At the same time, efficient task-specific models built on PaddlePaddle act as tools. For example, lightweight models like Paddle OCR VL and PPULU can support perception tasks such as document parsing and object detection. As agents move into physical environments, system-level constraints become very real. Different workloads place different demands on hardware. From the ecosystem perspective, our focus is on evaluating how multimodal workloads in practical AI solutions perform across diverse environments, from cloud to edge. In this context, DeepX is one of the ecosystem partners we work with. In joint evaluations, under specific deployment constraints, we explore how platforms like DeepX M1 can be well suited for running lightweight vision models that as tool components, while M2 is being evaluated for running large language models as brain components. These evaluations help us understand practical trade-offs at the system level. Overall, our goal is to stay open, collaborative, and grounded in real-world engineering, enabling developers and partners to build practical AI solutions that work reliably in both digital and physical environments.
Thank you, Rain and Baidu. It is clear that physical AI is not just a trend. This is a fundamental shift in how intelligence is being deployed in the real world. So a sincere thank you to all of our guests. And to close, DeepX is pursuing not just faster compute, but real-world intelligence you can deploy everywhere. Physical AI can help extend humanity's limits in intelligence, knowledge, and wisdom. With that, we'll conclude this session. Thank you for your time and attention today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your CES.
innovators show up.
Welcome back to the C-Space for our CMO sessions. Our next panel is called Inside the Commerce Media Gold Rush, Why Every Brand Wants In. To guide this conversation, please welcome our moderator to the stage, Gordon Young, Editor-in-Chief at The Drum.
I think I went the wrong way, guys.
Squeeze through.
Well, welcome to this panel, Inside the Commerce Media Gold Rush. As you know, my name's Gordon Young, and I'm Editor-in-Chief of The Drum. And I'm really excited to be presenting this or hosting this panel because I'm really excited about commerce media. So excited, in fact, The Drum is launching the Commerce Media Awards in April. Is that exciting? Is that exciting?
Yes.
It is exciting. And this is going to be a great topic. And we have actually a very eclectic panel drawn from all parts of the community to discuss it. I'll introduce them in just a second. But obviously we've got the Qualcomm here, we've got Ulta Beauty, we've got Snap Incorporated. Very, very eclectic part of the community. And you might be wondering, what on earth do all these organizations have in common? Are you? Well, I'm telling you, what I think you're going to see here today at this unique event is a little like a petri dish of everything that's going on at CES. Because, the Drum's been speaking to big clients like Samsung. And they're saying 10 years ago at CES, when we came here, we sold individual products. This is our new phone. This is our new laptop. This is our new TV. All of the companies would say this. But today, there's this feeling of unification. So likes of Samsung now are selling ecosystems. They believe that the sum of the whole is worth more than the sum of the parts. This is all about ecosystems. And that's the story of the whole of CES. Everyone's talking about AI, and there's no doubt that is facilitating this amazing interconnectivity that's going on, but obviously underpinning that interconnectivity, big words, is data and how we manage data and access data. So it's actually a really, really exciting time. But these two elements, AI and data, is really upending every single part of the media marketing ecosystem, particularly the media ecosystem. And I'm going to save you a bit of time if you want to leave now, because if you want to know the conclusion of our panel, because don't want to know it now, so we cut to the chase. I think the conclusion of this panel is going to be that retail media is now really all media. Retail media is media. That's just the way things are today. It started off niche, but it's the whole thing. And the three people on my panel, I think, are going to help me verify that. I said to them before we came on, look, this world we're living in has turned into this new soup. A new soup. It's all mixed together. The silos have gone. The traditional practices have gone. It's all meshed into the soup. And we have an amazing soup ingredient. We have a stock, we have the vegetables, and we have the meat. And I'll let you decide who is who later on yourselves. But first of all, I better go in and saying who everybody is.
I don't know how we're going to follow up from that.
I hope we're a delicious soup.
Well,
yeah, we have to be a tasty soup.
Well, we have Dom from Qualcomm, mentioned. Welcome, rather. Grace from Snap, and we have Kelly from Ulta. So welcome aboard, guys. Before we start, I was going to start along with Kelly, but Dom, if you want to follow up on my soup thing, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's a tasty soup. But first of all, it's Thursday. How do you have this much energy?
Yes.
I'm dying.
Yeah.
Literally, lift my voice. I'm spent. But thanks for having us.
It's exciting, that's why.
It's exciting. Like, I want to bottle what you're doing and drink it. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting analogy, right? Or metaphor for soup. Like we said, we were talking earlier about, we hope it's a tasty soup. But it is about ecosystems. And if you're taking that to the media landscape now, it is interesting. Ecosystems have always been important in my world, in our world, from a technology perspective, because it takes some of the parts to make something really, really great or to make magic happen. It takes great partnerships, And so we're used to that ecosystem philosophy and culture and mentality, and bringing that sort of to the media landscape and forcing integration through or because of AI and other things it's an interesting time for sure. I also think though it also can breed fragmentation if we don't do it correctly, but it's definitely an interesting sort of place.
And I'm going to come back to a moment. I have to say, I think Dom, you are, your business Qualcomm is, business that's a great example of this interconnectivity.
Yeah.
Because your products are enormous, so many products out on the show floor. And also I'm pleased to have you here because people will be wondering what you're doing this panel. So we're going to come back to that in a moment.
I also wonder why I'm here.
But I really wanted to start with you, Kelly, because in many respects, Ulta is, a traditional, a classic example in retail. You're in direct-to-consumer. You've got a retail media business. You're a classic example of your retail media business. But can you just sort of remind us what is your business model?
Absolutely, I love talking about that. So at Ulta Beauty, we're a specialty retailer that focuses on beauty. Most of you, hopefully, show of hands, know Ulta Beauty by now. Great, I've been here 10 years, but we're about 35 years old, which is actually really exciting because in a lot of ways, I feel like when I started 10 years ago, that's when the company really started to kind of get their place on the map. I was brought in to lead our loyalty program, which is the Ulta Beauty Rewards program, probably one of the best programs in all of anything, honestly. This extends far beyond beauty, I would say, all of retail, to be honest with you. The value we can give to our guests is just absolutely incredible, but more importantly, how to shape the data we were receiving about the customer in order to deliver personalized experiences. Because even back 10 years ago, we understood that was a core key ingredient. We'll just keep using that metaphor for you. That was a key ingredient to how we felt we were going to be able to carve out growth in a space that really required curation. Even then, we understood creation. Maybe we didn't know how to automate it. Maybe we didn't know exactly how to leverage it. But we certainly have a better idea on how to do that now. 1,500 locations across the United States, and those are our experience centers. That's where you come in and you really get to test and try beauty, which is core to what we do. And then, of course, we have a thriving .com site business, and we also now have a marketplace. A marketplace allows us to extend the vast assortment that we have, low to luxe, into new spaces, like, for instance, wellness. And you'll see that's a very big focus on growth for us. Ulta Beauty has a real credible ability to present wellness to our customer as sort of the next way in to beauty, because beauty is wellness and wellness is beauty. So you can really think of us as a lifestyle brand now that's really about exploring with you on your own journey about self-expression, empowerment, connecting with others, and also taking care of yourself.
Yeah, and then you said you had about 45 million members.
We have 46 million members in the Ulta Beauty Rewards program, which is pretty outstanding. But more interesting is actually 95% of all of our sales come from those members. And that's where people usually go, ooh, that's pretty cool. As a marketer, that's first-party data that we have access to. And back 10 years ago, we were really focused on the purchase. Now we're really focused on what more we can ascertain around intention and what's the occasion and what are we understanding about the customer as they choose to shop with Ulta Beauty.
Yeah, but the other interesting thing I was thinking about Ulta is, on one hand, you're a strong brand in your own right, and you've got a really strong product range. But on the other hand, you're also working with other brands.
Oh, right.
Which must be an interesting challenge for a CMO.
Yeah, it is an interesting. I mean, we all have interesting challenges as CMOs. I know. In my world, it is. We are a branded house of many other people's brands that really count on us for growth and count on us for differentiation. So, but first, we're in a highly competitive. Beauty's very, very competitive. Everybody wants a little slice of beauty, and consumers have access to buying beauty in so many different ways than ever existed back 10 years ago when I stepped through the doors. So we always have to be thinking about what makes us special, what makes us different, and telling that story. It is as equally important, though, that we're helping our brands that choose to do business with us, the 600 brands that choose to do business with us. It's really important that we carve out spaces for them to shine inside the context of what makes us so special, which is that You know, we understand the deeper meaning of beauty. It's about powering possibilities. And then when you can put their brand in context with our brand's purpose and what we know about the customer, honestly, that's where the magic happens. And we call it brand love. Like, that's where the brand love and the loyalty comes to life. And that's what really has powered a lot of our growth over the last 10 years.
Yeah. And to what extent do you consider yourself to be a media
Company?
company? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, with the data, how could I not? But I would reframe that a little bit. I like to talk about what we're doing with our retail media network as the growth engine of the relationship that we can establish, number one, and then we can grow and enhance with our brand. So I think we're a relationship company. We're a relationship engine.
Yeah. And do you think that the things we've seen here, lots of talk of AI this year, but specifically agentic AI, have you any sort of sense how that will affect you going forward?
As a retailer, you bet, I have my eye on agentic AI. We talked about discovery as one of those most important, experiences that we really need to get right in beauty, because beauty, that's the fun part of beauty, discovering the newness, discovering how to resolve something I'm trying to resolve or enhance or get a certain look. It's a really, really critical aspect to the buying journey. And I think agentic is poised to make that process. I think you're going to see a lot of agents out there becoming, their beauty best friend. And so we are definitely looking into that very, very deeply as sort of the, not next horizon, it's pretty much here, but how we participate in that so that we can be very influential in that space. I like to say we cannot control this, right? We cannot control even how our brand necessarily shows up, especially in social, and then for sure how it's going to start to show up in LLM, but we for sure can influence it and shape it.
That's great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Grace, shall I continue the soup analogy and say that you're a well-seasoned executive?
I can
keep moving right on.
The soup analogy. I so appreciate that you talked about ecosystems, and I love that you did curate Don and Kelly and I together, because there's the ecosystem us as brands of how we build, but actually the acknowledgement that we all belong to a larger ecosystem, and that we do have to work together as partners to create great brand experiences for our users.
Yeah. So where do you think Snap fits in to the ecosystem now? You've got very, you seem to be, you're not selling a product, you're not necessarily at the point of purchase. So what is your role in the sort of commerce ecosystem?
Oh yeah, I would say, it does come down to audiences, right? We all share the same audiences, and for Snap, we're about families, friends, and fans. And so in terms of the ecosystem, I think what we like to say is we want to provide an opportunity for brands to engage with your audiences in different ways. And that can be everything from being part of a feed like Snapchat Spotlight, but I think what we've been really looking at from a Snapchat standpoint is to acknowledge that consumers are multidimensional. They aren't just scrolling, and just to understand that we are creative at heart. Every human being is creative, and so for Snapchat, we open to camera. So again, how can we create experiences, add in AR features where you can try on a lip color for brands to integrate. We know that they use our map so they can engage where they not really need to use our map from getting to A to B, but they use the map to see where all their friends are. So if there's a store that they want to get to, or a place to perhaps meet up. And then of course, chat, right? It's going to be so fascinating to see what is not going to be chat in this new age.
Yeah, but I suppose also that if brands are going to seriously become like media companies, they're going to have to generate content and make sure that content is, reaching their target audiences at the right time.
Yeah.
But how do you help brands engage specifically with Gen Z?
Yeah, I think it is to understand that the Gen Z audience, or any audience in general, is looking to have much more engagement. They want to participate with your brand, and I think that's really the first conversation that we have, is that yes, you're probably looking at reach and scale and efficiency, but are you also offering opportunities for your brand to participate and engage in a way that could be one-to-one? So again, how can a brand show up in a chat. And what I always like to say is your brand in the group chat, because I'll tell you this, that your user is probably getting recommendations from their friends and family, and that will probably help you engage in a more opportunistic commerce moment. But I would also say that how can you create more creative experiences? And I know we talk a lot about AI, about efficiency, but how can AI actually be a tool for you to put that technology in the hands of your user so they can have a brand experience that is creative and also personal? So I love what you had said, Kelly, about like with agents, and how can that be something that you put in the hands of your user to create a new personalized experience for them. So that really resonated with me. Very good. Yeah.
Great. And Dom,
yes.
You know, it's interesting because obviously you run, this amazing business, which is empowering everything we're talking about.
We got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Some robots this week.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You said at the beginning that to the audience, it may not seem natural that we've got these three people on stage, but actually it's super natural, because I'll give you a couple scenarios, right? So Snapdragon is inside the Snap glasses. Snap glasses can be a discovery mechanism for Ulta Beauty and for your fans. I have 20 million Snapdragon insiders in my community. Snap is a community unto its own, and you've got 45 million. How do we take this commerce media idea and bring insiders into utilizing a tool and a fun experience like Snap glasses to explore their wellness and their beauty, and make that 45 million now like hundreds of millions. So it's all a multiplier effect. We all are part of the same ecosystem because we're enabling different pieces of the experience, and ultimately to get to a goal. And so it is natural that we're all on stage together because we all interact with each other in some way.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about consumers and discoverability, accessibility, and engagement and purchase, it's a natural fit that we're all up here together. And so it's pretty exciting, for sure.
Because I think one of the big features going forward for marketers is going to be about collaboration, isn't it? So it's not about building their own walled gardens, as an expression some might use. But
and we all have partnerships, right? I mean, obviously you have got, you said your house of brands. I get to work with some of the most amazing brands in the world, including Snap and others, and Samsung and BMW and Louis Vuitton and everybody else. And we wouldn't be successful without those partners and telling stories together as well as on our own, and then bringing to life these experiences that then CMOs like you can use to then better address your community and reach your objectives. So we're all part of this soup, back to your analogy, to make it all work.
Yeah, and sort of looking at the sort of everything that's happening at this CS. I mean, I think the mood this year has been different. It does feel we are in the implementation stage, and you are seeing sort of much more collaboration. But what do you think that the practical lessons people can take away? Because a lot of the conversations are a bit confusing. They are sort of like this. You say, well, they've got very different organizations trying to work out, actually, we should be collaborating. We've got similar data sets. We've got products that can maybe be reformatted and work in different ways you hadn't expected. I mean, what do you think should be the main takeaway?
For this show specifically?
Yeah.
I mean, CES is always, I'm not going to tell you how many CESs I've been to because I don't want to age myself, but it's always been a morphing show, right? It's gone through various iterations of itself. This year, for example, it seems a little bit more industrial than it has in the past, with the likes of Siemens on stage and Hitachi and talking about more sort of industrial sort of things. And it's not just about TV screens and shiny objects. So it's always evolved over time. I've read some of the commentary from some of the pundits, and both the snarky ones as well as the supporters of the show. And the range has been like, there's nothing new, right? To, oh my God, robots are taking over the world. To, right? To, hey, this mofo tool is really cool. So it really is a range of things. I don't have a personal opinion about what the key takeaway from the key takeaway for me from CES is, what are you taking away from CES personally? For your company, for your brand, for your ecosystem, And that's really all that matters. It's not what I say or what a pundit says or a reporter says. It's what do you take away from it? There's a lot here to explore, right?
Can I build on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think every single year that I've come to CES, what I always get inspired by is to remind yourself to continue to experiment.
Absolutely.
Like there's so many new things, and then actually going to your other metaphor of the gold rush, it actually just reminds like no one's really figured it out. We're all here.
For sure.
And the only way we are going to figure it out or figure out what works and doesn't work is to experiment. So I actually love CES as kind of the beginning of the year of making you feel uncomfortable of, oh my gosh, there's so many things I still need to learn, but most importantly, there's so many things I need to try. And so that's kind of one of my biggest takeaways consistently over
And
CES.
the addition of the Foundry at Foundblue, I think is a great addition to support that narrative of experimentation, right?
Yeah. A number of people we've been speaking to because suddenly you've got all these options and all this talk. But do you think there's ever a danger that marketing is getting just too complex? And there might be an argument that we now need to start maybe simplifying it. And we're speaking to maybe, Walmart yesterday was making this point. They're saying actually, ultimately it's about sales. And what AI and what the data gives us is this ability to be able to judge the incrementality of all our activity. And that is really, it's about sales. If it sells more, do it, and if it doesn't. But what are your views, Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're picking up on is that the role of marketing has probably shifted quite a bit over the last couple of years, especially with tools like AI and the use of data in order to power a lot of the experiences that used to maybe lean more heavily on things like a brand and creative. I think those are still really important foundational elements of a great marketer, is to have bold vision, to understand your customer, to be able to create creative that's going to be disruptive. All of that is really important, but I think the element that you're probably picking up on is what's equally as important for the profile of the CMO of the future is their ability to understand data, to understand technology, and to be able to adapt in a world where things are more automated. So I call it the team sport. Like AI is the team sport. Like my job is I need to take along partners more probably as a CMO now than maybe the CMOs 5 years ago had to do. My job requires me to work very closely with the Chief Information and Technology Officer, with our CFO, because I'll tell you, implementing anything data technology and AI is an evolving, always-on drip. It's not a waterfall, like, okay, it's gonna cost us $10 million and we'll be done in 9 months. It doesn't work that way. It's an always-on type of investment, and the return on investments are a trial and error process. I really like how you described that. Like there's wins here and there are gonna be failures here, and what you have to do is get as much value out of the failures, which are not failures, they're learning opportunities that power you to deliver more wins. But I know there's all this talk about whether or not AI is gonna be able to produce a return on your investment, and I mean, come on, it's gonna produce a return on your investment. There's no doubt about it. I feel like we've proven that at Ulta Beauty over the last couple of years. I think what's questionable is like, where do you place those bets? And then you're gonna have to kind of feel your way through it and optimize along with it. Were you gonna say something?
No, I was gonna say I agree with you completely, because every generation or every single year, I think marketing has always been somewhat complex, right? But what you have to make sure is to make sure goals are simple and your goals are clear. I think that's really the trick.
Yeah. I think the recipe is the recipe, right? How you do it, how we have to adapt to technology evolution and changing customer needs and wants and behaviors. That's what's changing, and either making it simpler or more complex. But the simple recipe of knowing your audience, providing context, being relevant to where they are and when they are, and when they're, and then driving resonance, which leads to action, which could be a purchase or whatever, that fundamentally doesn't change. How we do it, how we go about executing it, the types of tools that we are able to use, the changing tides, that's what's always kind of moving. And it's exciting to me because, and I think exciting to my colleagues here, it's because it keeps things interesting for us, right? If it was just the same thing over and over and over again, year after year, I think we'd all be seeking new career opportunities.
Yeah.
Right?
If it's just the same thing week after week after week.
It's boring.
What do you think of the, I mean, you've got an interesting background because you've got finance background.
Oh, Yes, I do. Yeah.
Which is very unusual for a marketer.
Right.
But do you think the marketing skill set is probably going to have to change as well? Maybe
I absolutely think it should change. I think, you know, I'm not necessarily your traditional CMO profile, perhaps, if you were judging, you know, from the 6 year ago playbook. I am 10 years in finance, so that was where I started my career. But honestly, I think everybody in business should probably start their career in finance some way, some shape, some form, because at the end of the day, you know, marketers are also growth architects, right? We need to understand the numbers and how the business grows, because we're such a key ingredient to the growth machine that in any company, I think that we are working for. So that was such an awesome training ground for me. But I quickly realized that's not the future path that I want to really head in. I don't want to be a CFO of a company, because I have this passion for the guest. I really love understanding what motivates a guest to want to do something, and I loved that space, and I kind of fell in love with this blend between marketing and finance, to be honest with you, which we call probably performance marketing, and that's how I kind of fell in love with loyalty, honestly. So I spent another 7, 8 years outside of Ulta Beauty just learning loyalty and customer engagement. We didn't have words like personalization. We didn't even have words like big data, but we understood this thing called loyalty and establishing a relationship with a customer so that you could get to know the customer. And that's when I decided to move to Ulta Beauty, and I thought that was such they had such an amazing vision when I was walking through the doors 10 years ago, that we think loyalty as a program could be the secret engine that drives and powers our growth. And I think what we've learned now is, yeah, it's the start of the relationship, but the data that you're acquiring, and it's data, but it's the understanding of the customer and your ability to power the understanding of your customer. So when we target, like, we don't target based on 18 to 45-year-olds that live in the suburbs. You know, that's gone. We don't do that. We understand the customer so well that we're actually like thinking about customers through the lens of what motivates the customers, and that becomes kind of our playbook for how we're really powering growth.
That's great. And you must get insights into this and how the marketing skill set is evolving, Grace. But what mistakes do you think, what are the common mistakes do marketers make when they're looking at platforms like Snap?
Yeah, I think I would say for one of the things, and maybe it's not a mistake, but just a watch out is, you know, we obviously need to be very measurement driven, but don't let the way you measure things limit you from trying new things. And it's almost like, are we optimizing to our measurement dashboard, or have we actually forgotten really what we're trying to do and actually put the customer at the center? And so I think that's kind of where I've always felt like Snap could be a great place for brands, is that we know that you can get many things from these other platforms that you're currently measuring, or what I would say traditionally measuring, but are you also looking at innovation and experimenting and acknowledging that your customer probably has many different behaviors that's not being reflected on your dashboard that you should actually tap into. And that could be, again, things like chat or engagement or participation beyond perhaps just impressions and clicks.
Yeah. And do you think that one of the, you know, a side question, I mean, obviously, you know, influencer marketing is very important. But what sort of changes do you sort of see there? Because one bit of research I saw that you know a significant proportion of influencers do not want to be influencers 10 years from now.
Oh yeah, I think what I would say is, if you look at certain behaviors that are happening, I do think that there are things that don't change, and a lot of I mentioned already is that family and friends have a tremendous amount of influence. And so really you have to look at, we talk about communities, but there are like, what kind of communities? There's passion communities, there's communities that are more your intimate, closer friends, and not just have a broad stroke definition of communities that we often use broadly. So that's one thing I would say is, how are you looking at your audience and their communities and how they're defining different places and different communities that they go for different things, and how are you engaging them in different ways? I would say the other big trend that we've seen is, again, messaging and chat. And when we talk about commerce, so much of commerce is happening in conversations, actually just real conversations. And so I mean it, like going into 2026, are you, you should ask yourself, are you in the group chat? I know Ulta Beauty is, we actually see that. But how are you getting into the group chat? How are you getting into conversations? Because that's also, again, a channel for commerce that I think is very much untapped.
Well, I mean, what we're all talking about here is trying to figure out what motivates people, right? And how do you extract motivation out of the conversations, right? Out of the loyalty programs, and really understanding your guests. Because figuring out what motivates people can lead to really good outcomes for all of us and our stakeholders, right? After all, we're here to make our businesses successful. That's the role of the CMO. And so understanding motivation, tapping into that motivation is really the key, to delivering on results. And and we're all sort of talking about that in a different way, but that's kind of how we're approaching. Yeah. And we have to continue to approach it that way, right? Because behaviors change, trends change, they come and go, influence changes. But really tapping into what motivates people, I think, is a really good way to kind of drive the outcome that you're trying to.
So what we're really saying, I suppose, is commerce media more of a mindset than a channel. Is that fair?
I mean, I think it's an interesting thought, for sure, right?
Yeah, I would say maybe think of it as, you say commerce as mindset, but it almost becomes what is not commerce.
Yeah, well, exactly, it's media, isn't it?
Right.
But what's the answer to that question?
Oh, I would say that...
commerce doesn't necessarily mean a financial transaction.
Exactly.
Commerce can be a broader idea.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah. And,
Sorry, I was just going to reflect on that for a second. Perhaps we could take it back to like how we're trying to talk about it with our brand partners around like our retail media network. And hey, don't think of this as just another way to place dollars to place an ad. And I'm a firm believer this year. One thing I didn't want to do anytime I was thinking about a sponsorship or a moment in culture where we're going to show up is, and you'll hear me say this, I'll say, let's not just slap our logo. This isn't a logo slap. I want this to be very, very meaningful. So we try to talk to our brand partners about, you have the choice of where you're going to put your dollar across the entire landscape of where retail media networks exist. And so we're in competition for those dollars across broader than just beauty. But what we can offer is the context around who this consumer is, what motivates the consumer to create that relationship. That's going to be so much more impactful and authentic. It's when they see your product in an ad that we can, in a piece of creative, let's not even call it an ad, in a piece of creative that we're placing out there on their behalf, it's going to come across with a high degree of relevancy, and it's going to make sense. It's not going to feel random.
Yeah, I think
it
is just to not think of commerce as what both of you are saying is as not a transaction.
Well, the point is, I suppose, in this context, how important is brand? Because is that what you mean?
Very
sometimes you've got to build a brand, but also the transaction side is also key. But
there's no difference between performance and brand.
I agree.
That is a fallacy that's been existed in our world to, motivate CMOs to spend money in different places, but it's ridiculous. Brand is performance. Performance is brand. Like, you can't distinguish between the two. That fallacy has been broken and proven wrong over and over and over again. Yeah. So I'm a big believer in, without one doesn't happen without the other.
Yeah,
it just doesn't.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. But sometimes you want your brand marketing to drive performance, but sometimes you don't necessarily need it to drive performance immediately. It doesn't need to be
but it's not a linear exercise. It's not a linear exercise anymore. Yeah. The funnel doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. The funnel is like a nebulous thing.
So I'm trying to clear up. So you're saying it is all commerce or media?
Well, I mean, you can label whatever you want.
It's all marketing.
Don't put labels on it.
Is that a conclusion?
It's an ongoing relationship and conversation with the people in your audience, and the people that you want to connect with and drive an outcome for. Yeah. Like, that's how I would describe it.
Right, yeah.
And there's different ways to do that, and there's different places, and different moments, to your point about when and how, and when is it relevant, and when do you provide context, and then how does it resonate with them, and then whatever behavior you want to drive. It could be an exchange of ideas. It could be, right? That's commerce, by the way. It's not just a financial transaction all the time, because sometimes you want to drive something else first that then leads to something else. So it's not that. I don't want to oversimplify it, but I also don't want to put it in a box.
Right, and I think the power with a tool like AI and with the landscape of social, for instance, it's really kind of more about the content, in my opinion. And so you talk about brand, and now the question is, okay, this is a message about why we exist and what makes us so special. And this is a message that might be a bit more promotional or more about what we traditionally used to call lower funnel, like buy this product right now. I think when you put all of it out into the social sphere, put it out into the context of where the consumer is going to ingest it, because it's not linear and because the funnel's kind of broken, the algorithm's going to figure that one out for us. But what I can tell you is you need it all.
Yes.
Like you need it all, and you need lots of volume of it. You need lots of volume of content.
Because right now, like, I'll give you an example. So I'm the front of shirt partner for Manchester United, the biggest football club in the world, arguably the biggest sports brand in the world. I can measure AV, right? I know I get 140 Super Bowl ads a year out of being that front of shirt partner. But what I can't measure is the intrinsic value of when Sabrina Carpenter wears that jersey with my brand on the front of it and takes a picture of herself and puts it on her Instagram. That's a moment. That's an association. That's an engagement with a whole other set of. I don't know if people are driving more affinity towards Snapdragon because Sabrina Carpenter wore the jersey on this moment at this concert on stage, or because I'm on the front of shirt at Manchester United. It's both.
Yeah.
It's all. So how do we actually measure all of that together to then to kind of get to like how is it really performing? So it's it's not that easy, but it's also you got to have it all.
Or it goes back to what we said in the very beginning. It's like you are not building a funnel, you're building an ecosystem.
You're building an ecosystem.
And they all fit together.
So you're brilliant, by the way.
So it goes back to what you said.
But and also just to build on this, because I think to connect it back to AI, and what you're describing is sort of that transactional decision making around what message goes to where. Let's hope that a year from now, all of that can be just quietly powered through automation. Like all those decisions can just be powered by automation, so that actually we could be spending our times as humans really thinking about the purpose and the meaning and the content and what motivates the consumer, and really that's kind of a more fun way of marketing.
Have we created something special so we aren't spamming our audience?
Exactly.
Yeah, but I suppose it's sort of in the final few moments, we should try and sort of put this sort of broad-ranging conversations together. So can you just sort of, each maybe give us a quick insight in which is the one thing marketers should really need to change over the course of the next year if they want to win in commerce media, or should we just say if they want to win?
Why don't you go first?
Okay, I'm happy to go first. I think the takeaway that I had at CES, and this sort of wraps is that it's not a question of if we're going to be doing this AI thing. Like it is a question of like when, and how are you going to prioritize the what's that you need to do, and nobody does have the playbook because no one really knows exactly how this is all going to work out, but it is important that you start to put the chips in, land your roadmap sooner rather than later. So what a marketer needs to do is take bold steps, be very open to trial and experimentation, start now and start with a discrete use case, and you'll find that when you start to just put these things into practice, it's like a snowball effect. Things start to build, and the snowball becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. So I guess what's the other thing they say is just what do they say? How do you eat an elephant? You just take one bite at a time? There you go. There's my takeaway for you.
Please.
I would say, a lot of what we talked about in this conversation here, experiment. You have to try new things. As it relates to platforms, think beyond the feed. There's so many more behaviors besides scrolling. And so just, again, you optimize for actions and behaviors, not just moments and scale, but really what is the behavior, what is the relationship you want to build.
That's great.
I would say that understand the uncontrollables, because there's more than ever. As we move from an SEO world to an AEO world or GEO world, there's going to be a loss of control. So that's where consistency is really going to matter. That's where you have to think about, do I move my activities, my budgets, my initiatives from one place to another place so that I can still get the discoverability, the accessibility, and the outcome that I want in a world where I can't buy my way to the top of page. I can't control the journey anymore. That's being done, democratized, and being done somewhere else through an LLM or whatever. So we have to start thinking about those things now. It's challenging, exciting, a little scary, I think, for some people, but those immediately in the next 12 months, we've got to start thinking about stuff like that.
That's brilliant. And I would say, keep stirring the soup. But anyway, thanks to an amazing panel. Thanks to an amazing audience.
Thank you.
See you soon.
All right, let's give another huge round of applause to our panelists. We're going to take, oh yeah, let them have it. We're going to take a break for lunch, but we will return for our final session this afternoon at 1 p.m. See you then.
So very early on, we made sure part of our strategic plan was to have Dr. Morris Hughes work through a recruitment and workforce improvement strategy. And that's one of those things you'll see if you look up our strategic plan that we have there for the district. There's very early on a benchmark that's laid out. Let's make sure that we have the workforce investments in place so that people that are going to be impacted by the tools that we're going to roll out are ready for it. And she was ready for it before I even came to her to say, you know, let's start figuring this out. She was, I got this great tool, Skills Nation, please don't say no. I got this great tool coming up, Talent Capital AI, please don't say no. We were ready. It was great. We were lockstep, and I think that's one of the core things to the success that we see with both of these programs is that it's hitting that number one value that I'm looking for with AI, the benefit to the residents, but it's also something that is sustainable for our regional economy. It's sustainable for the district government because the investment that I have made in this is $0, which is absolutely fantastic.
Can I say just one other thing? It takes leadership to be able to stand out front and say, states innovate, states reduce administrative burdens, chief technology officers to say, I will help you find a way to get to yes, here's how you get there. That's a great example of leaders, and I'm very proud to call these folks colleagues on this stage.
And let me just jump in too and say, first of all, commend the leadership in DC of that type of innovation, right? Because one of the greatest challenges of AI for the workforce is just the speed of change. And so we need to have agility in being able to experiment with these new types of models and new types of innovations. And one of the biggest problems in government is that oftentimes you don't have the flexibility to innovate. And so one of the things that we are trying to do at the federal level is say, as we pass down this funding to different states, how can we take away some of that burden and say, hey, let's actually focus less on the inputs and more on the outputs of if you are generating high quality labor market outcomes for workers and businesses, you can have more flexibility in how you get there. And so I think it's a perfect type of example of the innovation that the US Department of Labor wants to further support.
And you talk a lot about interoperability too, right? Can you tell a little bit more, like we see Department of Labor and Education together, what does that mean in action for the states?
Yeah, I think, historically, one of the many challenges in workforce development has been the fragmentation. There are all these different stakeholders, community colleges and workforce development boards and the state and the local, the Department of Commerce and Education and Labor, and everyone's kind of thinking about this same issue in maybe slightly different ways. And so one of the things that this administration is doing is saying, how do we stop thinking in silos and actually just start thinking about one holistic human capital development strategy? And as you said, Jimena, part of that is saying historically, some of these programs that the Department of Education has run around career and technical education, et cetera, now the Department of Labor has announced we are going to be administering those programs to have a more unified strategy. And so we think that interoperability and unification of that strategy is really important in this age of AI.
And it comes down to what, Dr. Morris-Hughes?
It comes down to willpower, a little bit of gravitas, being driven to make something happen. When we were launching Talent Capital AI, I literally had to pick up the phone and call the secretaries of labor in the other states and they jumped on the opportunity immediately. But to really get this going. And so it takes a significant amount of will and way power to make something like that happen.
And I want to touch on two things that are part of the talent strategy. One is AI as part of the operation, the operations and the infrastructure of workforce. A lot of people don't really see how complex it can be because it's very compliant driven. So what are some of the things that you would like to see, Chief Stockton, happening in terms of removing barriers? And then if you, Dr. Morris-Hughes and CTO Miller, describe how are you implementing some of those removing barriers, like I heard about WIOA Go and things like that.
Well, I would just first say on the technology side, and part of what we outlined in America's Talent Strategy, is that a lot of the workforce challenges are around navigation. How does an individual get from point A to point B of where they are now to the different possibilities in the labor market? And I think the exciting thing that we see around AI is that AI can get so much more granular at making informed recommendations of, given the skills that you have, given the experiences that you've had over the course of your career, what are the set of possibilities, the in-demand careers in your local community, but more importantly, what are the different steps to get there? What are the retraining pathways or the supports that you might be eligible for that can make those connections? And so I think those are the types of technology deployments that we've seen really work well across states, that, again, we want to reduce those barriers to support that innovation.
And we're reducing barriers by implementing new programs to upskill and train residents to compete in the workforce and labor market. I'm really super proud of WIOA Go and how we're automating and optimizing what historically has been at least 15 or 20 pages of questions in order to enroll in a federal program. And now folks will be able to do it from a mobile device, which is amazing, right? Long overdue. Another way is making sure that we are training folks in high demand industries. We have the first in the country AI data annotator apprenticeship, We are huge supporters of apprenticeship. We value apprenticeship. I'm almost an evangelist for apprenticeship because I have seen with my own two eyes how it has the ability to change someone's life. And to be the first in the country AI data annotator apprenticeship, you don't have to have a college degree. You get to work in AI, and then you combat this narrative that jobs are eliminated because you have folks that are actually learning how to work with technology and AI. We should be proud of these sorts of innovations and ways that we are, upskilling and training folks.
That's right.
And I would just point out, it is one of the great things about moving on something like Skills Nation and Talent Capital AI is it creates a model for reuse across the district government for very similar use cases. It won't be directly what Talent Capital does, but it teaches my team how a product like that works. What steps need to be put in place to research this? If we were to build something like this inside the government at another agency, what governance model do we need to follow? So it's not just breaking through a barrier that really didn't exist for Dr. Morris Hughes agencies, but it's removing that barrier for the other agencies that need to innovate and follow the pace that we're moving at. And that's one of the greatest things about this, is this creates essentially a use case across the entirety of the district government and a model for my team and those teams at all these agencies in the district to follow to do great things like what we're talking about today.
I'm going to ask, raise your hand if you are interested in building or wanting to build AI agents for anything. Raise your hand if you're interested in agentic AI. Okay, so we heard about Skills Nation and about Talent Capital. Both of them are agentic. So anybody here, we can start here with you, CTO Miller. How is different going to ChatGPT or going into a job board than finding a match in Talent Capital or Skills Nation?
Yeah, the key takeaway with an agentic approach to a product like this is that it's following the guardrails that you're putting in place. It's not imagining what it needs to do every minute of every day. This is not a process that requires creativity or ideation, which is what those ChatGPTs are very good at that. Gemini's very good at that. Claude's very good at that. The reality is, though, when you want to do something and you want a guaranteed outcome, when you take an agentic approach, you are guaranteeing your outcomes. You're guaranteeing that your models and your approach are following the instructions and the requirements that you put forward. The big issue that you see when you're using those more generative-based models is that the potential to hallucinate is there, and that can create potential biases, that can create wrong information, it creates an accountability issue down the line. But when you follow a path like they followed with these products, you are guaranteed success.
Because you set up goals, and in the case for Talent Capital, the goal is that they will get a direct match or a transferable skills match. For both Talent Capital and Skills Nation, there are agents. They even have names, right? Yeah, what's the name of one of them? Celeste is one. Celeste. Yeah. Celeste. What does Celeste do, or any of these agents do in general, that you find to be different?
Celeste is the career counselor I didn't have when I graduated from high school or college. That's right. So Celeste helps you think through your search. Celeste is a navigator. And her voice is very calming and reassuring. You may even think that she could be a real person, but Celeste is that that mentor, that guide that helps you figure out what your skill is and how it may show up in a job position description and why you should apply for it.
Yeah, and I mean it's important to point out that this is creating an opportunity for individuals that they didn't know potentially existed. All right, my personal tech story, I don't have a computer science degree, and my focus was not anything related to technology when I was going through school. And I personally had to figure out that that was a pathway I wanted to go down. But a tool like Celeste is going to help people identify those opportunities based upon the skills that they may not realize are transferable into that marketplace, into technology, or into some other potential. I'm very interested in technology careers, but I know you're interested across the board. But a tool like Celeste is going to help people identify an opportunity they didn't know that existed for them. And it's going to better them through the use of this tool. It's going to be great.
And that is a person, right, from Talent Capital getting onboarded right now that pivoted to a new career because Celeste advised a different role and got that role. So it is working.
Can I just 30 seconds share a really quick true story? We support and serve people in all stages of their life, whether they're coming home for a second chance from incarceration, maybe they're coming home from military service, maybe they've graduated from high school and haven't quite found their way. And we were working with a woman on TANF, SNAP, single mother, children, ready to get back into the workforce, and was unsure of her skill set. And, it said, do you break up the fights of your children? Yeah. I said, that's conflict resolution. Do you, manage a budget for your family to make ends meet? And I said, not only could that be project management, but that shows strong financial acumen. What Celeste would do and has done is guide that individual to take those skills that they didn't know they already have to connect with a job posting that they could apply for. And I'm telling you, you got to see it in action. It creates competitive candidates. We want people who can go out into the job market and compete, submit a resume, feel good about their experience, and get the job. And Celeste navigates and helps a person do that.
What excites me the most about this is the applications beyond this use case. I can now, today we're talking about matching people to jobs based upon some data points that we're collecting about them. I can potentially match people to government services they didn't know exist as well, which can help them with more opportunities beyond this. It's very exciting.
That's great. And you at CIO Stockton, you come from tech, so which is awesome. Like for all the techies in the room, government, tech leaders, just make our lives so much better. So tell us a little bit about the power of AI for all these things that we're talking about. What just putting your techie hat right now.
I think the thing on my mind is just, again, it's a sentiment element. I think there's this narrative right now, especially for kids thinking about going to the workforce, that they should be fearful of AI, they should be skeptical of AI, there's a lot of risks. And let's be clear, there should be the right guardrails, but I think there's such an opportunity to shift the societal narrative around AI and work from a narrative of fear to a narrative of optimism, right? Because the kids these days that are growing up and thinking about the workforce, they are the ones that are going to have the opportunity to build these AI engines, to build these multi-agent architecture structures and robotic structures. And if we give them the skills and supports and the pathways, like platforms that DC launched, they can access those. But I think the narrative piece is something that's very top of mind for me in the Department of Labor.
And we have 1 minute and 24 seconds to finish. So I want to ask the three of you, starting with you, or we can start here and then there. There are two things that the talent strategy have that I personally love. One of them is apprenticeships. But the other one is actually saying, yes, we may lose some jobs, but there will be other jobs created. And so does Celeste displace a case manager? And what does so the question is how do you get in ahead of AI displacing? And the second, and I want to end up with you, CIO Stockton, you tell us about the apprenticeship performance and how it's different. And the second is how do we train this new, in this new era for jobs that may no longer require a college degree?
My viewpoint on this is making sure that we aren't replacing folks. We're helping them get better. We're assisting folks. We're making sure that they have a better skill set so they can deliver more value for the residents every day.
Echo, you get the last 5 seconds.
My one word is agility. Agility in the age I is most important for the workforce.
We're going to get 2 more seconds to talk a little bit about the apprenticeship performance.
Okay, 30 seconds. Last week, the Department of Labor announced $145 million in funding to expand registered apprenticeships. But the most important part about it is that we're having this principle of accountability of the dollars that we actually spend. Again, not about the inputs, it's about outputs. And so we're expanding pay for performance apprenticeships, meaning that we're only giving money when it actually leads to an increase in apprenticeships themselves to make sure that we're spending the American taxpayer dollar well.
Great. So let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
From discovery and personalization to end-to-end commerce workflows. Please welcome our speakers for Smarter Shopping, AI agents powering the next era of retail innovation, moderated by Mike DeHer, Vice Chair, U.S. Consumer Industry at Deloitte.
All right, well, Happy New Year, everybody. Thrilled to be back at CES. Deloitte's been here at CES for a number of years, and just seeing how CES has evolved is really inspiring. Thrilled to be with all of you today. I have the privilege of leading Deloitte's consumer industry vertical, which we organize around discretionary spending for the consumer, automotive, retail, consumer products, and travel. And I'm joined by two excellent panelists, and I'll let them introduce themselves. And please share a little bit about your organization as well. So Kevin, we'll start with you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Haig. I lead the Emerging Technologies Group at Coca-Cola. And that includes things other than AI, but obviously it feels like AI is everywhere at CES this year. In fact, a show of hands, how many people are excited to have today end? Anybody? No, everybody
don't
wants
wanna
to keep
leave.
going. Everybody wants to keep going. This is great. But anyways, yeah, I live in Atlanta, Georgia, which is a strange place to have a lot of AI, but we're doing a ton of stuff with consumers. You've probably seen some of our ads and other things, some controversial and some not. And here to talk about what's going on with AI and consumers.
Great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rob Pace. I'm the founder and CEO of 100X. And we believe we're the first company that's been able to make the connection between today's customer experiences and tomorrow's financial performance. One fun fact about our company, 100% of our cost of goods sold goes to charity, as I'll explain. So we talk all the time about having the ambition of a for-profit, but the heart of a nonprofit.
Great. And it will become clear to the audience, too, why we've asked Rob to join us, especially when it comes to data and how critical that is in this world of agentic commerce. I do want to poll the audience a little bit here, because this space is changing so quickly. If you used an LLM chat bot for your holiday shopping, raise your hand this year. Okay, keep it up if you used one, if you recall using one last year. Okay, so quite a bit of progress occurring already in this space. I certainly rely on mine quite a bit for when it comes all things shopping. Deloitte researched a perspective on agentic commerce. I encourage everybody to check it out. It was in the Wall Street Journal. And today we're going to structure our conversation around some 5 key takeaways from that point of view. But before we do that, this is the most important time of the year for our industry. And I'd love to get Rob's take on what actually happened this holiday season. I think people are coming in a little bit more pessimistic on what it meant for consumers, but tell us what we saw in the data.
Yeah, so we track customer feedback, customer experience on 5,000 brands over 94 industries. So 2/3 of the U.S. economy is consumer. And I would say, Mike, there are 2 major themes we see coming out of holiday. One is just the importance of value to the consumer, and the winners were those who created more value for the price. And we don't think this is a cyclical economic thing. We think this is a secular. The consumer is very focused on value. And again, value doesn't mean price. Value is sort of the trade-off between what you pay for something and the other benefits you get. The second thing, and you've alluded to it, is about 15% of our feedback on e-commerce mentioned the use of AI. So I think we'll look back and say this holiday season was truly the start of agentic commerce, and we're seeing that has tremendous implications, as I know we'll get into.
Great. Yeah, and the value-seeking consumer has been something we've been studying quite a bit at Deloitte. Our research from the past summer actually showed about 40% of American consumers are doing what we call value-seeking, looking for lower prices, trading down, maybe withholding on buying. That went up to actually 70% over the holidays, but that's mainly driven because it's an event, like a holiday buying season. So consumers are becoming more value-seeking, and they are now have a new tool in their hand to help them find that value, and that is agentic commerce. So let's talk about some of the takeaways that we have from our perspective. The first is AI agents are becoming a new commerce channel. It's not just a feature. So it's a distinct channel with its own traffic patterns, conversion dynamics, and economics. And Kevin, maybe you could talk a little bit about that takeaway from Coke's perspective.
Yeah, so if you think about agents and what they're going to be able to do is streamline how we're actually selling to directly to consumers. And while a lot of people think about agents as this digital, I guess the way to say it is kind of a digital anomaly in their life today, by 2030, I think we're seeing like $26 billion that will be spent in agentic commerce. So this is high growth. It's probably more than that, honestly, like when I think about the stats and how people are selling. So a brand like Coke, how do we engage agents instead of consumers? And agents will know everything about you because you'll have a personal agent that's your own agent. This agent will go and buy things for you. So so the engagement model completely changes, and the revenue streams, I believe, will change as well.
Yeah, and as we think about it, we think this has pretty profound implications. So probably one of the things that's not talked about from a consumer standpoint about AI is, one, just the power of the distribution pipes that are being created. And then secondly is transparency. So as Mike and Kevin have said, your agents will know what jobs to be done. That's really how the consumer thinks about it. What job do I need this product to do? And with transparency and more data, your agent will start to look and say, okay, which meets those needs? And that radical transparency will mean you can't fake it anymore. So the agent will not be persuaded by an ad. We have a view futuristically that ads will be more about earned ads versus sponsored ads, because the agents won't care about your quote ads. So we see a whole new generation of the pathway to purchase that goes through the agent. Interestingly, trust ends up being the key. We talk about trust is actually the new oil. It's not data. The world's awash in data. It's trust, and that's what we see is really the current Achilles heel in our data on AI.
And trust is really important for us. We're a trusted brand, and it's top of mind. And I think that gives us some pause. There's a lot of vendors. I see a lot of vendors that come to me with agentic solutions. And how do we trust that their technology is solid, and how the consumers will see that technology? Because if the agent goes off the rails, it could damage our brand. So that's super important for us.
Yeah, what we see, we track 75 of the leading platforms, the LLMs, and I think we're pretty close in terms of the chat experience, the speed, sort of the wow factor. But the two negatives we see people calling out is the results, can I trust them? Are they reliable? And then the references. So the references are going to be key. And ironically, human verified in the era of AI is actually going to be on its ascendancy, which probably most people wouldn't have predicted even a couple years ago.
It's great, and we're thinking about the evolution of where these agents can go. Ask the audience the question around using a chatbot for search, right? And trying to compare what I'm looking for, what problem I'm trying to solve, and what products are out there that help me solve it, to the evolution of actually having my own personal buying agent, right? As a consumer, I have groceries that need to be bought. These are the types of things I'm looking for, and then actually going out into the marketplace and searching for those products, and then actually at some point actually transacting on my behalf. And so you guys are raising this issue around trust and the importance of me as a consumer willing to take that step with an agent actually doing buying on my behalf. So what are your thoughts on where this could go? Like, where is this progression? Right now, we saw about what you said in terms of percentages of people using these to search for product. But eventually, can we see it to a point where we're using agents as consumers to do the heavy lifting of our shopping for us? In which cases does that make, do we might think that may actually play out?
Yeah, I think we're in the initial stages of this where a lot of consumers are leveraging LLMs. They go to ChatGPT or something, and search for something specific. They know what they want to get the best deal, and they want to have the most convenience. So I think convenience is a big part of it. However, I would say that in some cases, people, what we've seen is some percentage of people will actually go and verify, kind of trust and verify the LLM, because they're used to last year where we talked about hallucinations, but a lot of that's gone today. There could be cases where there are hallucinations, but in general, it's much lower than what it used to be. And so I think that will increase trust. And as that trust increases to a point where they know that the LLM is finding the best deal and the most convenient way of purchasing some good that they want, the next phase will, that's phase one, search for something I want. Phase two is going to be, now I'm going to let the LLM, here's my wallet. I'm going to go let it buy that particular thing for me. And then phase three will be context-oriented, where you'll have a large, maybe you're having a party at home, a great example. And you're going to have 10 people, 2 of them are vegan, and you want to have this kind of, a Mediterranean-style dinner for your friends, plus alcohol, whatever. You could actually explain to LLM, this is what I want, and because of it has context of what you like, and you've added context that there's 2 people that are that will eat vegan, then it will go and source this for you. So when the trust gets to that point, I think that's when agentic commerce is really going to hit stride. I mean, there'll be agentic commerce today, but really when it hits stride is when you can have the LLM do something for you that you had to spend time planning, and you miss details, and then you're running down to a grocery store at the last minute. Here it's delivered to your house, completely sourced for you by an agent. And I think we'll be there in 3 years, maybe in some markets. I think honestly we'll see that probably in some emerging markets first.
My opinion means nothing, but I feel like listening to hundreds of thousands of consumers every month, there's some really interesting takeaways. So first of all, if we just look at the LLMs, the foundation models, current users for the top models are planning to use them 20+% more in the future. So clearly they're getting value. But a lot of that's driven by productivity gains as opposed to end-to-end solutions. So we also track for 1,000 brands what the consumers are saying, the use of AI. So can it end-to-end help me with my makeup or design my house, et cetera? And there, the feedback right now is it's not ready for prime time. So I think it will likely get there, but I guess our advice for businesses is be careful not to go to get out too quickly, because you could actually hurt it. And there are very few examples where right now it is solving end-to-end solutions. But in terms of your hyper-personalization, what we do know is that on average, people have 3 positives and 1 negative that they summarize for us about every brand experience. And so if you know what those are and can hyper-personalize it, that's where this is all gonna go, is what outcome are they trying to achieve as a consumer, and your agent knows that outcome, and it executes on your behalf based on information that it trusts.
It's great. And certainly we've seen a trend prior to even the pandemic of consumers valuing experiences, in many cases even over goods, right? So I think many people in this room, I don't know if I'm dating myself, but we used to spend our time in shopping malls on the weekends, hanging out the food court and going to, chain stores. And that's just not happening as much anymore. Where are people spending their time? They're spending their time on their phone. They're looking at social media and what their friends and families are doing. And so that's leading to them share of wallet to more travel, to dining out, to experiences. And certainly there are retail experiences that people still value. And I love taking my daughter to a grocery store, one of our favorite grocery store chains, because it's a whole experience. It's a little shopping cart for her, and she's like running around the store. And I'm not going to give that up to a chatbot. No offense to the to the folks that are leading the way in that. So what we're talking about here, though, there are certain consumer goods that people are willing to hand over to the chatbot, right? And that's one takeaway I think is the luxury buying experience is probably not going to change that. We're not going to hand that over to an agent or certain experiences that we highly value. But when product discovery is moving more upstream, so going from search engine optimization to eventually agentic commerce, brands are losing control, right? Like you're not able to just funnel people to your website as much. And so what are the implications for brands that way? And how should they position against that? We talked about context. What does context mean? What extra data do I need to have better context to maintain that control of the consumer purchase intent?
Yeah, in our view, companies are going to have to reorganize around customer outcomes. And people have often talked about it, but the reality in business is usually you're structured based on product line, et cetera, because the scorecard of business, rightly or wrongly, is did you get the sale? In the future, it's going to be did you get the sale and what is the outcome? What is the result? And with that transparency, you're not going to be able to win if current customers aren't telling other customers through agents that indeed this is the right alternative for you. So I think what's going to end up happening is marketing is going to have to change to accentuating the truth of the outcome with evidence-based insights that will be persuasive to the agents, and companies will no longer be able to optimize based on product. What we see, and I think agents will accelerate this, is share of X thinking. So what I mean by that is, as a consumer, you're thinking share of stomach. You're not thinking share of quick serve or share of grocery. You mentioned your time, share of time, et cetera. And the agents will be able to bundle things in a way that were heretofore not easily bundled to create those sort of cocktails that creates that sort of share of X outcome that they optimize. So it's going to actually, the way we see it from a customer standpoint is it's going to transform advertising, the whole pathway to purchase, discovery, transparency, and ultimately how businesses have to operate. So pretty profound. The timetable, we'll see. Kevin will know that certainly better than we will. But I don't know if you would add or disagree.
I think when we look at advertising, it's obviously been changing for the past 20 years. Online, from fixed media to TVs, now the internet, apps, and so forth. As we move into this agentic commerce era, I think there will still be pieces of that. So traditional advertising will still exist because behind the agent will be a person, and that person will be influenceable. In fact, maybe even more influenceable than the agent itself. The agent, I think initial agents will be very fixed. Hey, this person likes Cherry Coke Zero, it's my favorite drink. Don't try to sell me something else. Whereas humans will be influenceable, but the vectors in which they'll be influenced, I think, will change. And we don't know what all those will be. I mean, you have AR, I was walking around, you have AR glasses everywhere. And how will you put ads in there? I don't know. But I am fascinated with the concept that we will now have a bifurcated marketing system. You'll have your agentic marketing, and then you'll have your media marketing, if you will. And traditionally, there's been different types of marketing, of course, but I think this is going to fundamentally change how it's done. And they may work with each other, and certainly in the generative case, they will work with each other.
Yeah, just reflecting a bit on what does it take to win in this type of environment, especially when it comes to data. And some of our clients rely, obviously, on internal data. But in this new world, even augmenting it with external data is even more critically important. At Deloitte, we've invested in our converged data spine, consumer data spine, which is about 100 million households in the US. And our clients are leveraging that external data in addition to their internal data to have more context around what products to offer, what to price and promo them at, where, what micro markets should they target. And of course, Rob, our partnership with 100X provides an exceptional data set around consumer perception. Maybe you could talk a little bit more about what the potential is of using that perception data in an agentic world.
Yeah, so in a former life, I was one of the original partners at Goldman Sachs, and I had a responsibility for running all capital markets. So your company was going to go public, my group would take that public, et cetera. And the reason I founded 100X is I was sort of shocked at how underrepresented the customer's outcome was in how companies were valued, particularly because when I saw like a year later, that's what really determined whether they were successful or not. So what we did with our data set is we had to really rethink survey. We had to figure out how do we get normal people to provide it, and that was the nonprofit type. People provide us the data because we give money to over 4,000 nonprofits that are highly diverse around the country for participating. We let them choose the brands, but then we sat back and said, okay, what actually determines future sales growth? What actually determines future stock price? What determines when analysts move up or down a company? What we found was pretty interesting. It was not likelihood to recommend. It was not first-party data. What we found is it was the trend in the company's results year over year of future purchase intent, asking somebody, am I going to buy more or less of that product? And secondly, the spread versus the competitor. Because I think what companies often do is they're too much focused on kind of their own data, and really you win by being better than the alternative. So what we've been able to do is establish that when we see these inflections, about 2/3 of the time the company's going to miss or beat in the direction that the crowd is signaling us. And that's why we have very broad adoption with some of the largest investors and research analysts, et cetera, is because it's predictive. But it's predictive only because you have a reference of you versus the competition. You can't get there just on your own. You can't get there with questions like likelihood to recommend to a friend. You have to ask about future purchase intent, and you have to have longitudinal data to interpret it. That was probably the big takeaway.
Great. And Kevin, do you want to talk a little bit about the future around personalization and what this new world of agentic offers in that space?
Yeah, I think personalization, hyper-personalization obviously will come very quickly with agents understanding you better than maybe even you understand them yourself. It's kind of funny, like years ago, you would go and type one character in Google and it knew that you wanted a pizza or something, you know, and they have some of the most advanced personal data, I think, of any company in the world, outside of China maybe. And but this era of hyper-personalization is going to come pretty fast. What companies do with it, I think, is going to be important. And at Coke, I think we're going to take a very conservative approach. I think it can be overdone, and we're going to focus on like what's best for the consumer. How do I get the best product into the consumer's hand at the right time, and to make them have the most powerful experience possible. Beyond that, I think data, it's interesting you brought up data, and I'll just touch on it briefly. I think the way that we access data and use data is going to change dramatically because it's going to move out of the word data into context and into intelligence and eventually into, I heard the other day, a startup told me they want to move it into the wisdom space. And I thought that was a really powerful way of saying it, and I think that's what we're looking for as a company. We don't care about the data. As long as the data is good and it's governed, I want the wisdom of like, what product should I be selling to the consumers and what do they want before maybe they know they want it, you know, would be ideal.
That's right. Good, and maybe we'll touch on the last topic, which is around multi-agent environments, right? Where you have supply chain, marketing, product development, facing off in a more integrated way against the consumer. Maybe you could touch just on that.
Totally. We totally believe that distributed agents are the future. I don't care what the system is, as long as I can talk to it with A to A or MCP or any of this kind of stuff, or web APIs. Leave those agents doing what they're experts about. And we will communicate with them from orchestration layers and intelligence layers that will allow them to be experts in their field. So it's like people. You have your SMEs. Agents will be SMEs, and you'll have your own SME, which is super cool.
Absolutely. Good. Well, look forward to coming back next year to see more hands up on who's using chatbots for their holiday shopping for next year. But huge thank you for joining us. Big thank you to Kevin from Coca-Cola, Rob from 100X. And like I said, check out our point of view on the Wall Street Journal on agentic commerce. Thank you for
Thanks,
joining
everybody.
us today. Thank you.
In AI that are making human-robot collaboration a reality. Please welcome our speakers for Robots Among Us. Welcome to the Age of Humanoids, presented by Agility Robotics. Our moderator, Jesse Orrell, senior video producer at CNET, Sif Davis.
Welcome, everybody. I am thrilled to introduce our wonderful panel here. We've got Pras Velagapudi, CTO of Agility Robotics, Deepu Tala, the VP and General Manager of Robotics and Edge AI at NVIDIA, and Chakrapani Nalavadi, aka Chak, from Lead of Advanced Production Technology Americas, Scheffler Group USA. To kick it off, everybody on this panel is connected to one humanoid robot in particular, and that is Digit. So I'm wondering if we could go down the line, starting with Pras, and introduce your particular connection to this humanoid.
Well, at Agility Robotics, we manufacture Digit, and you can see it actually, it's at a booth back there. And we've actually had Digit in deployments, in production use cases in manufacturing and logistics, moving around objects, being in actual warehouses, manufacturing facilities, doing real work for over a year now. In fact, last year, our robot was at CES at Scheffler's booth showing off the workflows that we're doing. So that's our connection, and we've been working very closely with NVIDIA ever since NVIDIA stepped into the physical AI space and started really focusing on it a couple of years ago. And we've been working with Scheffler to basically both figure out what types of components make humanoids work so that we can use that, and also what it takes to bring our humanoid out to their manufacturing environments, which we've been doing over the past couple of years.
Yeah, so we, NVIDIA, are providing the core underlying technology for physical AI and robotics. We built 3 computers, computer for training the AI. The second computer is testing the AI in simulation. The third one is the runtime deployment computer, which goes inside the robot brain. And we provide the associated open models and software libraries. So we are the core tech that help Digit come to life.
So I'm from Scheffler, and we are automotive supplier. We have 110 plants around the world, and we are using NVIDIA's tools for simulating our plants, and Digit, Agility's humanoid, for automating our processes. And since last, I think, 14 months, we have 4 robots running in our production. So they are doing a great job. And yeah, so that's how we are connected to NVIDIA and Agility.
Fantastic. Between the 3 of these guys, we have a really broad range of perspectives on the deployment of humanoids. And I'd like to drill down into how y'all work together. So starting with training these robots, Pras and Deepu, could you explain how you work together to get these robots to learn how to do the things that they need to do? Pras, would you like to start?
Yeah, so there's basically 3 different ways that we engage with NVIDIA. And Deepu kind of mentioned or hinted at it with the 3 types of compute required, right? So we have an NVIDIA accelerator in Digit. Digit uses NVIDIA hardware to run inference on the robot for AI models and run processing on the models. We also use NVIDIA hardware to train our models in the cloud. So we're running on cloud resources which run at much larger scales than what's on the robot, powered by NVIDIA hardware to be able to build our models. And then we also use NVIDIA tools to help do the optimizations for that model building. So using things like NVIDIA Isaac and using assets from Omniverse, which is actually a great way for Scheffler to actually interact with us as they're building their digital twins. They can hand over those digital assets to us to put in our training environments, and we can use NVIDIA Isaac tools as our actual simulation to train the robot. So we have these multiple paths by which we get benefit out of the NVIDIA tooling. And of course, we've been really well engaged with their product teams and giving them a lot of feedback, what works, what doesn't. We get to test a lot of new stuff that they put out, which is really exciting. So it's been a great collaboration.
So if you think about building a humanoid robot, fundamentally 4 steps. If you want to walk backwards from the last step to the first, the last step, of course, is the physical robot itself and the runtime deployment. But before you deploy, you got to test it, and the best place to test it is in simulation because it's faster, safer, cheaper. Before you test it, of course, you have to train the model. That's the second step. That's reasonably well understood how to train these models because training, whether it's for a robot or a large language model for a digital AI, is relatively similar. But the first step that you need that makes this job extremely hard is the data. In the case of large language models, the best language texts, textbooks, research articles, all of those have been fairly well peer-reviewed for decades, if not centuries. So we have good input. But when it comes to physical AI and robots, because of accuracy requirements that we need is extremely high, real-world data that's out there is not sufficient. So we spend a lot of time, the industry is spending a lot of time right now in how do you collect as accurate real-world data as possible, and then how do you augment that data synthetically, whether it's different environments or edge cases or providing complete 360 surround of the environment to be modeled. So that's kind of what we do. So a lot of the work right now happening, that's the toughest challenges, is in data generation and then testing the policy or evaluating the policy in simulation.
And then for actually deploying these robots in the workplace, could you, Chak and Pras, could you please tell us how you prepare the robots to be physically deployed?
Okay, so I think if you can see this video, there are 2 videos on the screen, and both are from Scheffler. So the first one is, so this one is the production video, and then there is a video from Metaverse. So what we do is, first we do a digital twin of our production hall, and then we train robot there. So the 80% of process is, let's say, simulated, and then last 20% training or last 20% optimization happens in production. So that's how we did it. And yeah, so sometimes there are a big gap between simulation to real world, but I think this process was successful, and so far I think we have moved 45,000 bins. So yeah, that's how we went from simulation, so train there, and then go into real world, then optimize, and then deploy. So that's how we do it.
Yeah, it is a bit of a process, and it's something that we at Agility have kind of developed with our commercial team of being able to run through these steps to get to a successful robot deployment. Really, you can't just jump to get the robots in the door. You really want to start planning from the beginning of how will this robot be used in the process? What should the expectations be? Is it going to generate the right throughput? Are we being realistic about these deployments? And once you kind of find the right fit, and we spent a lot of time looking for the right use cases with Scheffler for where the technology made sense. Where did it bring value because it was something that was hard for them to automate? It was in a part of the facility where they couldn't use other types of technologies, things like that. Once we identified that, Then we started going into modeling it, going and visiting on site to understand the problem, and a process of basically phasing in that deployment from initial concepts, where we just sort of tested it for limited durations, to going into leaving the robots deployed. And that type of commercial maturity we found is really important for successfully being able to end up with a humanoid robot that's left out in the world and running continuously for years. It's how you get to a stable deployment that is running against KPIs rather than just demonstrating a really cool single skill.
I think it's also very interesting that the robots train in this simulated environment that NVIDIA helps create, and then Scheffler, of course, managing the real-world deployment places. Could you, Deepu, start by telling us how you close that gap between the simulated environment and the real world?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the toughest challenges, and Pras, I think you'd agree that we'll probably be spending the next 2 decades, maybe all our careers, in still reducing that sim-to-real gap. So if you actually think about autonomous AI into robotics, until a year or so ago, we have been working using AI in robotics for the last decade plus with deep learning, but the results, we must frankly admit, have been not that great. You could kind of do a use case or two, but it's very brittle. And the reason is because the accuracy was not met. In the last 12 months, 2 technologies have reached a reasonable, good enough tipping point. One is, of course, the whole LLM, VLM, VLA, this revolution. The second one actually is simulation. And simulation in many other industries, like, for example, if you're a chip designer, for the last 30, 40 years, every chip, before it goes into the manufacturing facilities, 100% simulated, emulated, before it comes out. And that's why chips work, right? We know it's 100% accurate. The sim-to-real gap is 100%. But in robotics, the sim-to-real gap has been large enough that you couldn't trust it. Now, have we solved it completely? Of course not. It's going to, but for reasonably some use cases, now we are getting a lot closer and closer, especially as it comes to visual fidelity. I think it's fairly close. You can simulate a sensor like a camera 100% accurately like what it would be in the real world, which means the AI model that you're testing, building in simulation will reflect exactly like the way if you hook up a real camera. As it relates to physics modeling and articulation and manipulation type of use cases, it's getting better, and this is where some of the challenges will be. So the journey is, we just reached a, how would I say it, from underwater, we kind of like came to ground level, so at least now we have a chance of solving these problems.
So I would like to add something on this one. So when we did this use case, the idea was never to do a simulation and get 100% accurate result. It was to understand how the automation concept will look like, how the layout will look like, where the robot should charge, where they stand, where they should walk. And so we use simulation to get to 40%, and then another 40% is in control environment, so it's in a lab, whether it's at agility location or whether it's a Scheffler Innovation Hub, and then we go to production. So if there is no sim-to-real gap, it's great, obviously, but I think even getting to a 40% to 50% result, I think it's still a big win. And with NVIDIA tools, the more physics you apply to simulation, it's getting better and better. But I think so far the results have been great. So.
I think also one important piece of context for folks that are not necessarily in this space or new to it is that simulation and models and sim-to-real gaps actually mean quite a few different things. There's the simulation that we use to teach our robot to walk. There's the simulation and data that we use to teach our robot to manipulate objects. And then there's the simulation that we use to tell, when we run this whole thing together, what the cycle time of the robot will be if we have it go left versus right at an intersection. And all of these things run simulations at different scales, and they all have different sim-to-real gaps that are closed in kind of their own various ways. And so it is a little bit nuanced because there are many simulations and many sim-to-real gaps that are all coming into play in parallel when we're fielding a humanoid robot.
So last point on this one, right now we are going through a process where we want to automate 3 more machines, and we don't know how many robots we're going to need to automate those. So we will do this in simulation. We will create a statistical model, and then we'll see maybe we need 8 robots or 4 robots or 3 robots. So this is how we are also using simulation right now.
Great. Thank you all for those great answers. Now I want to get into some more broader, more long-term type questions. Where do you see humanoids going in the future, and what needs to happen for us to get there? Jack, do you want to kick it off?
From a Schaeffler perspective, we want to automate repetitive tasks, most of the tasks with humanoids. And because it provides a lot of flexibility and scalability is there. And I think it's integral part. It's going to be integral part of production. And I think we will have 3-figure number of humanoids by 2030 in our production. So I think they are not going to go away that fast, and they are going to get more and more. You will see them in production. So I think this year we will have 10 humanoids in America. So by 2030, it should be in 3-digit number. Yeah.
I think ultimately, I believe humanoids is going to be one of the largest opportunities for humanity. Now, the embodiments can be a little bit different. Not every humanoid needs to exactly look like a human and weigh like a human. But to get there, the biggest challenge we have right now, what we're trying to solve is create a reasonably good enough general purpose brain. When ChatGPT moment happened in November 2022, that was the first time for language where you could have a single model that was trained on extremely large corpus of data for doing multiple tasks, not task specific. Robotics today, we haven't come to that point where if we can have a ChatGPT type of a model that is reasonably good enough to generalize for some tasks, then we can go and specialize for specific tasks and create much more accurate models. So that's kind of where the best in the world right now are trying to create that reasonably good enough general purpose brain.
I think from our perspective, while definitely that sort of model will be a key enabler, it's not our immediate critical path blocker. There's still so much that we can do with the multitask models that we can build right now and the use cases that we can go after right now that will keep us busy for at least until 2030 for sure. So for agility, I think we're focused on building out the feature set, the product feature set that is necessary to be successful in a manufacturing environment. That's things like being able to operate fully autonomously, including things like autonomous charging and remote support, so that you don't have to interrupt operation of the robot over very long periods of time. It's things like having onboard safety and safe human detection so that you don't need to build cages around the robot or set up light curtains around the robot, which is how all of the humanoids that are going into production facilities today have to be deployed. So we're really looking to make sure that we can cover that feature set. So as we get these unlocks coming from folks like NVIDIA, coming from other really great AI building companies, we can incorporate them and then unlock the ability to deploy. It would be really frustrating if we had a robot that could do everything, but you couldn't put it anywhere because you couldn't actually leave it out there for long enough to do its job, right?
I'd love to really dig into that safety angle and hear a perspective from all three of you on how do you create an environment for these robots to be working safely around people? What does that look like from each of your perspectives? And Jack, you want to kick it off?
So it's a great question, by the way. It's also a vast answer, I think. But easy answer is fence. So right now, to scale the robots, we go with traditional solution like put a fence around a machine. But I think even 2 days ago we discussed that we want to go fenceless because cobots and other automation solutions are also fenceless now. It's going to take some time because there is a collaboration. So a humanoid will work with other operator, but there is a coexistence that they can work in a same segment. But right now, fence is the easy way. But going forward, I think with LiDAR or cameras or radar sensors, the fences will go out and humanoids will walk around the plant. Yeah.
Yeah, because we are a platform company and we are fortunate to be working with a company like Agility that's building the robot, a company like Schaeffler that's deploying robotics at large scale. Safety for us, we think of it both inside out, meaning what are the techniques, technologies that are needed in order to make a robot safe, but also what are the techniques and technologies that we can make that from an air traffic control perspective or an outside-in perspective, factory safe. So we're working on all of those technologies, and you have to break it down into its essential elements. So when it comes to safety inside a robot, it starts, of course, at the chip level or the hardware level, where the chip itself has to be designed for safety, functional safety islands, right? Like automotive industry has kind of led the way in the last 30 years for that. So we could start from there, like ASIL B or ASIL D certification. And then on the board level, you put things like a safety microcontrollers that are constantly checking. And then the software is designed from the operating system perspective, is safety certified. And the models themselves also can be explainable. A good example is, earlier in the week when we announced Alpha Mayo, which is our autonomous driving software stack. In fact, the solution that NVIDIA has is Alpha Mayo is an end-to-end learning model, but we also have a classical deep learning-based computer vision stack that's running in parallel, so that redundancy comes even at the application level. And then we provide all of this technology, for example, to Agility, and they are then going to add more on top of that to bring safety in the robot. And then when it comes to safety in a facility, each robot is autonomous, semi-autonomous with some safety, but then you have sensors and cameras in the factory, and you can do outside in, like air traffic control, perceive what's happening, and you can use reasoning models, large language, vision language models, and you can fuse the inside out and the outside in together to constantly gauge what's happening.
So we've been actually building towards this inside-out safety on our next generation of robot, which we'll be releasing, end of this year, beginning of next year. That's the big piece that's novel for our next generation of robot. And it's taken quite a bit. We've had to spin up a new ISO committee, ISO 25785, dynamic stability for industrial robots, or safety in industrial robots with dynamic stability, and basically come up with a new rule set to handle the fact that when you are dealing with a humanoid platform, you can't use a lot of the same assumptions that are used in AMR safety, which a lot of AMR or robot arm safety revolves around either physically keeping people from getting close to it or shutting down the robot if a person ever does approach it, right? And that works in situations in which either a human will never really get close to the robot at the same time as it's working, or the robot never has to touch anything as sort of the course of its work. Like an AMR might just move back and forth from point to point. With a humanoid robot, it's spending all of its time exerting forces, potentially quite large manipulation forces, on the world. And that means you have to actively reason about not just a binary, like, can I move or not, but how much force can I exert? Like, is this a human or is this a shelf? Am I moving in the direction of a human, or am I leaning against a wall or close to a wall? And then dynamically make choices about how you move based on that. And so building that stack out has required a considerable amount of new technology that we've leveraged. It's taking hints from the AV space that's had to face some of these challenges of building AI models that can be rated for safety, and certainly leveraging some of the newer NVIDIA hardware that's out there to be able to do the real-time processing in a way that we can move towards certification with. So it's actually a fairly complex process that requires kind of engineering the whole robot from the ground up with safety in mind. And that's been a core area that Agility's been investing in for our next generation of robot for the past year, culminating in our release of the next generation coming up.
Thank you all. What is the biggest misconception that you've encountered working with humanoid robots, and how would you answer it? Jack, you want to start?
So we have some funny stories in production, but it's not a misconception, I think, but I'll tell you a funny story. So we wanted robot to talk, like it has a speaker and it can speak. And we spent significant amount of time putting a voice. So some voice were really soft, but then if the soft voice, people think that it's easy to, like, it's okay to go near a robot and take a selfie and stuff. So we made it sound really like a radio voice. It will a little bit like sound like a scary, so that people will feel like okay, it's a piece of metal. It's not a soft toy or something. So that was a story. Yeah, in production, it's operators are seeing this robot for the first time, so they want to take selfies. It's a natural thing, I think. Yeah, we are training operators, and we are explaining them, okay, this is a piece of machine. It's not a human. So there are some stories, funny stories in production, and yeah, the training helps there.
I don't think there's any misconception from anyone about humanoid robotics. No. The thing is, of course, it's pretty, it goes so extreme, right? In terms of whether it's the technology of it's going to be harmful, or it's not at all mature, or it's going to take too long, and the process point earlier about, sim to real gap, and you have to really break it down you have to break it down by technology or regulatory or whatever it is. Like, I think mechatronics is progressing extremely well, except for fine-grained dexterous manipulation. But you can actually probably, if you walk the CES show floor, you can see the number of companies, startups, that are working on creating a dexterous hand is exploding. So that's good, right? So people are working on those type of problems. Likewise, the other misconception that we saw, I think that's getting fixed right now, is we have enough real-world data that we can go off and do enough, use all this AI to create synthetic data. What we are finding out is we're not getting the right accuracy with existing real-world data and just adding synthetic data. So you are starting to actually see number of startups that are formed in the last 6 months purely in the area of trying to collect real-world data, kind of like 10 years ago, Scale.ai for labeling. Now this is robot collection. So there's a lot of learning that's happening as in this space that, what we thought was great is not quite great. What we think is going to take too long may not be too long, because some of the AI algorithms we thought it's going to take forever, we're getting step function improvements.
I think one of the big misconceptions about humanoids out there is where we think that they will be applied over the next, say, 10 years, over time, right? And I think it's, in some sense, both they are rapidly progressing in certain demographics and probably going to take a while to get into others. And understanding the product market fit and where the technology, the flexibility, the capability is actually going to produce real world value short term. Like, we can be deployed with Scheffler right now doing a useful task. And it's because we found a place where the robots really offer a true benefit. I think right now there's a lot out there where people are putting humanoids into some very impressive technical demos, but when you take a step back and be like, well, who in the world actually needs this particular thing done? It's sort of a very different question. And so I think that we will see very significant humanoid adoption, but I think it'll be in certain areas that really play to their strengths and where the technology is mature enough for what is being asked of it. And I think that's where you can either be, either overly optimistic or overly pessimistic, but it really comes down to that product market fit. It's a technology that, like any other, can prove itself out there, but has to prove itself out there.
Awesome. We're nearing the end of our time, so I'm going to switch into some really short one-word questions just for fun. In one word, how would you describe the current state of humanoid robots? And just go ahead and say it when you've got it.
I would say it's production ready.
You said one word, so I have to say amazing.
Fast moving.
Nice. And in one word, how do you foresee the future of humanoid robots?
Amazing. So now you know. You got to give us 3 words.
Okay, 3 words.
Revolutionary.
Useful.
Awesome. And yeah, thank you all so much for coming out to Humanoids Among Us. Give it up for our panel one time, please. And if you want to see Agility, if you want to see Digit from Agility Robotics, it's over at the Agility booth. If you want to see Digit in person, it's over at the Agility Robotics booth on the other side of the room. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
CES 2026 Livestream, bringing you the latest from the biggest tech event of the year. Today, LA Times Studios and Monks are back at the Foundry, continuing conversations with industry innovators, while our floor team checks out what vendors are showcasing. We'll be popping in throughout the day, bringing you live looks of the event, so sit back and enjoy. Let's go to our host, Faith Pinno, with her first interview of day 2, happening at the CES Foundry.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinno at CES 2026 at the Foundry in Las Vegas. I'm joined now by Ryan McConville. Ryan, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Ryan, you are the Executive Vice President and Chief Product Officer at NBC Universal. Fabulous to have you with us. Last month, y'all rolled out a very new ad tool, and it combines something that's been dominating the conversation this year at CES, which is AI. Can you explain to me how that technology is now being implemented for companies and brands looking to advertise?
Yes, of course. So thanks again for having me. I mean, the application of AI, as we'll probably talk about throughout this interview, is sort of interspersed through a lot of aspects of advertising. But in this particular use case, it's really about the sort of old-time question of how do I serve the right ad to the right person at the right time? And NBC has been making a lot of investments over, call it the last 5 years, in 2 of those categories. The right ad. I think we'll talk a little bit about that today. New ad formats, like what are the ad formats that when you show them, and these are the formats you actually see, really resonate with consumers and get them to take action. So that's the right ad. The right person is really based on more advanced audience targeting. So as television has moved from, call it traditional linear television, where everyone saw the same ad at the same time, regardless of who you are or where you lived, to a streaming environment where you can choose which ad to serve to which person. The targeting of the ad to the right person has gotten better and better. So those 2 things have been improving. The right time now is what is the exact right moment to show this person the perfect ad. And AI is unlocking a whole new potential there. And the way that it works is essentially we're able to scan our entire video library. Think about all the shows or movies that NBC Universal has ever created, put it through a large language model, and ask it for very specific moments that are relevant to an advertiser. So let's just say that there's a candy brand that wants to do something around holiday moments, right? So we can look for things as specific as every movie that features a holiday kiss, or every movie where there is a family scene around a Christmas tree. And the first ad break after that moment, we can insert their holiday candy ad. And we can do that across thousands of assets at scale. So we can not only show a great ad format to the right person, but we can do it at that exact right time. And what we've seen in early studies is that the performance of those ads, by aligning that contextually to those moments, it outperforms standard run of media by large percentages. So better recall of the ad, better action taken on the ad, more site visitations. Basically across the funnel, you're seeing those ads perform better.
That's fascinating. So you really touched on getting people at the right time. Let's think about how NBCU is reaching people on the right platforms. I know a lot of talk is also about cross-platform optimization. So can you break that down a little bit for me?
I'm so glad you mentioned it, because I think when you talk to, I guess, the industry, there's obviously a lot of the hype is around streaming, right? Because that's the new thing. But very few people realize that 80% of video impressions that still exist in the market today are viewed on traditional linear televisions, right? So NBCU is a major investor in live sports. We have something called Legendary February that's happening coming up, where we're going to reach 2 out of 3 Americans for 17 days straight in a row. It's the Olympics, it's the Super Bowl, it's the NBA All-Star Game, all within 17 days. So if you need to reach anyone at that point, NBC has them, right? Kind of captive watching one of those live event moments. But they're not just watching on streaming, even though everyone's talking about streaming. They're watching on traditional broadcast television channels. So we have built a lot of technology that allows advertisers to do advanced targeting and measurement that captures those audiences in both environments. Specifically, we have a new product called Total Impact Live, where we're able to understand who saw your ad and call it the Olympics, both on the linear side, the traditional linear side, and on Peacock, the streaming side. We're able to pull the ad exposures of who saw those ads, and then we're able to retarget them later on across our video library. And you might ask, well, what is the benefit of doing that? Well, you're taking these huge brand moments that happen in live events, which is creating awareness for your message as an advertiser, and then you're following up on that later on in other environments when you're just watching your show, whenever you want to watch it, choosing your own adventure. We call it VOD, video on demand, right? With sequential messaging, which is reminding them that they saw that ad during the Olympics, for example, and like, here's a subsequent message. When you do that, when you increase the frequency and you add to the storytelling, similar to the contextual AI piece I talked about, we see better performance. We see people visiting the sites more. We see people remembering the ads more. In fact, in early beta tests that we did of this product, we saw 7x more website visits for folks that had seen the initial ad in a live environment, live sporting environment, and then been re-exposed to that ad later on. So that's sort of the new product, Total Impact Live. It's using these live moments and then refining those people later on and kind of pushing them through the purchase funnel.
That's very interesting, and you're doing that all after the fact, but I also know that you all have a new thing called the Performance Insights Hub. So that allows, from my understanding, brands to see how their advertisements are landing in real time. Explain that to me a little, and what advantage does that have for advertisers?
So if you've been in, great question, and we have names for all of these things, so they're hard to keep track of, but you're doing great job. Performance Insights Hub is another product that we announced at CES. If you've been in the TV business for a long time, TV measurement was mostly you probably heard of the gross rating point, right? So what does that really mean? It meant that after the show aired, and usually it would be some time after your advertising aired in that show, you would get gross ratings points, which would tell you how many people within a certain demographic band, call it 18 to 49-year-olds, saw the ad. So you're getting, I mean, that's something, right?
That's a very target age group,
yeah,
correct?
Well, it's a broad demo. Mm-hmm. So you're like, if you're selling dog food to make, for example, it's like how many people that own pets saw the ad? Doesn't answer that question. It also, you get the information after your campaign's over, which is another important point. So it's sort of, how I describe it is it's sort of just top of the funnel. It just shows you the broad audience that saw it, and it tells you after the campaign ended. Compare that to some of the technology tools that exist in the big tech platforms, the social platforms. They're all two things that traditional TV wasn't. They're real time. So you don't have to wait till your campaign's over to see how it's performing. You're seeing how it's performing the second it goes live, and you're seeing what's happening. And you're not just seeing the top of the funnel, you're seeing the middle and bottom of the funnel. So what do I mean by that? You're seeing, based on the people that saw the ads, how many people went and did a search on the web. How many people visited my website? How many people downloaded my app? How many people went into my store? We have set up television measurement to capture now all of those aspects. So not just how many 18 to 49-year-olds did I see, but what did they do? What action did they take? And then we're capturing that data in real time and making it available during the campaign. And the benefit of that is, when you know how the campaign's performing while it's still live, you can optimize it, right? So you don't have to wait till it's over and be like, you know what? I wish I had done this or that, had I known that, right? So now we're giving that information to advertisers in real time so they can pivot the campaign, they can apply retargeting, they can change the messaging, they can tweak and optimize to make it more performant while it's still running.
It's really interesting. And tell me a little bit, so many people, they watch streaming and they're like, ads. Tell me about arrival ads, and tell me about how that could impact the viewer's experience, but also what it does for advertisers. Kind of give me both sides of that, if you will.
Okay, so some people might say that, but I would also say that streaming has done, and in particular Peacock has done a really good job of improving the ad experience. One of the things traditional TV, I think, did over time was it increased the ad load, so there's like more and more and more and more ads. Peacock has the lightest ad load, which what that means is like the fewest amount of ads per show. So we show very few ads relative to traditional television, and people then appreciate them more, and they stand out more, and people remember them more. And then when you add in these things like the contextual kind of targeting, what we're seeing is that people like the ads a lot more than traditional advertising.
Quality over quantity.
Yeah, quality over quantity,
Sure.
exactly. But to your question about arrival ads is one of the new ad innovations that we've introduced that is only available in streaming. So what is a streaming experience that is not kind of the same in traditional linear television? One is when you log onto a streaming app, Peacock, you're greeted with your profile page, and I don't know if you have little kids or not, but
I do not have children, but I do have a Peacock account, and I'm familiar with the profile page.
I have two little kids, so I have like a little Peacock for Ryan, I have a little Peacock for Amy, my wife, and I have a little Peacock icon for my kids, right? So you're greeted with like which profile is watching, because then it customizes the content selection, right? So this is the screen, the arrival screen that everyone is greeted with when they enter a streaming app. And it's a great moment when you're kind of selecting to promote both our own shows. So like if I'm choosing the Ryan profile, I might promote a show that is going to be relevant to me. Peacock is introducing for the very first time of all streamers a rotation for also advertisers to be in that screen. So as you're choosing your profile, there's a very elegant sort of video experience that comes on that introduces a relevant ad based on that profile type to that person as they arrive. And the great thing about that is it takes advantage of the full audience. Every day they're coming in, right, to the app. It's almost like just like homepage advertising, if you think about like how websites used to describe it.
Sure, that makes total sense. That makes sense about the name as well. Arrival ads, arrival page. I didn't think about that before. Our last question is going to be a little bit of a rapid fire question.
Okay.
If a CES marketer is leaving the conference today, the last day of the conference, what should they know about where the direction of TV and streaming and live events is headed in 2026?
So I think, I mean, there's a lot of fascinating things going on in television. I think a lot of it is probably around automation. I'll have to use the word AI again, even though I don't know if people are getting sick of hearing it or not. But let me explain why it's important. I think for a long time, television ads there were only certain advertisers that could participate in the television market. There was this big ceremony called the Upfront, which we absolutely still have, but you kind of had to know like a sales representative at a big media company and have like a massive budget and like do an upfront deal, and like, you know, so the Fortune 500 brands were like the big TV spenders. Through agentic AI and through automation and digitization, we are now democratizing access to premium television for smaller advertisers. When you talk to like the big tech platforms, the social platforms, they have millions of advertisers, from, you know, the big Fortune 500s to like these small mom and pop shops. Television has struggled with the ability to bring in that larger market, that longer tail of smaller advertisers, because they may just be able to be like, listen, I got a credit card and access to the web, can I buy TV ads? And the answer used to be no. The answer today is very much yes. So for example, this coming February for the Olympics, for the first time, we're making NBCU Comcast Universal Ads Manager available to buy ads in the Olympics. So what does that mean? That means if you're a small business out there, you can take a credit card, log on to Universal Ads, open an account, and buy ads on the Olympics. And anyone can do that. And so the application of automation and AI to make the buying process easier is inviting in a whole new generation of marketers that can now benefit from being around these amazing cultural moments, whether they're live moments or original series moments in Peacock. And that's really exciting, I think, for us to welcome a whole new slate of advertisers, and also for them to be in a platform that has been harder to access historically.
Wow. Well, Ryan, lots to look forward to, especially Legendary February. As a sports fan, I'm excited.
Awesome.
I'm excited for you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for joining me. Once again, Ryan McConville, Executive Vice President and Chief Product Officer at NBC Universal. For more CES 2026 coverage, make sure to head over to latimes.com or visit our YouTube at LA Times Studios.
Along with interviews from the Foundry, our team is also on the field getting a peek at all of the latest tech and gadgets. Kim Horcher will be showing us what she found on the show floor, and we'll have more updates all day long. Now let's see what Kim's got for us.
I got to test out the Afila One, which they say is going to be out end of this year, with pre-orders coming in before then. But there's a lot to this car that you can't tell from the outside. Of course, there are displays on the outside that can be customized and changed, and even your license plate can be digital. But the inside is where this shines. I'm going to be honest, the range is pretty modest in terms of an electric vehicle, but where this really shines is the Sony integration, where we have PlayStation 5 Remote Play. There are various sound and video and audio experiences together that you can combine into the panoramic display, which was very cool. It seems to be designed to not distract the driver, fortunately, where you can swipe things over or even have zonal audio if the passenger and backseat passengers want to play, let's say, a PlayStation game. And it seems to be that the focus is absolutely on comfort over other, let's say, more technological functions in the car itself. But more, we're looking at the interior of the car as where we're focusing. And they did say that they're focusing on a smaller production and individual customer satisfaction. My overall impression is that this is a very enjoyable and comfortable experience for the passengers on the inside. It's good for the driver as well. There's a lot of fun additions in there in different customizations and choices that you can make. But overall, I would say this is great for families. We haven't seen a lot in terms of EV innovations this year at CES, but I think what we are seeing here is Sony focusing on what Sony does best, and that is audio, that is screens, and that is gameplay and customization. And I think the outside of the vehicle really doesn't belie how interesting, fun, and comfortable it is inside the vehicle, especially for the passengers. I would highly recommend this if you have a family of 4. Everyone could be comfortable, including the driver to a lesser extent. But it seems to be something that you can ultimately make your own and make quirky your own way and express yourself. I did walk into this thinking, big deal, but after experiencing it, it was very nice.
From hands-on demos to big ideas, CES is happening on every level. Back at the Foundry, our next conversation takes a closer look at how these technologies are being built and where they're headed next.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot at CES 2026 at the Foundry in Las Vegas. I'm joined now by China Widener. China, welcome. Thank you, Faith. China, you are the U.S. Board of Directors at Deloitte, and you're also the Vice Chair of Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Industry at Deloitte. So you do a lot, and you're very well versed in what we're going to be talking about today, which I want to begin with a conversation that's been dominating CES 2026, AI. Just 12 months ago, leaders at this very conference were touting AI as this silver bullet of sorts. Now, I'm wondering, was that the case for the majority of businesses in 2025, or did that expectation fall short?
Absolutely not. Look, we have a tech trend study that really focuses on the evolution of technology and how it's being adopted, right, for organizations. And the simple truth is, while 38% of organizations experimented with AI, only 11% were really able to bring something to true full operational efficiency. So no, it wasn't. And the reality is that the perception that it would be the panacea, it would be the silver bullet, isn't necessarily different from the release of any technology. There's an arc and a maturity that all technology goes through, and that sort of first year hype of it's going to be magic and it's going to be like sprinkles of fairy dust. It always happens. And then there's the reality that sets in, and that's what we're really going to see here in 2026. It's the move from it solves all problems easily and magically to the true operationalization of AI and what that requires for organizations and businesses to do to truly reap the value.
So what does that require for businesses in 2026 who do maybe want to get into implementing more AI in their everyday workflow, but maybe have been intimidated last year?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things that really matter. And I will start by telling you the most important of them is actually the least sexy of them, right? And so it's this. The reality is this particular technology, because of its ubiquity in all our lives and in all the ways in which a process happens and the way you make decisions, requires you to have a real strategic view. And so you have to take a step back. We know from our survey that the reality is right now, upwards of almost 80% of organizations are in the early stages of that strategy development, either early on or haven't started yet. But the reality is you have to take a step back and understand what is your strategic direction and what does that then look like? Because the reason why this matters is because the value in AI is in its scalability. It's not in I fixed a singular use case issue that made it more efficient. So let me give you a really concrete example anybody could understand. Please. I am a framer building houses. I have a hammer and I am nailing in nails to build the frame. You handed me a powered nail driver, so now I can power through 4 times as many nails in the same amount of time. But you didn't change the underlying question of, do you need nails? Should the house be framed of wood? AI allows you to say, do we need nails? Should the house be framed of wood at all? That fundamental change requires a strategic view. That's why it matters. And I say it's the least sexy because the reality is we all gravitate to the technology itself, right? It's fascinating. But the plan for the technology is actually incredibly important. And it's the thing that CEOs and boards are concerned about, which is what is that broad plan? How's value going to be created over the long term?
That's really interesting, and it kind of leads into our next point of taking our view of AI from, as Deloitte has said as part of their vision, from being this star, this cure-all technology, into being a real integrated, collaborative team member. Can you explain kind of what that vision means, as a star to the collaborative team member, and how that happens?
Yeah. So what it means is this. Think about it in again, a simple context, because I think examples are always helpful. AI has the capacity to not give you the list of the ingredients that you need to have. It instead can analyze what that list actually requires and provide you with an answer. The beauty is the human embedded in the process, right, on that loop, then applies the judgment. So we're just coming out of the holidays. I'm going to give you a super simple example, which is to say I needed a solar Christmas tree. And I went to, let's call it my favorite platform, and said, I'm looking for a solar Christmas tree over 6 feet tall. Instead of giving me a list of all the solar Christmas trees on that site that were available, what it said to me is, here's the best solar Christmas tree as a function of, you know, all of its variabilities and its features and its price point. And at that intersection, this is the tree. But what it couldn't decide was, is this the right moment to buy the tree? That's the judgment of the human. So the synthesis of all the material about all the solar Christmas trees out there came to me already integrated and allowed me to then make the decision from that point, instead of having to go through all the detail to arrive at that synthesis myself. So the beauty of where we are in the AI journey is, and why it becomes a team member, not a star, is the team member brings you the synthesized information with maybe the best suggestion for what you do next. And depending on your level of risk comfort, it may actually execute the decision. But if you're not comfortable with that degree of risk, then what happens is the human exercises the judgment of the decision. Do I buy it now? So now let me take that simple example and talk to you through an enterprise lens. Think about the average supply chain. All the buying decisions that have to be made in order to produce a product. AI has the capacity to synthesize all of that information so that you understand what the best option is for buying the underlying components you need to build that product. But your CFO is still going to matter because do we do it now? Which quarter do we do it in? What does that mean for our cash flow? Those are judgment calls that are about how you run the business. So that's why it's a team member.
Right.
And a really powerful one because it has the capacity to ingest a level of information that even the smartest humans cannot, but that synthesized version, those smart humans can take and exercise their best judgment.
See, I think that's really interesting too, because you talk about risk and you think, okay, well, how much do I trust the information that AI is giving me? And there's so many talks about different types of AI and the risks involved with it. You're particularly interested, I've read, in trustworthy AI. That's something I haven't heard a lot about. Can you explain that to me?
So, and it's exactly the frame that you said. If you're going to depend on the synthesis to then execute judgment, you have to trust what that synthesis is giving you. That's important because ultimately the goal is to not redo the work. The goal isn't to take what AI has done and redo it in your own frame in order to believe it. So trustworthiness becomes incredibly important. Trustworthiness is a function of a couple of things. One, a level of transparency. Do I understand how this was built? Do I understand what data it utilizes? Second thing is, who was at that table? Because the reality is the development and the application of AI is a function of humans who've built the models, humans who've identified what information and what data you want it to utilize. So the reality is it matters who's at the table because there are decisions that are made all along the way about what's included, what's excluded, how you apply value to what you have chosen to include. All of that becomes, it's the notion of it's the ingredient that makes the cake. Well, here's the reality. You don't undo the cake, you taste the cake in its form, right? In its whole form. So trustworthiness is you have to believe that set of decisions, that you understand what you valued in making those decisions, what you've chosen to include, what you've chosen to exclude. That allows, and the reason this is important is because when you want your workforce to adopt and adapt the job that they have and adopting the AI that you've deployed, you need trustworthiness to really reinforce and help, frankly, move that adoption forward faster.
The buy-in. You need people to be
That's
able to
right.
buy in.
And people, it's human nature. We first tend to dislike what we don't understand because we have no frame for it. So when you bring AI to the workplace and you think about the sheer level of change and transformation of the work, the actual work itself, you need your workforce to have a level of trust in your application of that AI and in the execution of their duties.
Okay, last question, kind of.
All right.
Wrap it up for me. Your biggest takeaway from CES 2026, looking forward to the year, what is it?
AI is going to be quieter in some ways, but much more valued because this evolution, moving from single point solutioning into really thinking about the enterprise, is going to be incredibly important because it's going to drive the value that businesses need in the future in order to continue their own growth trajectory and to meet their own vision. So we're going to lose a little flash, which is actually okay because we're getting the real operationalization and what's required. And that's what we're seeing. If we think about last year, it was sort of tack AI on to all the things, but now what we're seeing is the manifestation of AI embedded in the things. And that's what we're going to continue to see in 26.
Onward and upward. Here's
Absolutely.
to an exciting new year. China, thank you so much for joining me.
Faith, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Fabulous conversation. Once again, China Widener is the U.S. Board of Directors at Deloitte. She's also the Vice Chair of Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Industry at Deloitte. Thanks so much. For more CES content, you can head over to latimes.com or visit our YouTube channel at LA Times Studios.
We'll have more from CES 2026 as the day goes on. For now, let's head back to the show floor for another look at what vendors are showcasing.
It is Republic of Gamers' 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we have a new design from Kojima Productions in collaboration with ASUS. This is purely aesthetic, though if you are a fan of Kojima or Death Stranding or pretty cool design, I think this would be a huge highlight over here. The specs of the laptop are not that different from the Flow Z13. This is purely an aesthetic choice, though it does look really good, and the case itself does seem to take heavy inspiration from Death Stranding, though you probably don't want to throw it like there. They have swapped the slogan for Ludens Who Dare, which is purely Kojima and based on the head designer from Kojima Productions. There are also peripherals based on existing gaming peripherals such as headphones, mouse, and a mouse pad area. Again, this is purely design, but it's nice design.
That's a snapshot of what's happening on the CES floor, but the conversations behind the tech matter too. Back at the Foundry, we're continuing interviews with the leaders that are shaping what's next. Let's head back inside.
Hi, I'm Kristen Burke, and I am at the Foundry at CES, and I'm speaking with Ganesha Rasaya, who is the SVP and GM of Enterprise AI Platforms at Celestica, and we're going to jump right into these questions. Ganesha, when you look at AI today, what are you seeing as the biggest productivity gains right now for the enterprise?
Yeah, firstly, thank you for having me here. When I think about the most obvious gains, we see it in the area of coding. And I think it's interesting because on the one hand, it's pretty obvious where coding companies and the valuations are. You look at the startups out there that are getting to $100 million of ARR really quickly. It's very obvious most of them are focused on the coding space very specifically. But the more interesting question is why? And I think what's happening is that as you think about the coding archetype, it's a developer. And the developer generally is an individual who is very tech savvy, who is working in code, and an assistant or an agent helping you code is a very natural extension. It's almost like another human working with you, but working alongside you. And I think that's where I see it, that's where we see it. We see a lot of value in coding acceleration. And the developer archetype has been gaining, I would say, pretty significantly.
And how do you see AI technology evolving over time, then, based on some of the work that you're doing at Celestica currently?
You know, Kristen, I have an interesting view, or maybe a different view on this, which is that I think AI, generative AI, is going to, over time, become somewhat ubiquitous. And by that I mean, in our day-to-day lives, as AI investments and capital investments continue to happen at the infrastructure layer, which is also where we play very significantly, it's going to become very ubiquitous. You don't really think about, oh, I'm doing this and there's AI built into it, and I'm doing that and there's AI not built into it. It's going to become so prevalent. I'll give you an example. Today, and somehow this is a lot of embellishment, even my new washing machine has the word AI mode on it. It's a little excessive.
Too much, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
it's happening so fast.
Exactly.
Overnight.
That's right. And so, but I do think it's going to become so ubiquitous that we're really not thinking about what's in AI versus not. The other example I'd give you is just a few years ago, I was driving on a family trip, and we were listening to the radio by chance. And one of my kids says, "Dad, can we fast forward to the next song? And the mindset is the children of today are tuned to a non-linear video audio stream, meaning I can switch around, I can move to the next one, so on and so forth. The notion of radio being a broadcast and you're just going to have to listen through it, that's just very different. And so the world is going to get, especially the children of this generation are going to be trained in a model where the expectation is going to be AI. They're not thinking about what is and isn't in AI. It's just a thing. It's just part of the fabric of life. So that's how I see that manifesting over time in our day-to-day lives.
And all of that sounds really exciting. And not to get pessimistic or anything, but I am curious, what do you think are some of the biggest roadblocks and bottlenecks right now that are holding companies back at the enterprise level from either implementing this technology or progressing it forward? And I'm curious if you're experiencing any of those growing pains at Celestica and how you're dealing with them.
Yeah, I mean, at Celestica, we play a very significant role, particularly in the enterprise, around AI infrastructure. So compute storage networking is the space in which we operate. We're building products in that space. There's a lot of capital investment going into that space across hyperscalers and enterprise. But the reality is the great unlock comes from productivity gains and from inferencing. So the typical argument you hear is that, well, we need to pilot, we need to test, it's a people issue, the change management aspect of it is challenging. I agree with, in general, that statement. However, I think what is also true, and perhaps even more true than otherwise, is that in the enterprise world today, each of the providers of technology, whether particularly at the software layer, they have their own data domain. My data within my SaaS application is different than your data in your SaaS application. The challenge or the opportunity with AI is to be able to inference across all of that. Why in the world would I give somebody else the right to that and you give somebody else the right to that so that they then can capture value that otherwise I have historically done to the end customer? So the competitive dynamic in the industry is really interesting, and it's so there's a lot of jostling for power because everybody needs to know who will be the interface to the customer, and ideally the single interface. But there's this jostling for power, like who controls the customer, because that's where the value is. Right. And so I think the ecosystem is going to go through its gyrations, and there's a lot of interconnectivity protocols that are built for agent interaction. But I'm sure every one of these software providers are going to want to own the customer, as they should. I think that is as big a deterrent or a challenge today than anything else. Said differently, if we had one operating system provider and only one application provider and only one hardware player, and we had a myriad of customers, I think we'd be inferencing today at scale much more quickly because it's only my data off of which you're inferencing versus my competition. I think that dynamic has to play out alongside customer choice. That's ultimately going to drive the interaction of at what point does a given application carry my attention versus another, and I think that's to me is the biggest challenge in enterprise more than anything else.
So do you welcome a little bit of healthy competition in this scenario then?
I do.
You think it's healthy for the industry?
I do. I mean, look, we're a company that we operate in an open architecture. That's something that's very important to us, and I'm a big believer in neutral positions in technology. Why? Because they serve the end customer the best. So let the best player win for the specific use case at the specific time. That to me is what's most interesting. So absolutely welcome the competition. There's so much more to unlock than us gonna, arm wrestling away or, on the little stuff that we have in front of us.
So hearkening back to some earlier conversations that you and I have had, there is obviously a lot of kind of fear and paralysis surrounding the AI conversation right now, both at the enterprise level and at the consumer level. And I think just from an organizational standpoint, I'm curious how you're handling that from a communication standpoint and also just individually, right? What are your thoughts on this? Is that warranted, and how do you deal with it from a workplace standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, at Celestica in particular, we're bullish on AI. We obviously are building for it, but we're also driving adoption within the company. Coding is a big example. Our legal team does a lot of AI-related work with agents in place. And, you know, I look at it, and we candidly look at it as there's an opportunity to unlock productivity, and the fear of, which is the typical theme that you hear, the fear of job displacement. In the interim period, I see it as job transitions and role transitions, right? The example I like to use is, at the end of the day, the human being remains the unit of consumption. And so long as we are building for other humans, it's interesting. The two analogies I'd use is when people talk about AGI and what a human's going to do. Well, imagine a world in which you're sort of queen or king of a kingdom, or but one that is populated by robots. Is that interesting, or is the alternative that we're more?
It's interesting.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But but you don't relate to that. The other example is, I'm a big NBA fan, big Lakers fan. So my son and I, in particular, spend a lot of time on that. But the point is, imagine a world in which we'd be watching a bunch of robots playing an NBA game. Like, we can't relate to that. Yeah, exactly. And the reason is we cannot relate to a bare metal device jumping around and doing unnatural things that I can't relate to. If it can jump 10 feet, I can't jump 10 feet. I don't relate to a helicopter flying because they're like, oh, it's great, it's a helicopter. But I'm not trying to be a helicopter. But in sports, as an example, that human connection is really important. So I think it's, so long as we remain centralized and focused on human improvement, which is ultimately the source of funding and investment and consumption, I think we'll be all right over time.
Yeah. And how are you going about identifying those human-in-the-loop inflection points? I think that's so important and such a critical part of this conversation, and I'm curious how you actually analyze that.
Yeah, I think it's, and I personally have done a lot of this myself, is that you sort of take for granted, especially in the enterprise, you take for granted this notion of digital friction. And the reality is, in the world in which an employee, a knowledge worker operates today, there's so many things that you take for granted as far as, oh yeah, this is going to take me a few more seconds. I'm used to that. My browser is refreshing. I'm used to that. The greatest currency of productivity is time. And we are losing time if you add it all up. That's a little crazy. Why in the world do I have to refresh my browser? Why can't it refresh itself? Why do I need to even think about that? Why can my agent do half the things that I do? So it's about rethinking how we do work. So I'll give you an example. In my team, we're obviously growing very fast, and it's a great story. But I'm pushing my team to say, I'm going to constrain you in terms of the headcount that you're looking to hire. Not because we can't afford it, but because I want us to be able to incorporate AI and agents into what we do. And in doing so, the unlock will be far greater than the spend that you would make on hiring more people. And I want the people that we hire to do the even greater, higher value work. So you still get to hire, but guess what? You're going to have a whole lot more productivity. There's no chance you're going to be able to pull that off with just hiring humans. You got to do more than just that with humans in the loop with AI.
Yeah. And then, is there something to be said for when you implement these AI technologies, the people that you have currently employed or potentially employ in the future, it unlocks the ability for them to explore other skill sets, right? Which is really exciting from a human potential, I feel like.
It's true, because there's so much that I learn from AI on a day-to-day basis, and as soon as I need it, I look it up, or I use an agent to help me with some of the work that I'm doing. I am growing as a human because of it. And there's skills and capabilities that I get to learn as I do my job at a pace far greater than I've ever been able to do. Right. It's not just a browser search, an internet search generically. Now it's telling me, it's doing stuff for me, and it's teaching me. That's a whole other dynamic.
Right.
So I get superpowers now.
So this is a little bit more reductive, I realize, but it's another conversation we've had previously. Can you talk a little bit about the differences as you see it between being human and being a humanoid? and how that parlays into this conversation of the hypothetical context of why AI probably will not replace humans entirely in the workplace, because there is this fundamental difference between those two things.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a definitional thing about what does it mean to be human, and I think that it's an interesting question to ask. And I did candidly, following our prior discussion, think a lot about this topic, and I'll share a few thoughts. Some of this borders on philosophy and spirituality, but I'll share it for. Yeah, it's an interesting world in which we operate. AI, in my mind, is so profound because it is the closest approximation to human interaction that we've had with technology in a long time. If not for the fact that we're looking at a screen and prompting things, this thing seems to be interacting with us. Could have been another human on the other side. You wouldn't really know, and that makes it like, it's aware of context. That's a big deal. But I think if you get back to the humanoid piece of this, today, as humans, with the advances of medical technology, many people carry bare metal capabilities inside their bodies, pacemakers, knee replacement, so on and so forth. These are foreign objects that are now intermingled into organic matter, and that's, at least in a physical sense,
right.
You can call it a cyborg, but you can call it something. The question becomes, well, is that a robot or is that a human? Because you have a certain mix, so to speak, right? The alternative is that what happens if you put organic matter into a bare metal robot,
Sure.
and like, which of these two are humans, and how do you make the case for one versus another?
Right, absolutely.
And so it's a really...
I mean, the same thing is happening, just conversely.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So to me, the question becomes, if we think about the big discussion around replacing humans and the notion of AGI, which, I'm a fan of what Jan LeCun talks about, and how that's not in the near-term horizon something to really consider. I totally agree with that view. I look at it in the theoretical limits of physics. So let's think about it as, in the theoretical limit, AI would have the combined intelligence of the entire human population. Theoretically, that should be a theoretical limit, and on top of that, reinforcement learning happens. Imagine if the single intellectual capacity of all humans were combined into one entity, and it then grows at that pace. That's pretty powerful. So let's say that's even possible. I think there's an interesting boundary, because as humans, there are things that we know and that we engineer for, which represents our collective intelligence. And then I think there are things that make us human that we do not understand, that we do not know how to engineer for. Just to take an example, a lot of us think about what we do here before we die. But what happens after we die? Well, each of us has a different view of what happens after we die. Do we know how to engineer for what happens after we die? We don't, but yet it informs our actions today.
Right.
So how would we... In such a big way.
Right.
So the question becomes, how would you engineer that? And what path will the collectively accumulated intelligence of a single entity carry, and how would that over time learn and prophesize and hypothesize about what happens after death? That is an entirely different path than what each of us individually, a path that we would take. So I think so much of what I'm saying is, so much of what makes us human is about what we don't understand. And so if what we don't understand is so much of that, how in the world would we share that with an AI to incorporate? Because we don't understand it.
Right.
So you can't build what you don't understand. You just kind of know it's there, and it affects our lives.
You certainly can't program what you don't understand.
Exactly. We could take otherwise irrational steps and actions that we take based on this construct that what happens. I'm just using an example of what happens after death. Even in real everyday life, this happens. Like we talked about a meditating robot. How annoying would it be to have a robot meditate? It's like, get off your behind and work.
just from a duration standpoint, they would be very good at it. Certainly beat me, every single time.
It's true.
But
That's true.
what would they actually be thinking about? What would they be feeling?
Right.
How would that be impacting the spiritual component, which is what we're all striving for when we meditate?
That's right.
So,
That's right. Yeah.
when you think about things like the Turing test, though, how do you feel about that? Is it mimicry, in your opinion, when you reach this point of a robot at least duping people into believing that they can exert, the same level of emotional intelligence as humans? Or is there something there, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's where we get into now the finiteness of technology today. And I think we're in in a space where if we leave aside AGI and ASI for a minute, I think it's really interesting to see how large language models have been developed, and the notion of it being an intelligent recorder and an intelligent regurgitator, very intelligent, by the way, because it does represent a lot of training into the actions. But I think that's the test that I think it's time will tell, I guess. Yeah, it's this continuum, I don't.
That's fair.
And the challenge with that continuum is that limit continues to move, even for us. So it's a bit of a race of sorts.
All right, my last question for you. What are you most excited about in the AI landscape? It could be at the enterprise level at your company, anything you're working on, or just consumer-based, broad-based.
I'm particularly interested in what AI does for humanity. I think there's a notion of, basic necessity and basic capability that AI brings as it democratizes skill sets, knowledge, information, and so on and so forth. So to the extent that, AI is permeating so many different industries, so that every child, every human has their basic needs fulfilled, that's special to me. And then, there will still be a relative sort of stratification of society and all of that good stuff. But technologies like these tend to be so foundational, and they tend to be very deflationary, which means they're very accessible over time. And I think that opportunity is just beautiful because it raises the bar and raises the floor for everyone. Less interested in what happens at the top end. It's interesting because it steers us forward, but equally, if not more interesting, in what it does for everybody in just about every part of the world, and that's special.
That is really special.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Ganesha, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you coming in. Ganesha Rasaya is the SVP and GM of Enterprise AI Platforms at Celestica, and this is Kristen Burke from LA Times Studios at CES, the Foundry.
Our CES show continues in just a moment with more interviews, show floor highlights, and key moments from across the event. Stay with us to see more.
Welcome to CES 2026 in Las Vegas. I'm here at the Foundry, and I'm joined today by a very special guest, Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong. Dr. Patrick, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, you are the person behind all of this, where we are sitting today. You are the founder of Networks and the owner of the LA Times. Now, the last time you were at CES, I understand, was quite a few years ago. Tell me a little bit about that, and then what brings you back today?
Well, crazy as may sound, the last time I was at CES is literally a decade ago. And we came there then to announce and release AI machine vision technology, in which we could take the phone and actually image anything in the world and allow even the blind to see. The problem is it was 10 years ahead of its time. I literally then brought it to the LA Times then and said, you can take every image and convert that image in real time into a video. And the feedback was, who's going to be crazy enough to look through the camera of the iPhone? So if you want to go look at the website, it's still alive. We kept it alive, called nantmobile.com. You will see all these videos there that will recognize images, videos, QR codes, and money even, allow the blind to see. So in frustration, we went stealth, and it's been a decade of stealth in which Nantworks, we have spent close to $3 to $4 billion quietly across a multitude of companies, all stealth as part of Nantworks.
Well, break down Nantworks for me. What is Nantworks? And it's my impression that there are a lot of parts of that family. So can you explain that?
So, look, I'm a physician, surgeon, scientist, but I ran the California Nanosystems Institute at UCLA for 10 years, which integrated technology, networks, software, computing, and healthcare. So I believe that the biology of the human being, of synapses, interconnectivity, messaging, AI, cancer, is all connected. So I've used my knowledge of the biology of the human being and transferred that into digital technology that's happening in real time, including AI. I presented as early as 2010 to President Obama when he was president that AI would be the future of healthcare. And I have a little thing called the rocket ship. I realized being ahead of time is really not the answer. So let's go build the companies, execute on that vision, show real world technology quietly, stealthily. And this CES is where I'm going to be revealing the platform of Nantworks.
Can you say a little bit more about that now that you're here with me today, now that you finally made it after nearly a decade?
Right. Well, since I couldn't convince the LA Times, I think it was 2012, to go into the future, I bought it.
And here we are today.
So I bought it really to move it from what we call ink to digital. And as you could see today is the Los Angeles Times Media Group, where we have not only the voice, but we have the integrity of news, but more importantly, we have an opportunity to really inspire, teach, educate, and engage. And that's what LATMG is. So we can talk about Nantworks on the side of how would we engage with people. Then they talk about Nantworks in terms of how we would cure life-threatening diseases, whether it be cancer, diabetes, HIV, and in fact how we address aging. And we can talk about Nantworks about how we need to save this planet, what we need to do for energy. And then we need to talk about Nantworks about, imagine we could move data at the speed of light. So that is Nantworks. Nantworks is an organization that's really taking the futuristic of technology, which wasn't the future, it was here 10 years ago. We were part of the NASA. I was a NASA scientist. The machine vision was founded by the scientists who developed Roomba, and the development for the machine on Mars. I ran the National Lambda Rail, which actually interconnected all the data centers for the Large Hadron Collider. So these are the things that I said, look, rather than being noisy about it, just develop each of them individual companies, bring them together under one umbrella called Nantworks, and let the world understand when it's ready. And 2026, it is ready, and here I am.
It's ready, and we have a fresh new announcement. This is fresh off the press, from my understanding, NantX. Can you break down NantX for me? I know you just covered a lot. We're talking about data at the speed of light. Let's zoom in. NantX.
So NantX will be really part of the LATMG platform. We have now made a partnership with New York Stock Exchange floor, where we will be as part of LATMG on the floor of New York Stock Exchange. And as I was walking through the New York Stock Exchange and ICE, and as you see, ICE, which is the parent of New York Stock Exchange, has now taken Polymarket. And this is the future. And I realized that the ability for a normal person in the public to want to own, let's say, a very expensive Berkshire Hathaway stock or an Apple stock. They should be able to participate and actually own a piece of that stock if that's all they can own. That's called tokenization. And if you can tokenize a stock but make it very, very safe and secure and all under the regulatory framework of SEC and FINRA and use blockchain. So what happened is we were one of the first blockchain patents to have been developed. And I was approached by Mark Ellenowitz and the team, and today you see the press release of Nant Global Finance, and the platform that's going to be coming is called NantX, which will allow anybody to own a piece of stock or trade on a global security exchange and have it really efficient and safe.
How does this stay true to your mission of connecting and empowering people?
Because we have to empower everybody. Whether you're an African in the bush trying to make a living, or whether you're the billionaire trying to make stock exchange, or whether you want to be able to, what I call democratize with a small d, the ability for everybody to share in this community. And the stock market security exchange, even asset exchange, is a very difficult thing to do unless you have real-time ability to know how to do that with a mobile app. So this is what this is. So NantX will be that platform that in real time you can not only see your stock, immediately exchange it, immediately buy it, immediately own it, and be secure through blockchain.
Well, if NantX wasn't already a big enough announcement, I hear that you have another announcement that goes back again to your very storied resume of healthcare. Now, tell me about all of the new and exciting things that you're developing with cancer that have to do with tech and AI and ties into where we are today, CES 2026.
So the world knows me in healthcare all the way from the time I developed American Pharmaceutical Partners, in which we had 150 FDA-approved products, and heparin caused, sadly, 86 deaths in the United States. We were the only safe supply of heparin, which meant that the idea of having raw materials in the control of America as a national security would be a really key element. I then developed Abraxane, which is this drug for cancer, and sold it to Celgene. I decided then, as part of this whole stealth movement, to say the future of healthcare, future of cancer, future of diabetes, future of autoimmune disease is actually in your body. So let me explain that.
Please.
You and I sitting here in our body have 3 cells, I mean much more than that, but let's just talk about 3 cells.
Okay.
One called the natural killer cell, one called the killer T cell, and one called the T regulatory cell. What does that mean? Well, your natural killer cell has evolved for 450 million years to allow you to be protected from cancer, HIV, COVID, and even aging. Now, me saying that is like me presenting in 2008 that machine vision.
Right, because I'm like, I don't look 450 million years old. Explain that.
Well, thank God.
I'm hoping you're not saying that.
But this cell got evolved from a time, literally from the ocean, for mammals to exist. And it evolved from 450 million years so that a cell from my body can be given to you without any reaction. The cell from anybody's, so it's really been evolved so that it can be allowed to be cross-reacted. So I realized that this natural killer cell for cancer, for example, just like you go to the Red Cross to get red blood cells for a blood transfusion, we could have natural killer cells as the Red Cross of cancer. Well, how do you... How?
How is the question.
So, if I then took a donation of blood from you, like you give blood, and extracted white cells, and deconstructed those white cells into these 3 components that I'm just talking about, and grew them into billions of cells, froze them down. That became the American Red Cross of cancer.
So I ask you again, how? Is there a machine? Is this, what is the technology that allows you to do that?
So let's talk about the why and then we'll talk about the how.
Let's do it.
The why is, if I were able to activate your natural killer cells or give you natural killer cells, that could actually treat cancer regardless of the tumor type. Whether you have lung cancer, breast cancer, pancreatic cancer, triple negative breast cancer, leukemia, that natural killer cell would treat that. Whether you have COVID, long COVID, those are the trials that we're doing. The future is whether it's actually going to help you live longer because of longevity, of the signs of aging. That's the why. We have now gotten approved for one of the whys for bladder cancer, and we're going to make a big announcement soon at the JP Morgan conference about the evolution of that. And the how. Well, the how is we have to, again, democratize the ability for everybody to be able to get these natural killer cells and CAR T cells. So today we have CAR T cells made by Novartis and Bristol Myers, etc., and it costs $1 million, $400,000 for a single transplant. And that is great if you can afford it. Imagine if you could reduce that to $75,000 to $50,000 and make it available for the world. Well, the only way you can do that is starting AI, robotics, automation. And what we'll be announcing soon, in next week, is the world's first robotic automated manufacturing machine that could take that blood and the end on the other side have either CAR T cell or natural killer cell.
Is that what we can expect from the conference next week?
So I'm announcing today, yes, on the 14th of January, as part of the JP Morgan conference, we will be hosting the very highest level of from Saudi, Her Royal Highness Haya Al Saud and His Excellency Bandar Al Kanawi, who will participate in the inaugural USA-Saudi Biotech Alliance. This will allow then, not only from a US perspective, from the Saudi perspective, to have an availability of this technology, not only for the Middle East, but all of Africa. So we've now created the globalization where healthcare should be the foreign policy of the United States to not only share, but expand technology around the world as part of foreign policy.
That is fascinating and so very, very exciting. If you can touch quickly on why it's so important that healthcare communities continue to use technology in order to scale things like you were just talking about, to reach more people, to create a more connected, accessible, healthy world, which is very true to your personal mission.
So if you listen to these midterms, and you watch the subject is, oh my God, Obamacare and the cost of premiums is going through the roof this month, and that's the issue between the Republicans and Democrats. Actually, it's neither.
Explain that.
Right.
Break that down.
I explained this to President Obama, and nobody got that then. That we keep on mixing up the concept of healthcare and health insurance. Health insurance is not health care. So we talk about premiums, but you don't talk about availability and access to care. But it turns out that 10% of the US population represents 80% of our costs. And what do you mean by that? Cancer, diabetes, NICU. So if we could take these 20% even of life-threatening chronic expensive diseases and create a tool, now we're back to with AI and mobile platform, that I could tell in real time how to manage that patient. For example, imagine we have a high-risk lady who's pregnant with a baby, and I'm sitting in my car on my way to work, and the mother gets an oxytocin shot. Imagine if I, on my phone, could immediately see the mother's contraction, the baby's heart rate, the mother's EKG, and in real time, and how that oxytocin is interacting with the other medication in real time, and be able to give an instruction in real time and then measure that outcome. That tool is now available. We will be releasing not only that tool, it's now in the hands of 10,000 doctors. It's now in the hands of 600 hospitals. That's what I meant about let me go quietly away with NantWorks, and that company is called NantIQ, which is now the first FDA-approved AI EKG on the phone that can predict cardiac decompensation 24 hours before it happens.
24 hours before it happens.
And it's already saved lives. That is the change that we can make and reduce the cost using today's budget, getting better outcomes by managing, truly managing outcomes and paying for outcomes. Think about that, paying for outcomes.
And the path forward to that, through that, to scaling that is AI.
The path forward to that is to give the doctors the tools, the nurses the tools in real time, using AI and technology to make decisions that affect outcomes. Lower cost, better outcomes, and pay for outcomes, and don't pay for fee-for-service.
Well, surely this is not the end, I'm sure, of more exciting announcements, and it sounds like there's a lot to expect next week in San Francisco. Very much looking forward to it. To wrap up our conversation and end on the point of CES, there's been so many promises last year made about the future of tech and AI. What's one thing that excites you this year, heading into 2026, about where we are moving in terms of something like AI?
So the reason I'm back at the CES is we're going to launch not only the robotics, which we're going to launch at the JP Morgan, but we're going to launch a humanoid. And a humanoid that has cognition. And the humanoid, the first humanoid that's going into the home and helping a patient with Parkinson's disease. And the humanoid that will take this blood we're talking about, put it into the robot, and on the other side comes our cells. The world of cognition and reasoning. So I have one of the first patents called the reasoning engine.
Reasoning engine. Interesting.
Whereby the sole concept of AI now is called inference, meaning you take a hypothesis, you take data, and you make a decision, and by what you call, you inferred that or inference, and then you take an action. That's how your brain works as part of synapses. But what is that synapse? Well, that synapse moves data at terabytes a second, which is at the speed of light. So what's the future? Is to build a chip that moves at the speed of light. And I will soon announce we will have the first US foundry that is building a optic chip that will actually interact with electronics called optoelectronics and move data at the speed of light. And that chip has already been in space for the last 3 years.
You're kidding.
Yes.
This is a lot of exciting announcements.
So to close, what is NantWorks? This is NantWorks.
This is NantWorks. All of this under one umbrella in one home.
Correct.
All from your mind.
Well, to be very fair, from the minds of some of the smartest scientists and people, that we've given them a home to not only believe, to innovate, to inspire, and give them the freedom to do that, and direct them into that avenue. And what you see now is truly, over the course of 2026, each of these entities being revealed. And we don't talk about the planet and global warming, but we've now harvested millions of tons from the ocean of calcium carbonate, and now making bioplastics that is actually replacing plastics, and it's already on the market for plates and straws. That's non-biorenewables. So I think what we will have left this planet with is at least contributing something that will make it better for the rest of us. And I'm just happy to actually announce it with you today. at LATMG.
Thank you for joining me. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for making these announcements. Thank you for your work. Once again, Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, the founder of MantWorks and the owner of LA Times. Now, thank you so much for joining me. For more CES content, you can head over to latimes.com or head over to our YouTube at LA Times Studios.
We'll be back with more CES interviews, show floor highlights, and keynotes from the biggest tech event of the year. I'm your host, Angelica Coronado, signing off.
afternoon from the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Caroline Woods coming to you from high above the trading floor on this Thursday, January 8th. That was Dan Ives and the Wedbush team ringing the opening bell here this morning. He's a well-known figure here at the NYSE, known for his colorful clothing and bullish stance on big tech. Speaking of which, big tech is having a bit of a rough day today. We're seeing investors rotate out of technology stocks, leaving the NASDAQ in negative territory. Tech and healthcare are the only sectors in the S&P 500 showing losses today. Taking a look at the Magnificent Seven, performance is mixed. NVIDIA is the worst performer, followed by Apple and Microsoft, while Alphabet and Amazon are faring better. Google parent Alphabet has now overtaken Apple's market capitalization for the first time since 2019. And if you're keeping track, we're only 8 days into January, of course, but the Mag 7 is off to a pretty sluggish start. Only Amazon and Alphabet are higher so far in 2026. Now, despite that slow start, Wedbush's Dan Ives remains bullish on all of the Magnificent Seven. He has a buy rating across the board on all seven, saying it's only 10:30 p.m. at the AI party and it's going until 4 a.m. Other Wall Street analysts mostly agree. According to data from the London Stock Exchange Group, sentiment is strongest around Amazon, with about 96% of analysts rating the stock as a buy. Microsoft follows closely behind with 95% buy ratings. Meta and Nvidia are right behind, each seeing about 91% of analysts recommending a buy. Alphabet also remains firmly in favor, with roughly 86% of analysts saying it's a buy. Apple draws slightly less enthusiasm, with about 63% of analysts recommending the stock. And Tesla stands out as the most divided name. Nothing new for the EV maker. About 40% of Wall Street analysts say it's a buy, nearly 39% say it's a hold, and 21% rate it as a sell. Shifting to other areas of the market, we have another new high to tell you about. The small cap Russell 2000 hit a new all-time high today as investors show renewed interest in smaller companies. Kratos Defense is one of the best performers on the index. Defense stocks overall are a bright spot of the day after President Trump called for a $1.5 trillion defense budget in 2027. That's a massive increase from the $901 billion approved by Congress for 2026. In turn, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, and L3Harris are all jumping in response. The Dow is moving higher in Thursday afternoon trading thanks to strength in Home Depot, Sherwin-Williams, and Coca-Cola. Staples, which are often seen as a safer area of the market, are some of the best performing stocks on the S&P 500 too. On the economic front, layoffs in December fell to their lowest level since July. That's according to Challenger, Gray & Christmas. U.S. employers announced just over 35,500 job cuts. That's a 50% drop from November. Still, looking at the bigger picture, it was the worst fourth quarter for layoffs since 2008. We'll get the key jobs report tomorrow, but for now, the encouraging data appears to be giving a lift to consumer stocks. Best Buy is among today's big winners. Gap is higher after an upgrade to buy at UBS, which expects an inflection in sales and earnings growth. Kohl's, Canada Goose, RH, and Macy's are also posting solid gains. Restaurant stocks are having a good day as well. Sweetgreen is popping again, up about 4% today and 12% so far this year, though it's still down more than 75% over the past 12 months. Other beaten down names like Bloomin' Brands and Cava are also catching a bid. Travel stocks are also higher, including airlines and cruise lines. And if you're dreaming of a getaway without kids, Oceania Cruises has some news. The luxury cruise line is going adults only, banning new bookings for guests under 18 effective immediately. Existing reservations made before January 7th will still be honored. Oceania is part of Norwegian Cruise Lines and says the move is based on guest feedback, with many travelers seeking a quieter, more relaxed experience at sea. And finally, one earnings winner to tell you about, that's Constellation Brands. The maker of Corona and Modelo is climbing about 5% today after both earnings and revenue came in ahead of expectations. That said, results were weaker compared with a year ago, with the company pointing to ongoing pressure on its Hispanic consumer base. Management says about 75% of its Hispanic customers are very concerned about the socioeconomic environment, leading them to be more cautious with spending and to prioritize essentials over discretionary purchases. The company says that pressure is likely to remain volatile. In turn, Constellation also lowered its fiscal 2026 earnings forecast once again, but investors appear encouraged by signs of stabilization. Even with today's pop, the stock is still down about 20% over the past year. That's all for now. I'll be back here tomorrow with another market update at the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Caroline Woods.
interconnect for the edge. Presented by Corning.
Good afternoon, everyone. The edge lives or dies on latency, and scaling edge AI demands more than speed alone. This session explores how standardized interconnects can unlock sub 50 millisecond performance and enable AI to scale seamlessly on the edge. Please welcome our speakers, moderated by Joe Olson, partner and CEO at Vector.
Ken, I see you took the shortcut around the back. I like that. Good afternoon, everybody. I know we're 1 or 2 sessions away from happy hour on the last day of the first annual Foundry event here at CES, so appreciate everybody tuning in for what I hope is an enlightening talk around latency. So my name is Joe Olson. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Vector. We are a go-to-market programs and platforms company. We have the lounge over there, along with Corning and Strada and Wesco, who are all joining us here on stage. I'm here with Sean Fitzsimmons from Corning, Andy Jimenez from Wesco. You may remember Andy was on a panel yesterday as well, representing Wesco. And then Ken Moriano from Strada. And Bill from Strada was on stage yesterday as well. So we're going to talk about inference, the edge, and data center strategies. So thank you first and foremost for you guys for being here and having this conversation with us. Why don't we do quick introductions? And Sean, let's start with you.
Yeah, certainly. Good afternoon. Thanks, Joe, for putting this on. We really appreciate it. Sean Fitzsimmons with Corning. I do a variety of roles, but fundamentally it's a little bit of BD, a little bit of consulting, a little bit of integrating new technology into customer environments. I've been designing and building networks for 20 plus years.
Andy?
Hey, Joe, thanks again for the invite to participate today. So Andy Jimenez, I'm with Wesco. I've been with the company for 27 plus years. If you're not familiar with Wesco, we're a full service distributor, Fortune 200 company. We're based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have a global presence, 3 business units servicing the data center market. So we have an electrical division, a communications datacom division, as well as utility broadband division. I currently lead technical sales for Wesco's data center solutions team. The majority of my career I've spent in the engineering side, but recently got into the technical sales role, but been involved in the industry activities in the data center for 25 plus years. So thanks again.
Awesome. Speaking of data center background, Ken?
Yeah, welcome. Excuse me. Welcome. Thank you for having me as well. Ken Moriano. So I have an entrepreneurial background. However, most of my career has been spent about 24 years in the data center industry. So conceptualized, designed, built, and operated data center beginning in 2004 and the concept, construction in 05, 06, actually operating, and have gone from infrastructure to co-location to hybrid cloud to managed services to deploying AI infrastructure in May of 23. Full stack solution working with the end customer enterprise of what they actually consume in this revolution of AI. So operating actually, in the attaboy for me and our history is that we had 100% uptime through that entire history. So never a customer outage. So generally familiar with infrastructure and high availability.
He wanted to wear that on his T-shirt, but we made him put a tie on.
It was a little long-winded shirt. It was front and back.
And now you're helping with Strada advise data centers as they're evaluating product and things
Yes.
like that. Yeah, great. Well, Sean, let's get things kicked off with you. In the context of AI, you know, Corning's really glass. That's how we look at. I mean, you guys do a bunch of other things, obviously.
You're right.
But
you're right.
but it's the fiber that literally connects the brain of AI to the rest of the world. And you know, as we shift from training models and massive data centers to inferencing at the edge, what's the AI to the rest of the world? And you know, as we shift from training models and massive data centers to inferencing at the edge, what's the most critical shift you're seeing in how companies think about their physical interconnect?
Yeah, it's a good question. Speed and density tend to be the two big, when we think about transport, from Corning's perspective, we do all things glass. Fiber optics is a key piece of our portfolio. In that, though, one of the driving needs is to make sure that any operator has good connectivity from wherever they're using data from, or if they're transferring data between compute, they're switching fabric, and so on and so forth. So having a good network in place rather than just plug in AI and hoping that it's going to work is a challenge. The second is really density of having higher count fiber cable and a smaller form factor. It's really difficult now to find space, especially in existing conduit or duct systems, things of that nature. So we spend a lot of time and effort and investment around how to get higher fiber counts into a much smaller OD. And if you're going to place it, I would encourage you to place as the most you can. And because from future-proofing and the ongoing speed of technology, if you put in what you need today, you're going to need more tomorrow. And I would just encourage you, if you're going to do it well.
Yeah, and there's a glass shortage, and we're going to need a lot more glass. So
yes, and it's worldwide. It's not just Corning. I mean, all of us who are in that business, there's definitely a worldwide shortage.
Yeah. And Andy, I know, like Corning, Wesco is also a giant in this space, and when you're helping clients design and strategize about an edge site, maybe it's a smart factory or retail hub, how do you help them prioritize connectivity so they're not hitting bottlenecks and things like that as they go through the process and grow?
Yeah, I think it really just emphasized the importance of standards. I come from a standards background, and if you look at standards, it really does two things for you. So from an industry perspective, technical perspective, it really allows for device interoperability. So you can ensure that when you buy products on the open market that they're just going to work. So it really creates that plug-and-play environment from a technical point of view. So that gives users just confidence that as you deploy these solutions at scale, that there's not going to be any hiccups or bottlenecks as you do that. But from a commercial perspective, it opens up just a wider range of solutions that you can source from. Because now you've got standardized ways to do the procurement. You can get products from different sources. And that also decreases your risk. It de-risks your project because now you can source from reputable sources, reputable vendors, because everything's going to operate in the same fashion. So in terms of mitigating that supply chain risk, which is out there, I think that's what standards also do for you. So there's really a technical component as well as a commercial component to following the standards. And I think it's important that as you specify these solutions, and let's be real, these are being deployed at scale, especially on the fiber side, just at the point that Sean was making. I mean, you're looking at large volumes of fiber that you have to deploy. So having that predictable supply chain, the right products in place, really de-risk the entirety of that construction process.
And do you see a lot of conversations you're having with clients around strategy and stuff, just about having to keep them abreast of kind of the changes that are happening on the edge and those kind of things? How do you guys help with that process?
Yeah, for us, it's that's really a form factor type of thing. So whether it's a core data center or an edge data center, in terms of the optical infrastructure and the product selection, in many cases, it's the same because the product selection is not too dissimilar. I think where things get a little bit bumpy is as you get into the edge environment, it's a lot more distributed. So if you have a core data center, it's quite a large facility, gigawatt scale facilities. But as you get into the edge deployments, they're much smaller, but they're much more distributed. So again, the supply chain involved with that is an important consideration. But from a technical perspective, the selection process isn't that much different. It's how you get the products on site, I think, is kind of the main consideration. But whether it's edge or core, I think the product discussion is kind of the same.
Yeah. Okay. And Ken, you've been on the other side of this thing, building, running data centers. From a Strata perspective, when you're putting a compute cluster into an enterprise environment, what's kind of the number one gotcha regarding existing infrastructure that you run into or have to advise on?
Yeah, it's a good question. So at Strata, when we're advising our customers, oftentimes they believe the gotcha is power and cooling distribution, but you have Strata that's vertically integrated, AI ready, which is lower than what most cabinets look like these days as far as a power and cooling requirement. So we help them understand their existing colo, their historical, or the historical enterprise data center can actually embrace Strata. And really the bogey is fiber. Most of the time, the fiber system, Sean, you mentioned, you're trying to find real estate to deploy more fiber or new fiber. Most of it's already not only fully populated, but it's 15, 20 years old. So the bottleneck, and oftentimes it's not really well clear and understood how this fast highway is not a fast highway and what's actually being utilized versus decommissioned. So what we have found is the fast lane is really look at the fiber distribution, the internal network, and that latency is a big issue. But power and cooling, because of what we deployed in Strata, that's manageable in existing historical. So when you look at the fiber, Corning, Wesco are key partners in what we're doing to distribute and help future-proof these existing historical facilities.
And I guess that brings up a supply chain question that's kind of interesting. Like, how do you help, Sean, on Corning's side, navigate supply chain issues, right? And those will continue to be a challenge for everyone. But how do you help customers navigate that?
Yeah, I mean, supply chain has been an ongoing issue, especially since COVID in particular. But there's reasons that we partner with folks like Wesco. In particular, we do a lot of business together to help our customers. So Corning spends a lot of time on the front end from a planning engineering perspective, of which Wesco has services as well. So it has services as well, and there's others out there. But we find that when we get into the front end of projects or programs, it's helpful to understand the timelines that are going with that. What are the constraints? There's lumpiness in even the labor shortage that it's out there, but there are dependencies on infrastructure as it comes in, whether that's a stick-built or a rack and stack, rack and roll type of strategy. We spend a lot of time identifying products, ensuring that Wesco has what they need from us to ensure that our joint customers are getting what they need. But it really comes from the planning on the front part that really helps to mitigate that. Oftentimes we get a lot of calls and are looking for an ambulance service, like, can you service me now? Generally that answer is no, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Andy, you mentioned labor shortages and things like that as well as part of this. So, how does standardizing fiber and those kind of things kind of try to help that?
Yeah, I mean, labor shortages is certainly one thing because that kind of relates to the competence of the installer and how to deploy. But like we talked yesterday, speed of deployment is key in this environment because we're in a really fast build cycle around AI. So, anything that you can do to speed the deployment of the installation is going to be valued. So I think if you just look across the spectrum of solutions, using things like, Corning has pre-terminated, fiber solutions. So for pre-terminated, that means you're taking bulk fiber and you're putting connectors on the end of it. And it sounds trivial, but when you're talking hundreds of thousands of fiber connections, do you really want technicians fusion splicing hundreds of thousands of connections at the job site? I've been working on some large projects, and the numbers that are involved with that level of labor, they're astronomical. So if you can mitigate some of that, reduce that labor cost, as well as improve the speed of deployment with pre-terminated solutions, where you're terminating the connectors on the end of the bulk fiber, using modules that do the connectorization, you've got a nice sequence where when you do the deployment, it just goes a lot quicker. And again, to the point about standardization, everything is plug and play because everything's been pre-configured, pre-tested. It's to a specification. So from that point of view, it's just a lot easier to deploy in the field.
Okay, yeah. Ken, yesterday Bill talked about data gravity on stage, this behavior that's happening where people are starting to design edge solutions to bring the data closer to the AI, the AI closer to the data instead of sending their data out to the AI. How does that change the layout? Does that mean more micro DCs or bigger closets, or what does that look like?
So I think part of this is context. When we talk micro, we're still talking 10 to 30 megawatt facilities, which that's an enormous amount of power. Okay. We're not talking hyperscale, but this is true enterprise plus that can embrace large GPU capacity. So we're seeing micro distribution, but also compute and solutions going to the edge. So think of a drill site for oil and gas. Trying to mitigate time to value, time to decision making, time to drill for efficiency to help that margin on oil and gas. Think of an operating room, think of an assembly line manufacturing. So we're seeing compute going to the actual source of the data. And that's really, from a micro, you have either small distributed private sovereign data centers, 10 to 30 megawatt, but you're also seeing compute at the edge, at the site of the data generation.
So Sean, if you take us through the process when you're talking to customers as they're starting to think about their project from soup to nuts, what are the phases and things that you're walking them through to have that discussion?
So first of all, Wesco has a great graphic up there if anybody wants to see the life cycle. But it's generally the same for all of us on this. And when we go through the life cycle, we really look at, from a planning perspective, the intent of what the customer is trying to do. The easy answer is always to throw more horsepower at it, which is we need more GPUs, or which drives power, cooling, things of that nature. And what we're learning is right-sizing what their solution for what they are trying to do allows us to be much more efficient and much more cost-effective. So if you think about a particular user or operator, whether that's enterprise or it's a large data center or hyperscaler, each one of them have a different set of characteristics. Their deployment methodologies is extremely important. And that's a different product set, so whether that's pre-connectorized or not, or stick-built, there's trade-offs on each one of those. But its application is also highly important. So places where very low latency is required, there are specialty fibers for that. There's hollow core and new tech that comes out that really enables that. But if you don't need that, you don't need to spend the money on the infrastructure and the planning and I'll just say the networking fabric in and of itself for that solution. So as we get into more details of their use cases, their intent, their scale, their life cycle aspects of it, then we really work on definition of what that looks like from a connectivity perspective, and then partner with others on, regardless of the solution set, whether that's NVIDIA, AMD, et cetera, as we go down the line. And then there's also full solutions that may come in a different type of use case, which is they don't want to spend a lot of capital. They'd rather have more of a subscription type of model where you have really AI as a platform, as a service. So it provides that, right? That's a great solution for an enterprise deployment. So customer need, use case, optimization, and then put it into a planning phase, and then we support them through that life cycle. Generally speaking, it's helpful for us to be there with the GCs when we're doing new technology, or it's new trade for that particular geography or customer ecosystem.
And Andy, how have you seen that sort of life cycle change even over the last 5 years as the industry's really ramped up production? You talked a bit about speed to market being important and people trying to deploy capital faster, I guess, against these projects. Right. But I'm sure that that's changed strategically about what you're doing on the logistics side.
Yeah, I think to the point that Sean was making, I think it's important to be linked throughout the full life cycle of the construction process, to be you're really thinking in the mindset of pre-provisioning and pre-planning, because as you scale out these types of projects, you want to make sure that you understand what your supply chain looks like, because the reality is that partners like Corning can only build the fiber so fast. Everyone's going to have to get in line, but if you have insight into the pipeline on how these projects are getting deployed, you get earlier engaged. I think that's to the benefit of the owner that's trying to deploy these data centers at scale. So it's really important to be connected through that full life cycle, from pre-construction to construction, even into the operation of the data center. You have to be connected throughout that entirety of that process.
And Ken, with the rise in kind of this modular data center development, it has to do with edge, but it's, I guess, tangentially related. If the rise with the modular side of things, how does that change it from the person on the backside who's building a data center now trying to accommodate different types of customers that are trying to do different types of things?
Well, I think Sean mentioned it, and I've seen it firsthand with Wesco. What is the outcome you're trying to accomplish? Oftentimes, what we have seen with the customers getting caught up so much in the tech and not actually looking at the outcome. What's the deliverable? What's the problem they're trying to solve? We can solve the tech, and that's what we've done with the vertical integration of our solution, but it's really what is that end result that you're looking for? And taking advantage of the data gravity, the proximity of compute, and the insights you can get with that speed. So the clear inflection point, but it's really leveraging that insight for the end customer to understand, stay focused on the outcome, not so much on the tech. Tech's changing so quickly, it's hard to keep up with that.
And have you found in your previous roles too that you were in a strategic, I guess, leadership position with clients as they came in and asked for those types of enterprise solutions? Or, I think some of us think these folks walk in that are CTOs or CIOs and say, this is exactly what I want, I just need to drop it in. But that's not the way it works.
That's not the case. I had the privilege of working with CIOs predominantly, COOs, because this has really evolved into a business solution problem. But CIO historically had budget and also governed across the tech stack in the business side. More often than not, they weren't sure on the right sizing and what the actual solution would be. So we would dig in at the C-suite and then go vertically down into, okay, what are the problems to solve? And then start biting off chunks to demonstrate ROI. But yeah, strategy became an outcome of problem solving and then delivering the technology solution to get that deliverable result.
Yeah, which I guess is good to see that conversation is starting to follow the typical path, which is why does an enterprise need compute in the first place, and let's build the solution that matches it, as opposed to even 2 years ago, I guess, when we all started down this, I guess the massive part of this journey, which is just build compute as fast as you possibly can.
Well, and the other part of this, if I may, is the sovereignty. Control your infrastructure, control your AI, control your data. So, are you willing to offshore or upload your most sensitive data as an enterprise or an organization up to a cloud? What assurances do you have of privacy security? We learned that most enterprises never did that. They kept it in the enterprise data center or the enterprise co-location. So how do we bring the compute to them? Help them with the solution, but also, it's the Wild West. The world's changed. So how do we bring insight to the end customer to get to solution, outcome, but protecting the data sovereignty as an organization?
Well, let's do a little bit of a lightning round here, and then I'll kind of ask a future question. I guess they're both a little bit future question, but I'll start with you, Sean. If the AI fast lane is kind of the goal here, and whether you're trying to keep up on the infrastructure side or whether you're demanding it on the enterprise side, what's the one thing a CIO should do today to try and prepare for 2027, even though we're just starting 2026?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question. I think the short answer is it's great. It's a great time to be a student and come into the conversation that way. There's so many sciences that we need deep domain on, whether that's compute, whether that's architecture, whether that's the stack that you're going to run, the network aspects of it. How do you then turn that AI into a profitable use case or value add? To know all of that in one person is really, really difficult. And I think from sitting in a CIO type of seat, looking for partners and folks who have been around this for a while and have done thousands or tens of thousands of different types of deployments. We've learned some things through that from each of our own seats, whether that's infrastructure, whether that's software, whether that's integration, whatever it may be. And in that, we have enough scars on the body and blood on the ground to say, this was a great idea on paper, it turned out horribly. The others are, we didn't realize this, we started doing it and it worked really, really well, and we found a way to optimize it. And so leveraging partners, and part of why Vector is here and we collectively are here, is we're finding that enterprises are looking for help, and they want to talk to folks who will give them a real answer on, here's the challenging part, here's some things to think about, here's some recommendations, here's some other folks or firms you might want to talk to. Lots of great consultants out there, but not all consultants are just like CIOs. They tend to be pretty vertical in their kind of stovepipe area, and it's hard to piece that ecosystem together. So talk to folks who actually do deployments and have implemented it. Leverage that information. I think as a general sense, the industry as a whole is in a learning kind of position, and it's kind of a fun place to be that way. So it's okay to be a student, and I would advocate for that.
That's good. Andy, I'll ask you the same question. Just, AI fast lane, that's the goal. What's the one thing a CIO should do to be ready for next year?
Well, I think Sean really hit on it, is partner selection. So that's you look at the entire value stream of your project. So manufacturer partners, installation partners, contractor partners, integration partners. You really need to have folks that really know what they're doing. And I understand that this is pretty nascent industry at this point. I mean, people say they're experts in AI, and in terms of deploying it, it's still pretty new. So everyone's still really learning, how to do it. But it's important to have those partners selected correctly. But really, from a technical perspective, you should understand what are your technical requirements as it relates to the compute. So as we're talking fiber, for instance, what's the roadmap of what your optical infrastructure is going to look like. So what are you supporting near term in terms of a data rate? So are you at 400 gigabit per second today in terms of your link speeds to support your AI server cluster? And how do you get to the next generation? So you've got 800 gigabit per second optics, 1.6 terabit per second optics that are on the horizon. How do you plan for that? Because you really can't be doing rip and replace every time there's a new iteration of technology. So you really need to understand what is the proper roadmap to get the maximum utility out of your infrastructure going forward. So I think partner selection, product selection, it all kind of goes hand in hand, but you really have to have that long-term view and vision of where you're taking your network requirements for your installation.
Okay. Ken, I'll ask you the same.
Yeah, I think so. Taking part of what Sean and Andy have said, partner selection, absolutely. I'll go back to sovereignty. And in large part, this is develop that tight-knit ecosystem of trusted partners where you can actually deploy, develop solutions, deploy for outcome focused. And I look at it more from the vantage point of a data center. So can you trust the uptime, the availability, whether it's smart hands managed services within or your partners engaging that facility? What are you deploying, which is really not only current business, but AI really represents the future of your business. Your trusted moat, what's that, again, infrastructure you control? Who are the partners that are managing that infrastructure? Where does your data live? And what are the AI solutions you're deploying in the enterprise? Because that becomes a much larger attack surface, so that has implications not only on fiber and network with the partners here, but also cyber. You start looking at the IT talent gap, large implications around sovereignty and protection of the business.
Makes sense. We've got a few minutes left, so I want to try to do this one quick. But, this is the first year of the Foundry. We'll be back here again next year. If we're sitting here talking about the same thing, what are we talking about? Let's go in reverse order. So you can start first, Ken.
Probably a little swell-headed. Jay Williams had a shameless plug as a sales guy yesterday. I think we were talking about Strata's success in large deployment. But really, I think, in all seriousness, it's the adoption of AI for enterprise. Instead of an MIT study people reference with 98% failure, it's the success of actual outcomes, actual ROI, not moonshots, but practical application where, like Andy, you said, who is really an AI expert? I got 20 years of data center, which no one cared for about 18 years of my career. The last 2 or 3, it's like I'm part of the cool crowd. Right. But, not worrying about that anymore, but actual outcome delivered solutions where you can point large and small enterprise, mom and pop, local community bank, to Fortune 500. So what we have seen is they're all pretty much paralyzed, not sure how to begin and what day 2 looks like with their AI journey and asking for a lot of advice. Hopefully, collectively, enterprises move beyond that. And we're part of that story, hopefully, as a team.
Yeah, just to add to that before you go, Andy, it reminds me of, I've noticed when you're in the marketplace talking to customers now, they don't talk about their data center, their data partners, wherever they're using for infrastructure, as a facility anymore. They talk about it as a strategic partner, which I think is like just a subtle little thing that you pick up on when you're in the room. But go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. I think for me, we touched on it. We talked about it yesterday too. But the use cases, definitely, they're going to be quite different. I think in a year from now. But the nerd in me, I'm a nerd at heart. An engineer, and I was on the show floor, and you just look at the level of innovation that's happening out there. It's just incredible. So I think. I'm really excited for the innovation as it relates to the optical infrastructure. Everything is getting denser. We're going to have new connector types, for instance, like denser connector types, new way to transmit information across the network. So for me, I'm pretty excited about where the research is taking us, and we're going to see some things that we never thought were capable. So that's really something I'm looking forward to next year. So I think that the technical landscape is going to be quite different, I think, in 2027. I'm really looking forward to it.
Sean, big pressure here to close this out.
I think it's the same themes. I think we're on a journey of new compute. New compute is now opening a whole new set of markets on applications, efficiencies, value add, things of that nature. As enterprises start to adopt that, there's a big learning curve. Much of what we've already talked about just in the technology aspects of it, but culturally, users, workflows, and then far beyond that, how do enterprises and institutions start to adopt that? I think that's going to be a big story moving forward. I do think, much to what we talked about, transceiver roadmaps and things of that nature, the speed in which innovation is coming, Some of that is really, really good if you're a certain part of this market. For the rest of us, we can't take a 7,000-pound rack and 20 of them because we don't have all that infrastructure. However, that's going to enable new things. And in that technology will then trickle across the market. And so I think that will be a big topic.
Well, I just want to say one of the things I love about what's happening in this particular emerging market as it relates to AI infrastructure and playing in that space is that even large companies like yourselves, are finding small companies like Strata, growing companies like Strata, and no one's trying to do everything. Everybody's working together, and it's about how can we build an ecosystem that solves the problem, because to your point, Andy, the problem's going to be different 30 days from now, 90 days from now, and so on and so forth. So thank you guys for spending some time with us this afternoon. If you want to continue the conversation, the booth with the bubble thing back there is where we're hanging out, and please come by, and thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Judah Silver from UTA, and I'll be taking us through the rest of the afternoon. This session explores how focused AI initiatives, particularly in mapping and mobility, are delivering measurable real-world results. Please welcome our moderator for Mapping What's Possible with AI, Andy Marchant from TomTom.
Many thanks. Welcome. Let me introduce the panel. So first off, Michael Harrell, Senior Vice President of Engineering at TomTom.
Hi, thanks. Oh, a little close. Thanks for having me. I'm Senior Vice President. I run all of our map content, map making at TomTom. I had previously worked at Microsoft for 8.5 years, building maps, and so super exciting. That's what got me into it. And then I went off and did a bunch of stuff with Amazon for a while, and now I'm making maps with TomTom.
And Raj, welcome, leading mobility for Microsoft.
Raj Paul with Microsoft's manufacturing and mobility industry team. I lead mobility for Americas. Our definition of mobility is anything which moves. So it's automotive, travel, transportation, and logistics. Been with Microsoft for about 8 years, but spent most of my life in automotive. Good chunk of that at GM OnStar. So looking forward to this conversation.
Okay, so let's kick off then with some questions. So maybe start with Raj. Start with you. So we see AI everywhere, right? Especially at CES, it's obviously a really, really hot topic. But when you look at it in mobility specifically, and obviously mapping, what does it mean for impactful AI when you think about it?
So if I were to pick two things, right? Because there are a lot of things you can talk about. The first thing which comes to my mind is conversational AI inside the vehicle. You would have seen a lot of announcements from many players. I think that we'll see a lot of progress, and I think it's overdue, right, to redefine the whole in-vehicle experience. The second one which comes top of my mind is how AI can play a role in redefining product development. There's a lot of buzz around China speed. People use different ways why China is so fast. I think AI will help us make a lot of advances on how we develop products in the automotive space.
Mike, your thoughts?
Yeah, I've been racking my brain about it because the reality is I'm sure many of you know now AI is starting to kind of get introduced into everything we do. But in the automotive space in particular and in mapping, I think the biggest impact is with autonomous vehicles. We're seeing a new flux of or new push of energy to really advance it. And there are some real important breakthroughs that have happened in the last couple of years, all based on the latest breakthroughs in transformers and AI models, which we'll talk a lot about here, and that's huge. And then analytics, the fact that now AI is able to parse such complex relationships of input data and things that exist, being able to bring your data in and run models and get in real-time analytics against that data is insanely powerful and super exciting.
And what do you think, Mike, sticking with you, what do you think are the biggest challenges that companies face when thinking about trying to scale AI across their organization?
Yeah, so if we go, before we go into the bigger tech stuff, if we just think about, what's happening with AI, and I get to talk to a lot of companies, both in the tech industry, big tech companies, and as well as many of our partners. The ones that are succeeding at AI, they're really finding a way to be more focused from a top-down perspective, stop having so many pilots that are extending out everywhere without a lot of focus. A lot of companies are just trying to find impact and innovation through a bottom-up approach, but where we see the real innovation that leads into production and impact to customer is when there's a top-down initiative that's well known. The leadership understands what is important for what they need to be able to get done, which specific use cases they really want to see AI innovate against, and they create actionable working groups to go after that particular activity, and a small number of pilots to find success in that. And once they see that success, then using that to create a compounding effect to drive more AI and more capabilities within the company. And that's not unique to TomTom. Pretty much every company I talk to where they've seen not just a cool pilot or a cool demo, but like cool stuff actually in production, making an impact to customer, it's been a pretty standard model. And so I think that's where, for leaders, that's where I think you need to start there.
Yeah. Okay. So bringing it kind of to where we kind of work collaboratively a little bit, and the car being at the center of that. So Raj, maybe you want to talk a little bit about the kind of in-vehicle intelligence and what strategies car makers are implementing to leverage AI within that system inside the car.
So the whole in-vehicle experience, in my personal view, is long overdue to relook at how it should be done. Technology has been there for a while, but what we are seeing within the last few years, specifically with Gen AI and conversational AI, that is actually making things very easy for OEMs and partners or tier ones to provide some of the capability which they didn't have in the past. So if you look around the landscape, I think probably 3 months right after ChatGPT movement started, Mercedes-Benz made an announcement that they're going to leverage conversational AI inside the car, leveraging Azure AI. I've never seen any OEM move that fast and experiment with technology. So that's the beauty of where we are going now, right? And then if you look at the series of announcements, I'm just picking up that OEM because they've been pretty public and progressive, series of announcements on how they're going to essentially redefine productivity, conversational AI. So that's one OEM story. But then if you look at from an ecosystem standpoint, I mean, TomTom, right? I mean, how are you leveraging AI from a navigation standpoint? That's one example. Another end, I will quote Cerence, for example. How are they redefining? Because Cerence, from a speech standpoint, is there in most of the vehicles. But now with conversational AI and how Gen AI can help them, they are redefining that experience as well. This week, Bosch basically showed how they can do it, which is another tier one. Their go-to-market is a lot different. For me, overall, if you look at each one of these ecosystem players and how they're trying to go to market, how they're leveraging Gen AI, and overall, how the overall in-vehicle experience is going to get defined, I think we are in a perfect time now how to essentially leverage technology and redefine that experience. Most times, car OEMs get compared to the phone industry, right? I mean, specifically the Android ecosystem and the iOS ecosystem. But I think the time now is where the car, inside the car, I mean, I'm not talking about mirroring, but in general, what a screen, because I used to say 7-inch screen has become standard, but now we're talking about a screen which goes almost 3/4 of the vehicle. So that real estate and how an OEM can leverage that real estate on their own or leveraging the ecosystem partners, I think it's a perfect opportunity for us to redefine that.
Yeah, look, the automotive industry is changing like it's never changed in our lifetime because of the advancements that happen. And let me just explain it a little bit. So first, because we have now the ability to talk to the car, the interface and communication, it's like the days of Knight Rider and your kit car, you can actually communicate with it. And that's pretty powerful and impressive. But the advancement of autonomous driving, now that we're moving and we are now launching and delivering the capability to get to where you no longer have to be an operator of the vehicle paying attention to the road, well, that means you have other things you can do. You can start doing side tasks or other activities. So, and that will continue to advance. So now the vehicle is not going to be predominantly built to allow for someone to operate the vehicle. So what do? You have to change the concept of the car to now be a car that allows you to experience and enjoy that time you're commuting within the car. So think of things like, hey, I want to go home, but I want to be able to watch the World Cup match. So now you don't care about getting home as fast as you can. You care about getting home, ensuring that you're in full autonomous mode during the World Cup match so that you're not distracted during that period. So you can go slower in a different route. And so these are the types of things that we're going to start seeing in these vehicles and in the in-vehicle design and how the in-vehicle operates, including communication, but the infotainment system is all going to have to change meaningfully so that it can start providing a much richer experience for you to enjoy those types of activities. So AI is really transforming the car completely. And then if you still take the EV revolution, and certainly the EV thing is taking a slow down now, we don't expect that it'll stay that way, and that will, you no longer have to have a big engine compartment for the combustion engine. You can completely redesign how the car looks, and so you're already seeing that with some of these robotaxis that are electric. So the cars are going to look very different than they do today. We see a bit more of that innovation coming out of China at the moment. Hopefully the Western countries start to take that over, but that's super, super powerful. And then, as you mentioned, I think it's really important. I'll just take a really big zoom out kind of approach so that people understand what's happening in AI, because it's really important. Why is AI happening now, and what's the implications of it? And these foundational concepts, if you understand those, you can start to use them to understand how you need to think about AI in your space. And there's two breakthroughs that happen. The first one was in 2017. These Google researchers, scientists, wrote a white paper called Attention is All You Need. And all that did was, for the longest time, for decades, we had deep learning, we had machine learning, and we were capped in getting any improvement in our models. We could add more and more data, we can add more layers to the deep learning, but the models wouldn't produce better quality output. They were just flatlined. And we do research, you get a little incremental gain. Then they wrote this white paper, Attention is All You Need, and what they basically said is, pay attention to the complex relationships of your input data. And so things like if you had a sentence that said, the queen did this and this, and then a page later it said, she did blah, 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 we as humans know she relates to queen, and we understand that complex relationship. Adding those relationships into the input of your model allows your model to have a much better understanding of how to process the world. That completely released the barrier on these models being able to improve, and we've actually not seen the end of it. We've actually been able to now predict exactly how much the model is going to get better by the more data you add, and we still continue to see improvement. That's why you're seeing like ChatGPT now with trillions of parameters and working on the entirety of the World Wide Web to process the data and continuing to improve in its capabilities. And so then the other breakthrough that had to happen, because they were so incredibly hungry for data, was something called self-supervised learning. You needed the ability to be able to train these models without humans being in the loop, because no human team is going to be able to do trillions of things to train it. So self-supervised learning is the ability to so you take a sentence like, I like ice cream, take away cream, that's your true set. So now you have, I like ice, and you tell the model to predict cream, but it could be, I like ice skating, I like ice hockey, and it knows that because of all the other words in the paragraph that it's a part of, and it starts to build an understanding of all these relationships in the input data. So those two breakthroughs. What's important to understand about those two breakthroughs is it's data, 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 and it's how good is your data, how good is it structured, how well can you bring that data in to these models so that these models can then really well perform. So that the thing you all need to take away is, if you really want to take advantage of all the things that are happening in AI and their AI models, so take a first look at your data, make sure your data's structured, make sure you understand how you get your data into these systems. That's where you're going to drive the first level of power in AI.
And just thinking about data generally, obviously in our business, maps is data. Where does maps play such an important role in this whole model?
Yeah, so interesting question. So in the same thing with we have with text, what's driving the innovation now in autonomous driving is all around vision. So we're the autonomous space, or the vision transformers, instead of large language models are a couple years behind, but they're catching up quickly in how they work. And so what we're doing is, when I said I like ice cream, we take away cream. Instead, we take video, and we take the video, all the video that you could take from driving a car around the road, and you use that as your training set, and you could self-supervise it now. So you could take the video, say 5 frames, remove the future frames, and that's your true set, and you tell the model, predict the next frames in the future. And that's what we do as humans. So if you're driving down the road and you see a human walking on the sidewalk, you can tell by the way they're walking, whether they're looking at you, if they're going to enter the crosswalk or not, and you behave accordingly, whether they're going to enter the crosswalk. If you see a car behaving a particular way, you know they're going to enter the lane, you predict future state. These vehicles or these vision models are now being asked to predict future state. In autonomous, that's in fact what they're doing. They're basically taking those video frames, predicting the future state, so then they can then dynamically drive safely through what that future state is. And it's not just the moving things, it's where the lanes are, it's where the curbs are, everything like that. The technology behind autonomous driving is the same technology you see in Sora 2 or in these deep fakes. And you see how powerful and good they are at creating future state. The same problem that exists in LLMs or in ChatGPT is they can hallucinate, create fantasy world. They have to be grounded. So how do you take vision transformers and ground them in reality? Because you don't want them predicting a fantasy land in front of you and then drive into the fantasy world. So the map is what allows it to ground it into the reality. So making sure that it predicts future state, but grounded to what is actually in the map. And then on top of that, it's the map starts providing other things. So for those that are deep in the space, the biggest research happening in AI right now is around memory. We call it context. Is how do you give enough memory so that it understands the context of your previous conversation or the previous things that were happening. So this you got to pay attention really closely to. You don't want to keep talking to your AI and it have to start from new, not knowing who you are or what you are. That's not how we operate as humans. That's not how these agents should be operating. But they have a limited context window, a limited memory. So where do you store this memory and how do you condense this memory to be able to give these agents the ability to operate more powerful? And in vision and in autonomy, that's the map. The map can give both short-term and long-term memory in a much more structured way. And finally, it can actually create things that are much more efficient as well. So, said a lot.
I think one thing, great advancements when it comes to model.
Yeah.
But one thing is the advances in compute and the cost of compute, which enable this whole model advancements, I would think. Right?
Yeah.
And Raj, from a Microsoft perspective, you're obviously looking and dealing with many customers in many areas around the world. What are your customers doing with AI, and how are they using it to improve productivity or look at analytics, etc.? Have you got any examples in that space?
So again, it's a broad question, so I'm going to pick a few areas which will be of interest. I think we touched on autonomy, right? I've been in the automotive space most of my career. If you look at the advancements we are seeing the last few years in autonomy, advances in ADAS or even, meaning when you go around, you can see Zoox, you can see Waymo. If you look at what we have achieved the last few years, I think AI is playing a huge role. I'm talking specifically Gen AI to make that possible. One, I think the cost, is meaning we all know that autonomy is a pretty expensive affair. But I think Gen AI is going to optimize a lot of that, which means we'll see a lot more progresses. So in that regard, for example, I'm just calling out a partner of ours, Wave, for example, or TomTom, with some of the work you're doing in the ADAS space. So we're seeing AI playing a very big role, and that is one end of the spectrum when it comes to autonomy. Then another end, which I'm actually pretty passionate about, is every time you pick up a product development conversation, then China will come into play. Hey, China can get it done in 2 years. Why can't the rest of the world do it? Even if it is 48 months, why is it always 60 months and whatnot, right? There are a lot of reasons we can debate about. I'm not going to get into that. But on the flip side, I think it's a nice forcing function now, people to relook at product development. And I think agents and Gen AI and what they can play in a V model and how automation can happen so that you can essentially bring down the development, I think is a good thing happening, right? To pick a few examples, I think within the last 6 months, I think Toyota had a nice case study. It's public, called Obeya, how they're leveraging agents in their powertrain group. And it's a very beautiful case because depending, people in the automotive space, when you start reading it, one, it's unlocking that institutional knowledge, but then it is also protecting that institution knowledge because a lot of it is with experts who have been working there for a long time. So if you can drive efficiencies in product development, right, and I can go on, requirements, for example, right? We have a partner, PTC, who has CodeBeamer focused on just purely requirements. And yesterday, I happened to go to a booth of one of our partners called KPIT, and they gave me a live demonstration of, they call it 15 to 15, meaning what they were trying to say is what takes, in 15 minutes, they can essentially basically show what usually takes 15 days. And the whole thing was about how agents can essentially play a role in validating infotainment scenarios, screen validation, Bluetooth not working. A lot of these scenarios, which are very, very human intensive today, can get automated and you can basically cut down development time. Similarly, if you look at Bosch is essentially leveraging. Overall, if you look at the whole ecosystem, whether it's OEM or tier one, I personally believe AI and agentic AI could help us redefine the V model so that we can cut down the overall development.
That agentic coding is probably going to be the most impactful and most broadly thing for everyone here. Like, and the industry has not yet fully understood how powerful. So when we say software developers aren't going to be relevant anymore, I don't think that's true. We're going to have software development, but what they do and how they do it is fundamentally changing. And what I mean by that, more than ever in my career. So what we used to have for the last 30 years that I've been in the career, you have developers writing predominantly all the code. They're no longer going to be doing that. Agents are much better at it, period. It's clear. Now, none of your software developers will say it yet. They'll say they have to code review it all. But the reality is it's happening. So what the software developer's job is going to be in the future is they're going to be coordinators of many other agents writing code on their behalf. How do they ensure the specification's right? How do they ensure that it's tested correctly? But that's going to be the future. So now how do we transform all these software development organizations into understanding how to take the power of agentic coding and be able to start using it in a more significant way? And just to be clear, while it might feel frightening that everybody's doing this and getting success out of it, in fact, nobody is. I talked to a number of people in the industry. We're seeing success in pockets, but we haven't seen success broadly across our organizations. So it's still early. The industry is still figuring out the right patterns that need to happen to be able to get success across all of our teams. But where we do see success, it is incredibly powerful and very impactful, and it will actually change the game. So you got to keep very close eye on it. You got to really press and pressure the team to not stay stuck in the ways of the old ways of working. Certainly the areas where you have a large code base and you have the traditional way you've developed, it's going to be much harder to transition those engineers and that code base to being an AI first way of doing things. But you do need to start seeing and working towards that AI first mentality because those companies that do it will in fact lead the charge, and those companies that don't, they're certainly going to suffer greatly in being able to keep up with the competition. It's that fundamental. And that's where, like, our partnership with Microsoft and others, just to make sure it's understood, you can't do it alone. You need to use the solutions that these big companies are providing and bring them all in, and you need to keep up to date on what's happening because it's changing so fast. So like MCP server has context window problems, so now we're using skills, and the MCP server was the big thing just 3 months ago, like 6 months ago, right? So all of these things keep changing so fast. How do you stay on top of it and adapt to it as well? And I think Microsoft is kind of helping do that, but you also have to read what's happening out of Microsoft to keep up, right?
And obviously AI is increasing how quickly you can develop these things. And Raj, you talked about the kind of the China effect of, the challenge of being able to develop really, really quickly. So with that in mind, and thinking about maps and accuracy and autonomous vehicles, etc., how do you ensure that that accuracy and that quality and that level of trust can be kept?
For mapping, so let you take the question.
Well, I mean, it just comes back to that grounding. Like, it's a general problem in AI right now, period. Like, how do we create trust? How do we know what a trusted source is so that the AI models are generated correctly on it? The map is ultimately what helps us ground that. It's also the map becomes super interesting with respect to it's just another redundant system into the full sensor stack. So we'll see going back to the autonomous space, we'll see that in fact these LiDAR units will be in the more premium brands to allow higher levels of autonomy. Look, there's a debate. Is LiDAR needed or not? Maybe it's not needed. You can drive without an airbag. You can drive without analog brakes, but do we? No, because it's a safety device. These LiDARs are going to be able to see things that the cameras can't see. The cost of them are going to come down, so you'll be able to put it into your premium vehicles, and it'll provide a level of redundancy that would be silly not to take advantage of, so that you can have a safe operating vehicle on roads in all conditions. So these things are, the industry's still kind of working its way through that, but that's what we'll start seeing as we progress on the safety side.
Another way to look at it is when people ask me what is the best example of an agent, right? I would say an autonomous car, right? And autonomous car is becoming now a little more common. I mean, with us using a Waymo app or a Zoox app or multiple implementations out there. But if you take a few years back, before the whole Gen AI buzz, that's a perfect example of an agent. But now, of course, with Gen AI, we might look at it a little bit differently. But you will see a lot more advancements. The reason I'm talking about trust and safety is, while that industry is progressing, right, towards L4, L5, it's been progressing pretty well. I mean, of course, there were predictions in 2030 will be completely, I'm not going to get into predictions, but I think our technology is getting better where the trust, security, and all that, I think, is only getting better and better.
So there's something I think we should chat about, because I know we're running out of time, but it's completely tangential. It's another super important area, which is analytics. Like, I think people are underappreciating the power of analytics with this new AI capabilities. And what I alluded to is, again, look at your data and the power of agents being able to process, understand your data, and create innovation is, in fact, going to be the biggest breakthroughs we see going forward in the future. It's a very quiet storm happening right now, but what we're seeing is incredible power. We use Microsoft Fabric as our data scientists and our engineers are using, again, leveraging tools that already exist out there that allow us to move faster in adopting the latest practices, because it's very hard to stay up on everything and everything that's going on. You really need to be looking for partnerships into some of these tech firms that can help you keep pace with everything that's going and give you some of that innovation that you can keep building on top of and growing from.
Just to add, the AI is good as the data gets trained on. So the data silo problem with an enterprise, it's an age-old problem, is there. Everybody tries to address this in a different way. And offerings like that you're calling out Foundry, I mean, is to basically solve some of those problems so that you can have a successful AI journey.
And generally, what lessons can be learned? So if people are listening to this, if people are watching this, any kind of lessons learned that other companies could start to think about when they implement some of this technology?
Through my lens, one is, should focus on the outcome you're going to look after, right? It's got to be more outcome-driven and not tech for the sake of tech. And that, I think, Michael touched on. A lot of it, how things get sponsored, top-down within an organization, that is very important. The next part, I think, is the data part of it, right? There's always reasons to say why data is, right? I mean, of course, I call it data island, data silos within an enterprise. I think companies should take a fresh approach to how can you solve some of the data problems. The last but not the least is experimentation, right? Try to basically try things out, right? Fail fast, right? And then see whether you're trying to get the outcome you're going to look for. And there are tools today to make things to move fast, right? Try to decide what you would call as IP, as opposed to where you can actually take somebody else's implementation so that you can move forward, right? So specifically, I mean, I was over-agitating on agents and the product development. If you look at it, automotive has always been an ecosystem. So there are purpose-built agents coming out from purpose-built partners. So OEMs got to decide, okay, what is IP, what agent is their agent and their IP, what business process or automation is it solving, where should they do things on their own, and where can they leap forward by taking an implementation which exists. I think that will start playing a very big role in automotive.
So the highest level thing I would say is, look, I've been a software engineer all my career. I've been leading large tech teams at Microsoft, Amazon, now TomTom. I talk to all the executives. It's very overwhelming. It's okay to be overwhelmed. I promise you, I am very overwhelmed at the moment of what's happening. It's never happened like this in my career. Everyone I talk to is overwhelmed. So just know you're not alone feeling overwhelmed by this. But you also need to get really engaged as leaders and start understanding this as much as you can. And you need to help lead and create initiatives that have structured focus for your teams to be able to capture what is real within an AI and what is marketing and what is BS in AI, because there's a lot of that out there. And find that stuff that captures the real capabilities that are going to create impact into your organization and help lead that charge and get involved in that. That's what I'd say is the most important thing. And again, don't feel afraid to do it. Don't feel afraid that you don't know, because even the experts in the space, I've been doing machine learning my entire career, I've been doing deep learning, and I'm still struggling to keep up with all the advancements and all the research that's coming out. It's a very incredibly fast-paced time. It's very impactful, but it's important that you understand it, because it is ultimately going to be what drives a lot of the future direction of your company. So take the time to learn it. It's going to take it'll take time, but it's okay.
So just, we're into kind of the last minute or so. So just a couple of things then from each of you. What does the future look like? Where do we go now? What are the next things we're going to see?
I'll let you answer. You got 60 seconds, and then we'll be done.
So for me, I mean, I think there's always been criticism about the automotive industry not moving fast, certain parts of the world moving fast, or certain companies moving fast. I'm a pretty big optimist. When you see an autonomous car, which was a criticism as well at some point in time, it's slow, right? The fact that we've made so much of progress, I'm pretty optimistic, I think, with AI and some of the advancements we'll have in compute, storage, and some of the tools. I think from an industry standpoint, I think we are in a very nice trajectory and a lot of good things to come.
That's great. So listen, Raj, Mike, thanks so much for your expertise, sharing your thoughts, and hopefully there was a few interesting snippets that people can take away. So
yeah,
thanks again.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
We're kicking things off with an announcement from Nant Global Finance. The company has unveiled a fully integrated blockchain-enabled tokenized capital markets platform offering regulated brokerage, digital securities, real-time trading, and blockchain settlement worldwide. To break down what this means for investors, I'm joined by Mark Olenowitz, CEO of Nant Global Finance. Mark, thanks so much for being here.
Appreciate you having me today.
So break down what that actually means. You're
Yeah, that was
basically
a
trying to
mouthful.
modernize the back end of the stock market.
That's exactly right. What we're doing is we're taking what's been around for years and making it more efficient using technology. A lot of people have been talking about blockchain and digital securities and cryptocurrency and crypto and tokens and NFTs. That's not what we're doing. We're taking traditional securities and putting them on the blockchain as a tokenized security. And that's what we intend to do. We're in the process of going through regulatory approval. And what we announced today was, in order to make this entire system work, we needed to have various components. So 3 US broker-dealers, 2 US transfer agents, a blockchain software company, 54 patents covering blockchain technology, and advertising and marketing support from the Los Angeles Times came together to create this new infrastructure that will allow all this to happen later this year.
So what's the problem, or what's broken, that Nant is trying to fix?
So the market as a whole is somewhat inefficient. And I'll give you an example. People think there's free trading. There's a company that's been very, very successful. It's called Robinhood. It's attracted a lot of retail investors, and they think they can come in and trade for free. But the reality is nothing's for free. You don't always see what goes behind. There's layers and layers and layers of an execution. What blockchain does is it opens it up where there's complete transparency, where investors have a clear order book that's all immutable and transparent directly on chain. So investors at all times can see. So what does that really mean? So there's a lot of times that we see companies that trade hundreds of millions of shares when there's only a few million shares outstanding. There's this concept of naked short selling and all these other manipulative activities. Blockchain does away with that. It allows investors to have a transparent market, best bid, best offer, but most importantly allows the securities to settle, which means between buyers and sellers to occur instantly without having to wait a day in order to see that transaction occur.
We've been hearing about for quite some time, though, that blockchain is just going to revolutionize everything. What makes this different?
So a lot of the people that have been advocating for that come from a marketing or technology background. And the reality is you're not going to change the way capital markets have been for over 100 years or whatever the number is. Since 1934, primary issuances and secondary issuances since 1933 and 34. What's happening today is these maximists, let's call them blockchain maximists, think that they can use technology to create or do away with regulation. The reality is what we need to do is see technology enhance regulation. And the SEC is starting to adopt that with the new regulatory changes that are occurring. There's Project Crypto that the SEC announced in August. NASDAQ just recently filed with the SEC along with DTC to allow the tokenization of NASDAQ securities. That's exactly what we're talking about, making Wall Street more efficient and equal access to everybody.
So this is about speed, cost, transparency, control, efficiency.
Integrity.
Integrity. We were talking earlier, and I was trying to wrap my head around this, and it was like, okay, if this is the plumbing of the house, you're trying to adjust the plumbing, not the structure.
That's exactly right. We're not going to change securities laws. We're looking to, and that's what's so great about what we brought together. Each of these components are already regulated entities. We're utilizing the securities laws that exist today and enhancing them through technology, through blockchain technology. And everyone's talking about that blockchain is the future. And what is really blockchain? It's, in essence, a ledger. It's an immutable ledger that can't be manipulated or changed. So when you think about capital markets, trillions and trillions of dollars are trading constantly. Shouldn't that be protected and allow investors to have transparency and protection? And that's what blockchain does.
But if I'm an investor and I want to trade Coca-Cola or Uber or Oracle, do I notice any difference once this goes through?
Eventually you will, because the most important thing will be that ability to settle instantly. So in addition, when this goes through, you'll be able to use alternative asset classes like Bitcoin and ETH and USDC and USDT, and these are what people know as cryptocurrencies. You're going to be able to use those type of alternative asset classes to buy traditional securities. And the beauty of what we've built and what we're in the process of putting together is a bridge to allow the very exchange behind us, these securities, to be able to be traded on traditional markets and then be able to be moved into a digital market and be able to go back and forth with ease. And that price discovery and giving investors the best ability to execute is what the capital markets are evolving into, and we think we're going to be a big part of that.
And just to clarify, you say settle instantly. Right now it's T+1, trade date plus 1 day.
Exactly. So it used to be T3, then it moved to T2, and just last year it moved to T1. This is T0, instant. What does that also mean? It means that there's this concept of naked short selling. And there's this conspiracy theorists that believe that there's this big bad wolf that's out there shorting. But the reality, short selling is efficient for the market if it's done properly. What blockchain does is it protects the ability to naked short sell. You can't sell things you do not own unless you can effectively borrow. Blockchain equalizes all that. And that might not sound important to a retail investor, but to the professionals and to the issuers and to the companies, it's a very important function that needs to be put into place to ensure integrity in the capital markets.
And you say this will happen eventually. What's the timeline for this?
Well, it all comes down to regulatory approval. This acquisition's just occurred on Friday, that's January 2nd. So there's a process that goes through with the regulators. So we're hoping sometime in late Q2 2026, pending approval. Hopefully
Pretty
this
soon.
year. Hopefully very soon.
So what is the main takeaway for investors then as they think about this news?
I think the main takeaway is that we are the first step of what everyone has been talking about, but we're actually making that leap where we've combined these various businesses together, and these blockchain patents that Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong has contributed to this. And we are not looking to, again, and I said this in the beginning and I want to say it again, we're not looking to change the way things have been done, we're looking to make it more efficient. So I think as a whole, the entire capital markets, and it's not just us saying that, NASDAQ said it, the SEC said it, and DTC has said it, and now we're just a new component allowing eventually all broker-dealers, all retail investors to be a participant in this evolving market.
If this works, how will it change public markets 5 years from now? What will it look like?
So there's efficiencies that also come with shareholder services and transparency. By having blockchain available, proxy voting, shareholder actions, things that still are done in the old-fashioned way where there's actually physical mailings or emails or things like that, blockchain now will enable real-time voting, real-time transparency, and to an issuer and a company that's going public, the cost savings will be tremendous because they'll now be able to use technology in order to take a shareholder action and allow investors to have a vote and a say. And utilizing blockchain allows everybody to now have that voice.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Really appreciate your
Thank you.
insights. Congratulations on the news. That's Mark Alenowitz of Nant Global Finance.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot with LA Times Studios here at CES 2026 at the Foundry in Las Vegas. I'm joined now by two very exciting guests, David Nussbaum, the CEO of Proto Hologram, and Adonia Orshmalian, partner and head of product portfolio technology services at Monks. Gentlemen, welcome. Thanks for joining me.
Well, thanks for having me. This is great. You know, being the founder of Proto is a dream come true. I can't, and the fact that I'm getting to sit here with you right now, it's everything that I've worked for so hard is finally all coming together.
Well, listen, I'm fascinated by the work you're doing at Proto Hologram, and I want to learn more about it. I've read up a lot, but tell me kind of what is Proto Hologram? When people hear holograms, this is stuff that for the longest time we only saw in sci-fi movies.
They think about the future, they think about science fiction.
Yes. So what are you doing that is different from maybe what they think?
Right, well, inspired by science fiction, I loved watching Back to the Future and Star Wars and Star Trek and all of those things. Absolutely love it. Fully inspired by it. I thought, well, if they're doing that in real life, why are they not doing that in real life? They're doing that in the movies. But here we are. We're a few years into this. I started the company in 2018 because I knew that there must be a better way to communicate. And I thought, what if instead of talking into a microphone and hearing your voice come out of a speaker, what if I could broadcast the person? What if I can actually send you from wherever you are to wherever you need to be?
Can you just touch on why that's such a difference when we're talking about really connecting with people, using technology to connect, and how feeling somebody's physical presence is different than just hearing the voice or seeing their face on a screen?
Yeah, it's all about emotion and engagement and connection. So the fact that we're sitting here together, that's like the best you could do, right? And then if you're on Zoom or if you're texting, you're still communicating in some form, but you're not, the emotion isn't quite there. That chemical reaction doesn't exist. But with Proto and with like holograms or spatial communication, the feeling of presence is so real that the engagement is stronger. It's a much more exciting and engaging conversation, and that really matters. Like especially when a doctor is talking to her patient, or when a teacher is projected onto a stage in a lecture hall in a university. That feeling of presence really means everything.
Can I pick your brain really quickly on something? I know you're a father. Things like online learning, would holograms have really changed an experience for kids in school if that technology was more widely available?
Yeah, well, I just did career day at my kid's school. I've got 3 kids. 2 of them are they're in the 3rd and 4th grade. And I do career day, right? So I bring like one of my little Proto tabletop units, and everybody's lined up. They want to beam into it, and it's
I'm
exciting.
sure you stole the whole career day. You're the dad who builds holograms.
There was race car drivers. There were politicians. I mean, all these dads and moms are at the school. Really important people. But for some reason, the founder of a hologram company gets the longest line. What's so great about that is you need math, you need science, it's entrepreneurship, it's business development, it's exciting. And I think when kids are growing, when they're learning what they want to be when they grow up, they get to kind of look into the future and say, wait a second, so I can kind of build my own world, and then these are the steps I need to take in order to get there.
Now, Adonia, I can see your visible fascination with this kind of technology. Can you tell me why this is so exciting and why it's so exciting right now in 2026?
Well, I think
David, you can probably relate to this, but we're at a moment right now where infrastructure and the data exists in such a way where you can actually build these amazing holograms, that you can actually create those authentic interactions. And I would love to hear you tell me more about how you actually capture that personal element, because translating you, the person, into something that is pixels appearing in a hologram, how do you bring those things together? How does that come to life?
Well, I've got an incredible team. So I come up with this idea. I'm not an engineer, I'm not a hardware guy, I'm not a software guy. I just had an incredible idea. How can I broadcast people places and make it look like they're there? So the team behind what it actually takes to make it look like and feel like and experience like a person, a thing, or any kind of subject matter is physically in the room is several layers. Having an incredible software team that goes in every single day and figure out when somebody appears there, how would they most likely appear as if they were in real life. Shadows, reflections, volume, reflections off of the glasses. These are all like little pieces that a lot of other companies might have missed because they want it to look perfect. But what we want to make it look like is real.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I think going back to your point around what is the technology that enables it, I think a big part of what we're looking at is we have faster connectivity. The ability to move data between places has become much, much faster. We also have the ability to take data and transform that in ways that feel more real. And so we can actually add nuance, and this is something I would love to talk more with you about, but how do you add nuance to the hologram where it's almost like living after the person? The idea, right?
Right. Well, the idea is making sure that, and also that it's as true to a person as possible. You're trying to, in essence, and it's a huge challenge, is capture somebody's soul. I want to touch on another really important thing. You mentioned it in your opening remarks about how proto-hologram is stepping into the healthcare spaces. What kind of gap were you looking to fill with that, and what changes for doctor and patient relationship with this kind of technology?
This is part of the greatest that Proto offers. Education for kids, K through 12 universities. Healthcare is so important. I've got aging parents. They live in a retirement community, and I thought, just to combat loneliness, let's just forget about all the issues that come with telehealth visits, not really able to diagnose or treat remotely, but with spatial technology like proto-hologram, holograms, creating the bond and the awareness between patient and PhD or healthcare professional, it means everything. So we spent a long time becoming HIPAA compliant. We wanted to make sure that when two people, when a doctor and her patient, when an oncologist and her cancer patient are in the same room having a face-to-face conversation with each other,
it's private.
It's private, it's emotional, it's everything. When you're being given very sensitive information, you need it secure. It's got to be secure, and it's got to feel real. Yeah. And so that's part of what we're doing, from combating loneliness for senior citizens to cancer patients being treated and diagnosed and having in-person and HIPAA-compliant, sensitive and encrypted conversations and consultations with their doctors.
I'm glad David called that out, because security when it comes to data is such an important factor. And we're really as things get shorter and the connections and you see AI models, or you read in news how this was hacked or that was breached, the data security model, your personal information becomes even more critical. So that's I love that you guys are already thinking about that and building that into your model. It's fantastic.
I think it goes a long way when you're talking about the mission, which is, bringing somebody into a space. There must exist that trust, both at a technological level, but also when you're talking about a relationship between a doctor and a patient. At the core of that is going to be trust. And now, Adonia, I wanted to pass it along to you quickly. Besides the healthcare industry, which is obviously exciting, what other spaces do you see this technology being adopted?
Well, I think one obvious venue is within advertising, or the space of how brands create more authentic interactions with users. because now you can take the celebrity, beam them into the room, right? The icon, and you can, or you can even do, take David. David walks into a room, scans, has a hologram of you now, or your information, puts the jacket on. So like creating these sorts of relationships that feel more personalized, but give you that experience. I think that's something, we're seeing like concerts, or the idea of bringing experts into your room that are teaching you, like the Iron Chef from last season is now in your kitchen. Like, I can see these sorts of things becoming part of the future.
And this is where going from live holoportation to AI really becomes everything. We started out as a holoportation company. Beam anybody anywhere. In fact, we even got Beam There trademarked. But it's becoming less important to physically beam in. It's becoming more important that your AI avatar offers the person the same feeling of security and safety and encryption, so that when Faith's AI hologram is presenting or doing an interview on stage, you want to make sure that it asks the questions that you would ask, or answer the questions that you would answer, the way you would say it, in your tone, with your vibe. But now, with AI, whether it's Faith and journalism, or whether it's a doctor or a retailer, you can now answer or ask those questions and have information in hundreds of languages and dialects. Feels like you, it sounds like you, it's you, it's essentially you, but it's also got the guardrails, the very important, necessary cement walls that say, well, my real personality, I wouldn't talk about race or religion, or I wouldn't get into maybe some controversial subject, so that when your AI avatar is being asked something that kind of veers off from what your actual real personality would be, it would redirect you back to something that's more specific about you.
It wraps around to trust, both for the person who is using it and experiencing it, and for the person who is the avatar. I want to touch on one final thing. Obviously, AI has dominated the conversation at CES this year. That's no secret. The same was true last year. But CES marks the beginning of a new year in tech. It happens in January. Your company, Proto Hologram, has scaled so fast since 2018. What does the year ahead hold for you all? What are you most excited about?
We have some announcements that we didn't want to make them here at CES, but I think Proto Hologram looks like a hologram box. That is how we are currently projecting our content. But we're really a software company. Our Proto OS, HIPAA compliant, SOC 2 compliant. It's got all of your data. It's got the information. It's an app store. Our software is hardware agnostic. So do whatever you want with that information. I can see our technology, our software powering every digital display, regardless of 3D, hollow box, 2D, you name it. I think that in the next year or two, a lot of really interesting things are going to happen. I'll just leave you with that.
Well, and the technology is there.
Cliffhanger, David.
Yeah.
Cliffhanger.
Tune
Go
in
ahead,
next
Adonia.
time.
What excites you the most about the year ahead? And when we're talking about AI and technology, what have you seen
I
here
think the merging of what David is building with the models that exist, 2 years ago, we didn't have the same data models. The idea that you can bring a presence into the room that has the context, almost think of yourself as like a digital copy. What is the digital copy of Faith, or what's the digital copy of David? What's the fingerprint, the nuance that makes you you? And then combining that, which exists today, you now can transverse to different continents because we have language models that are translating in real time, right? Listening to my voice audio, translating it into another language. I think when you bring these things together, the world's going to become a smaller place, more connected.
Gentlemen, an exciting and fascinating year ahead, no doubt. Thank you so much for joining me in conversation today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure.
Thanks so much.
Once again, David Nussbaum, CEO of Proto Hologram, and Adonia Orshalamanian, partner and head of product portfolio technology services at Monks. For more CES content, head over to latimes.com or visit our YouTube channel at LA Times Studios. Welcome to CES 2026 in Las Vegas. I'm here at the Foundry, and I'm joined now by Wesley Terhar, who is the Chief AI and Revenue Officer at Monks. Wesley, welcome.
Thank you. Perfect pronunciation of the last name.
Oh, well, I practiced a few times. Thank you. It's my understanding that you've been to a few CESs before.
Yeah.
2026 feels extra special, and I'm wondering if you could share with us your top 5 takeaways from the conference this year.
Top 5 takeaways. To your point, not the first CES. I think a few years ago it felt like the first AI CES, so every product was suddenly including AI. I think takeaway this year, we're seeing physical AI that actually works. Here at the Foundry, we're getting like the cutting edge, we're getting the robots, or we're getting the self-driving cars. I think the intelligence infrastructure that AI now provides means these physical integrations of AI are actually useful. Which brings me to my second takeaway. I think you had this trend of quantified self, like everybody's wearing rings and bracelets, and
I got it. I'm on it.
very popular. I think quantified surrounding, like suddenly these devices are listening. I think we'll get a lot more sort of listening to your environment and looking at your environment. To me, really interesting what that means for culture. If you're constantly potentially being taped and listened to and watched and through different form factors, glasses, pens potentially with OpenAI. So I think there's this undercurrent of physical AI driving some cultural change, which I think is quite interesting. Third takeaway, NVIDIA. The Woodstock of AI with
their whole takeaway.
all of the things. Personal takeaway there is another sort of jump in compute and energy efficiency. We'll see the output of that 6 to 9 months from now in the model. So that's exciting at a personal level, being so close to the space. Like what will happen because the big hyperscalers and tech companies are investing in NVIDIA's latest stack, and how does that play out in the intelligence we get to use later in the year? Fourth takeaway, so many AI startup pitches.
I'm sure. Well, I mean, you were Chief AI Officer. I'm sure you've heard quite a few of those.
I've listened to quite a few. It feels like everybody's building versions of the same thing, which is a good and a bad thing. I think.
Touch on that. Why good? Why bad?
I think it points to what's happening. If intelligence is more easily available, I think a lot of things that used to be separate silos start collapsing and converging, which I think makes sense, especially from an organizational perspective. The downside to that, of course, is there's a massive amount of startup funding that's going to be very much in competition with each other. So when we talk about AI bubbles, I don't think it really sits at the top level. I think there is going to be a lot of funding in the startup scene that sort of collapses a little bit as people figure out that all these things are going after same or similar markets.
Right.
Which brings me to the last one. Our client base is brands. They're here. I think very much figuring out what does this mean for a brand? Where does branding and marketing live if systems become more agentic? Are people still watching ads a few years from now if your agent is figuring out the best deal? How do you implement the intelligence at scale within your operational infrastructure? Our take is less and less the technology is the blocker, it's humans, right? Our preferences, our politics, our silos and steps. So a lot of the brand conversations we're having is technology is ready, now how do you adopt and adapt at scale? And that is going to be easier said than done, is my fifth takeaway.
Can I ask you one last question that I have?
Yes.
2025 was a really exciting year. We heard a lot of promises. Some of them came to fruition, some not.
Yep.
What is something that for 2026 you are particularly excited to revisit at next year's CES?
I think we'll see the same sort of jump in the physical AI frontier that we're seeing now, robotics. So to make a similar jump to what we saw a year ago when it came to wearables, where the robots now are cool as demos. I think at the beginning of next year we'll see deployable robots for in-house and sort of factory environments that actually just work because the underlying intelligence infrastructure has gotten so much better. So I think we'll go from demo to scale next year, which is quite interesting.
Lots to think about, lots to take home from CES, and a lot to look forward to. Wesley Terhar, thank you so much for joining me, Chief AI and Revenue Officer at Monks. It's been a pleasure.
Same, thank you.
Thank you. For more coverage of CES 2026, you can head over to latimes.com or head over to our YouTube at LA Times Studios.
engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
Please join us in welcoming the panelists of this afternoon's session, How States Can Lead in Innovation, a governor's panel.
Where's everybody at?
All right, please sit down. All right,
I had more people in my last speech. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you, Governor. Yes, welcome is what I was going to say as well. We're so excited to have you guys joining us here this afternoon at CES. We're going to have an exceptional panel. I'm very excited to speak with the both of you. But first, my name is Katie Riley. I am the Vice President of Environmental Affairs and Industry Sustainability at the Consumer Technology Association. And I am absolutely honored today to be sitting with the both of you here. Two leaders that are really shaping how their states harness innovation for economic growth. We have Governor Lombardo from Nevada and Governor Dunleavy from Alaska. Welcome back. I understand this is your second CES. We'd love you to come back every year here in your home state.
Oh, well, hold on. I mean,
Okay.
I've lived here my whole life, so it's been more than my second.
Okay.
But as a representative, it's my second.
Okay. Well, we welcome you back anytime.
Yeah.
And I
You've been here
understand.
This is my
60 years,
first.
We have.
This is my first, yeah. This
Is
is
it?
terrific.
Really?
Yes. Well, it is a little bit of a distance to come here, Governor, just a little bit.
Took you a little bit longer to get
About
down here.
5 hours, about 5 hours by air, 5.5.
Well, great. We're just absolutely thrilled that you were both here. I'm absolutely excited to talk to you both. As I was prepping for this session, I kept kind of thinking about how different both of your states were in my head, and might be the hot and dry and the cold and snow covered to a certain extent. But then as I thought about it, I realized there are actually, I think, a lot of similarities between both of your states, right? You both have dense population centers with significant areas of uninhabited or sparsely populated areas. I think it's safe to say that each of your states has a pretty dynamic natural landscape. Absolutely beautiful, both of your states, abundant sources of natural resources. But I think what I'm most excited about is that under the leadership of both of you, for each of your states, you've also embraced innovation. And innovation is inherent in everything that is CES. It's the core of what we do here at this show. And I'm super excited to talk to both of you today about how your states and you individually are driving innovation. So I'd like to start with you, Governor Lombardo, if that's okay, because we are sitting here at CES. It takes place in Nevada every year. You know, what makes Nevada the best place for innovation right now? What's driving the success story right here?
Well, first of all, we have a lot of convention space.
Beautiful convention space.
The cutting edge, the most important manufacturers, business minds, and developers are right here during this week, right? So we were able to leverage that knowledge base in a short period of time by the fact that everybody's in one concentrated area. But more importantly, we are, when I got elected, the first comment out of my mouth was, we are open for business. And we had been caught up in a extensive, cumbersome, high hurdle regulatory environment in the state of Nevada. And the reason behind that is we had all our eggs in one basket as an economic driver. And what I mean by that is gaming. Gaming was the mother's milk of the entire state, not just Southern Nevada, but the entire state. And you know, our forefathers and the principals and elected officials from decades previously didn't see any or didn't have the vision to say, hey, wait, we got to think about things a different way, because this is not going to, rise all the boats in perpetuity. And in short order, we became aware of that very quickly. And because of the proliferation of gaming across the United States and people are relying on gaming to balance their budgets now, we had to figure out a different way of doing business. And what is the key point of a better way of doing business? In the state of Nevada, my vision was an easy regulatory environment, a stable regulatory environment, and a good tax environment. And you know, and everything that bolsters that, and that's the workforce and education systems and everything else that is conducive to a successful business. But to figure out how we could leverage our internal resources and our location, proximity, and weather environment to the best of our ability. And you know, we're stable in the weather environment. We're centrally located to California and the traditional port system, which is overburdened and overladen. And you know, they come into Nevada as a transportation hub, which requires the inland port type profile. And we have availability for data centers and all those things. We're going to talk about that, I'm sure, but I think it was important that we realize that we were overburdensome in regulations and we had to do something about it.
Yeah, I think there's several things I'd love to follow up
Yeah,
on,
I'm
but
sorry.
I'll let Governor
No, that's
Dunleavy, same question.
I learned a lot about Nevada.
It wasn't a Chamber of Commerce speech.
No, but you know, you start out by saying there's similarities, and there are, right? Nevada is controlled mostly by the federal government, which is interesting. What, 80%, 70-some, 80% of the
80
land?
plus.
And to me, that makes Nevada, I think, what the governor is saying is very special because 80% of your land, you're dependent upon the federal government. In Alaska, it's only 60%, but that's 222 million acres of land is in federal hands in Alaska. That 222 million acres would be the second largest state in the country after Alaska. Then Texas would be third. That's how much land is controlled by the federal government. And you know, under the previous administration, let me back up. From our perspective, the Trump administration has been a godsend. Trump 1, Trump 2.0. In between was a nightmare, to be perfectly honest with you, because we're dependent upon the federal government, not just for the ability to access land and resources and wealth, but also permitting. Permitting is huge. The differences between our state are also stark. Nevada's dry compared to Alaska. Alaska is a very green, wet state. We have 65% of the country's wetlands. So until the Sackett case was decided by the Supreme Court, which really changed the way wetlands are looked at, and before Chevron really was changed by the Supreme Court, we were beholden to the federal government. So right prior to President Trump, we had 74 sanctions against Alaska. We called them sanctions by the federal government. Court actions, actions by the executive, actions by the executive agencies that wouldn't allow us to go into ANWR, which is a large oil and gas prospect. We were not allowed to actually implement our leases that were passed in the jobs bill in 2017 under Trump. Whole host of things. But with that said, very similar. Where Nevada was focused on gaming for a long time, Alaska's been focused on oil for a long time. We were an oil giant. In 1989, we were producing 2 million barrels per day. We dwarfed Texas back then in terms of our oil on the North Slope. We're still an oil giant. We're a gas giant. But what we also realize is that we've got to change with the times. And as the governor said, it's really about regulation, it's about tax regime, and it's really about having conversations with you. And that's what I've been doing when I'm coming down here. I'm asking investors, I'm asking folks, the CEOs, et cetera, what is it that you're looking at in a place like Alaska? Because we're very different. We have no interstates. We're 740,000 people at the top of the world. But we do have things, especially for niche businesses, such as data farms. We have 3 times the country's fresh water. We have ambient temperatures that can't be beat. We have large tracts of contiguous land. We have incredible energy resources. We have probably more renewable resource than any other state and combination of states in the country. You name it. We have 150 volcanoes, 30 to 40 are active, so geothermal. We have the second largest tides in the world. We're a water state. Our coastline is the largest coastline in the country. It's larger than the rest of the lower 48 put together. So our proximity to Asia, to the Arctic, it really makes us unique. I can go on and on and on, but long story short, with all of that and with all of what Nevada has, it still comes down to having a conversation with business. Do our regulations work? Do our laws work? Where are we on the AI future? I know there's a lot of states that are contemplating holding back technology, holding back AI. We're not one of those states. We believe that you want to get ahead of the game. Our neighbors to the far west in China are getting ahead of the game, so we want to compete with them and we want to be part of that AI future.
Maybe let's stay on that one. I'm going to jump back and forth with questions a little bit, but I kind of want to follow up on that topic right there, right? The next wave of American innovation, over history, over time, the future, AI, quantum, advanced manufacturing, it all relies and runs on one critical resource, and that's energy.
Yes.
Every technology leap has needed dependable, sustainable, scalable energy. And so maybe going back to you, Governor, how's Alaska working to position itself to power that next wave of technological innovation? And I think tied in with that, and this comes to the points you were raising about regulatory stability, predictability, how is the state working and maybe possibly working in conjunction with the federal government as well to make sure that we're scaling at the pace and the rate that's needed? And I'd love to hear about Nevada as well.
Yeah, that's kind of I think it is the question for now and for the future. Alaska's motto is North of the Future. It's actually a great motto. It talks about what the prospect and the hope was for Alaska. We're blessed with energy, as I mentioned, oil, but we have tremendous amounts of gas. We're on the verge of consummating one of the largest gas projects ever in the history of the world, our Alaska Natural Gas Project, which would, it's a 42-inch pipe going from the North Slope down to Tidewater, 800 miles. It would deliver gas to our Asian allies, approximately 20 million tons per year, 3.2 billion cubic feet per day. So it's plenty of gas. And so what we want to do is not just export that gas, but we want to have industry and businesses such as data farms, cryptocurrency, and others come to Alaska, put down their factories, put down their data farms in Alaska, and get 5 cents a kilowatt hour gas for 20 or 30 years. Get cheap water with permits that extend out many, many decades. And so we're pretty excited about what's going to happen with our gas. We were the only state to get an executive order by the President of the United States. And we were the only state mentioned in his State of the State last year. And there's a reason for that, and that's due in part because Alaska was neglected under the Biden administration, but just because of our potential. We were a Russian enclave up until we were purchased in 1867 by Secretary Seward, who was brought in by Lincoln, and after he was assassinated, the purchase was made for $7.2 million. I mean, it was quite an investment, to be perfectly honest with you. But being able to work with the Trump administration, I go back there probably once a month for about 3 or 4 days to help execute this executive order across all aspects of Alaska's land, whether it's permitting, whether it's oil and gas leases, whether it's mining leases, whether it's the Tongass National Forest. This is a new day for Alaska. But energy is key. Gas in Alaska is huge. We don't have to import gas. We have the gas. And we are looking forward to having deeper conversations, which we're having now with folks that are interested in putting data farms up there. But electricity is the future. Energy is the future for anything we're talking about here in this conference.
Absolutely. How about Nevada?
So what about it?
How are you guys looking to power that next wave of American technology?
Well, Nevada's a little bit different in its fabric and foundation than the governors in Alaska because we don't export, especially in the energy space. But we are conducive to transportation and logistics to and fro. But when you talk about energy specific, we're not as robust as most of our states where you talk about hydrology, wind and solar and and natural gas and coal and whatever the modality is in production of energy. But in the state of Nevada, we are very robust in the use of natural gas in our electrical grid, which is very stable in my opinion because the environment is stable, right? The second to that is solar. So there's been a constitutional amendment made prior to me to where Nevada would, when we talk about green energy, Nevada would be green energy reliant to the 50th percentile in totality of energy production and energy use. And then the president came out with an executive order and said, forbid the use of solar and wind into the future. And here's the luxury of Mike and myself of being Republican governors. We're able to have a conversation with the Trump administration. We're not being rebuffed and dealing with the states when you separate them and their particular issues they deal with. In the state of Nevada, we cannot be without solar energy. All right. Right now, we rely around 35% on solar energy, and for that to be taken away, it basically takes away the expansion of our economy. So I had the opportunity to meet with the President Trump, Mr. Trump, and he sat and listened to me, and I said, your executive order is overburdensome when we come to the state of Nevada. And we all know he owns a hotel here, right? So he understands the nuance of the wide open spaces and unusable spaces and the encumbrance that Mike mentioned about BLM and the land issues, where traditionally your solar systems are set up on the federal land, and the permitting and the expediting the permitting to produce those fields. And he says, yes, you're exactly right. Thank you for explaining that to me. And that portion of the executive order was repealed, in particular to the state of Nevada. So we had 4 halfway built projects that were moving forward until that executive order came out. And as you can imagine, people start to panic, and the conversation takes place, and he's made the decision to allow us to move forward in that space. The other modality that we have robust ability to utilize is geothermal. The state of Nevada is #1 in geothermal production within the continental U.S. And we are now, when we talk about data centers, which we are proliferating as we talk today, now the idea is to co-locate these energy sources within proximity of those data centers. And Apple just kicked off their co-location up in the area of Reno in northern Nevada, and geothermal will produce the energy necessary to run that data center. So we're innovating in ideas and ability to provide the service that's needed. And you are exactly right. Energy is the key component in everything we're doing into the future. So we're well situated. And then when you talk about the business environment, similar to Alaska, we have our arms wide open, and we're having discussion. And Mike alluded to this. You talk about AI. We're embracing AI. You know, there's a lot of legislation that is out there where there's a fear that goes along with it. And some governors are making the decision to curtail it through legislation and slow it down and for further evaluation. And just like Mike, we have arms open. Bring it here. And granted, you got to be concerned about the detriment or the negative effects of that, but you have to manage that as you move forward, not to the death of what you're trying to achieve.
I think that's what makes Nevada, so at CTA, we have our U.S. Innovation Scorecard. We use it to highlight states that are kind of championing policies for the tech industry. And Nevada is one of our innovation champions. That means you guys are a state that has not just a strong foundation, but also the willingness and the readiness to embrace technological change. So kind of my question for you then is, how do you maintain that momentum as new technologies emerge, right? Whether it's AI, that's the buzzword. I think every stage has to mention AI a couple times here at CES, autonomous systems, energy technology. When those new technologies evolve faster than regulation, how are you handling that?
That's a key component in what we deal with government. And government traditionally is not efficient, right? It's traditionally not efficient. It's slow. It's cumbersome. And I made the conscious decision to change that when I came into office, and that was the repealing of negative regulations. And every governor tries to attempt to do that and get that enacted. But you also have to embrace technology by being forward. Like, what is the threats into the future instead of always playing defense, which government traditionally does, plays defense and is always catching up. And sometimes that's a personnel issue in government. One is the pay for the personnel that have the knowledge base and the ability to hire individuals that aren't into the private space and want to work in government to help innovate. So knowing that, I think it's important that government in any state, no matter where it is they embrace industry, and 2 is they have a partnership with higher education. Because higher education seems to always be at the tip of the spear when we talk about innovation and technology and understanding what's coming down the pipe. And you have to have the ability to provide industry interns via the education space and education and the industry to be able to advise government. You have to have that partnership to be successful, so you know what you need to do with the resources you have available within your own state. And two, the state has to open their eyes. And so here in the state of Nevada, we just opened through legislation the Office of Entrepreneurship. And that is an office within the Office of Economic Development. And it basically is a white glove service. And so a lot of your innovations, before they're gobbled up by the big seven, before they're purchased, they have good ideas and they're bringing technology forward to make life better and easier and more productive. But they need capital. So the state has come in with a capital venture account to help these companies that are less than 5 years old. And when I say white glove, we hold their hands through the permitting process, we hold their hands through the tax incentive processes, and we continue to hold their hands if they're dealing with advertising issues or business model issues until they get a sound foundation.
Government being a partner for business,
yes.
Not adversarial, not putting up the roadblocks. I mean, I assume Alaska governor is very similar. Those partnerships, those
and some of those,
investments.
some of those folks are right here in the audience from the economic development, and so their task, and when we're here, is they're poaching people as they're sitting here. Who do you work with?
Well, they're looking for opportunity.
Yeah, there
they're
you go.
looking for opportunity, and that's I think that's the key. So, when the discussion is what is it going to look like for AI or technology in the future, and for those locales that are concerned or worried about it, I think it's an opportunity lost, to be honest with you. And when it comes to ensuring that you're providing your state with as many opportunities as possible, you want to keep the door open. What was mentioned here was regulation, and I just want to, there's a little nuance that I think is important. So there's regulation and there's statute. Statute is put together by your legislators. Statute's tougher to get into place, but it's also tougher to get out of place. Regulation is put in by the executive. It's a little easier to put in place. It's a little easier to get out of place, change it and take it out. And so in Alaska, we have a very unified government, which is different than most. I appoint all of my people. You don't elect a commissioner of education in Alaska. You don't elect a DNR commissioner. I appoint the boards and commission. I appoint my attorney general. And the framers of our Constitution wanted that to happen because they wanted us to take advantage of opportunities. They wanted us to be able to use our resources and deploy them rapidly. And so for any business that's looking to come somewhere, especially a place like Alaska, which is unique, you're able to talk with the executive, myself and others within my executive, and we're all singing off the same sheet of music. That's important when it comes to regulation. We're undergoing a constant review of our regulations. 0360 is what we have going on now, what we call it, but we're looking at every regulation there is to see if it is set up for the future to be conducive for these opportunities we're talking about.
Yeah, that's great. So we've talked a little bit about regulation, about states supporting and helping businesses once they're established, but you need a workforce to make business successful.
Right.
So what are your states doing to make sure that the workforce in your state is prepared for the technology to come, whether that's AI, whether that's advanced manufacturing, the next wave?
Is it to me or Mike?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. So I think we should back up through history a little bit, and I think every state in the union had the same experience. We thought technology was going to solve everybody's problems, right? So your education space, your students, and the curriculum associated with it, technology, computer systems, and everything, robotics, everything is going to solve the problems. And then as you get through history in present day, you realize all your blue collar workers, your workforce, your traditional, construction, nails, hammers, plumbing, everything else in that space was starting to fail. So you had in the public education system, and even in the private education system and the higher education system, you had to develop a format and a curriculum that was conducive to a student's desire. In other words, you're either going to be career ready or you're going to be college ready. And we were slow to realize that in the state of Nevada, and we've come a long ways in short order in that space. And your curriculum has to be conducive to that paradigm, right? And traditionally in government, well, that's the way we've always done it. you know, in traditional public education, this is what we're going to offer, you know, get over it, and that's what we're offering. But we realized, well, okay, upon graduation, they would leave your environment. They would leave your state because, one, there wasn't jobs, and two, there was no jobs for their particular discipline. Now that's completely changed, and I guarantee you, Mike, the governor, will say the same thing with his state. We had to change that and realize that and be open to it and being aware of it in short order, and we've done that in the state of Nevada. So if you want to go into the higher, you know, technology and education space in that, the curriculum's got to be conducive to that, and just like on the other side of the aisle, it's got to be conducive to that population, because that workforce is required in both environments, right? No matter what it looks like.
How long did it kind of take the state to make that transition?
Well, you know, we're real efficient and we're real fast, right? No, it's like turning a cruise ship, right? It's slow and methodical, but the more important piece on that question is you have to realize it. Yeah. And then you go through the legislative process, and if it's a statutory, or if you go through the Department of Education, which is not, and you know, it comes up from up high on curriculum and say, hey, you got to revamp what you're thinking, and those bureaucrats that are in state government that are, you know, entrenched for 30 years, it's a mindset, right? So you have to understand who your customer is, and make quick changes sooner than later, or we're all going to suffer, right? You
right,
know?
Absolutely.
So Alaska's, we're going to be introducing a multi-million-dollar initiative along the same lines for blue-collar training. Alaska is a blue-collar state. It's a red state. It's the only red state left on the West Coast, but it's also a very unionized state. It's second or third most unionized in the country, and it was blue-collar that built Alaska. A lot of Teamsters, a lot of IBEW folks up there, and they do great work, but we don't have enough of them. You know, it's interesting because when you look at the world, right, there's BC, which is before COVID, there's AC, which is after COVID, and the systems are very different and are changing rapidly, and in many respects, we're trying to figure those systems out, what the future is going to be. But before COVID, we had systems, as the governor was talking about, university system, you go, you get a 4-year degree, there's competition, et cetera, and blue-collar work was, for the longest time, was kind of frowned upon. That's changed radically, and there's a number of reasons for that. We need more plumbers, we need more electricians, we need more pipe fitters. This is all AI and data farm related. We need truck drivers. We need every type of blue-collar job filled by our people as much as possible. The other thing that happened is we're in a demographic decline. We're not having the kids like we once did, and our schools are going to be affected. Our universities are going to be affected, but also any openings are going to be affected. The United States in just a few years will have probably more deaths than births, and this is true of China, Japan, Korea, and other places. And so finding and securing labor is going to be crucial. It's also interesting that at the same time, a lot of the robotics and automation is also going to take place, which is going to backfill where some of the folks aren't there anymore that once were in terms of a labor pool. But going forward, and plus we're probably not going to see the immigration that we once did for the past 10 or 15 years that we did on their previous administrations. And so identifying your labor needs, really putting the resources to fill those labor needs, and the blue-collar training that we're talking about is going to be absolutely essential, or you're not going to be able to build the data farms, you're not going to be able to build the electrical lines and the grids that we're talking about. And so it's going to be an interesting world, but we can see where it's going. We just have to get ahead of it.
I love hearing this because I have 2 young kids. I have a 3- and a 6-year-old at home, right? So it's going to be some time into the future that I want to make sure there are leaders, right, that are looking ahead, that are able to pivot their states, that are able to pivot the way in which we ensure that the next generation is ready for what's to come.
Well, you know, I want to build on one of the things that the governor mentioned about the unions in the state. So unions have a place in society, right? They do a robust job, you know, wage benefits, job protection, everything that goes along with it. But they're also responsible for protecting their folks that are being outsourced by technology. In other words, robotics or AI, are you losing jobs, good paying jobs as a result of technology? And government has to be able to embrace that idea that they need to have additional education and provided training so they can be resourced without the loss of a job. I mean, and it's very important for guys like Mike and myself to realize that and not put up hurdles against it. So.
A prior employer of mine always said, AI is not going to replace your job, but someone who's embraced AI will replace your job. So
well, you know, I was
right
just out here with Oshkosh, and they were demonstrating a welding robot out there, and I said, well, how did the platform get here? It's got to be a human being, right? And it's got to be set up, conducive for the robot to function, and everything else. There's always going to be a spot for the human beings to be involved in the process.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So,
thinking ahead, we would love for both of you to be back on this stage at some point. So let's say we're out 5 years from now. What would you want the innovation story of your state to be known for? Governor Dunleavy, let's start with you.
Well, it starts with energy again, and harnessing this gas line I think is going to be absolutely crucial. Alaska was the first place in the world to pioneer LNG export back in 1969. We pioneered that with Japan. We sent gas over to Japan for 50 years out of the Cook-Inlet gas fields. There was an LNG plant in Algeria that did it intermittently before then, but basically for 50 straight years we pioneered that process. We also we built a Trans-Alaska oil pipeline, which was an engineering marvel that still is carrying oil to this day. We have our own rocket launch in Alaska. People don't realize that we launch satellites out of Kodiak, and we're going to be part of the whole Golden Dome process. So that's going to be exciting. The University of Alaska was the first university in the world to launch rockets in 1965 to study the aurora borealis. So we still do a lot of work up there as well. So everything from our logistics, we have the second busiest cargo airport in the United States, which is it's also the third busiest in the entire world because of our position on the globe. So Alaska's position on the globe with the warming Arctic is a terrific place to prepare for shipping in the next 20 or 30 years, but also as a data transportation hub, bringing dedicated fiber from Asia to Alaska, Europe through the Arctic to Alaska to the lower 48 is going to position Alaska, I think, really well in terms of reducing the speed of some of the data being transported. So resource development will still be there for Alaska. Our airport is growing rapidly. Our space port is growing rapidly, and we hope to be the data farm locale for the future, given all the resources that we have there to really, I think, turn some CapEx and some operational revenue, I think, unlike any other place possibly in the country.
Yeah. Governor Lombardo.
Well, I think there's two items. One is the speed to market, the ability for an individual to have an idea or a vision or the resources to come into the state of Nevada and say, I want to put my business here, and how long will it take me to open my doors? I want to be recognized as a state where it's the easiest in the union, right? And the ability to start, and the governor alluded to the energy and have an ability to have energy. A lot of the states currently are dealing with wait lists. You know, the ability to energize a data center, you know, it could be 3 years, you know, it could be 8 years, or whatever it may be, and the ability to do it sooner than later than any other jurisdiction. And second is the third part of government is the judiciary, and whether the judiciary is friendly to business. We do not have a dedicated business court here in the state of Nevada, so it becomes a side job for our district court level judges, and their lack of understanding of business and contracts and everything goes along with business and litigation. And you have to have a court of expertise to prevent the detrimental decisions. Delaware is an example of where that occurred here recently that was very detrimental to one of our major companies, Tesla, here recently. And we have done that in the last legislative process. We gave the authority to stand up a business court. Now we're identifying everything that's needed to move through that process.
The environments that both of you have talked about at the state level, it seems like it's kind of this combination of open for business, prepared for business, nimble for business.
Right.
Am I missing any other piece that's part of this?
Well, you're the facilitator. You say it better.
try and keep it basic. But anything else I'm missing in that?
No, again, I think you got to look at business as your partner, as part of your customer base, as your citizens are, and any and all opportunities. I think those that take advantage of that, they're gonna have a pretty good place in the future. Those that, for lack of a better term, are going to be Luddites, or there's going to be a lot of NIMBYism going on. They're going to lose out, and they'll probably regret that and try and play catch up later when their citizens walk with their feet and go to locales such as Nevada and other states that are fostering that type of environment. So I know a lot of folks here are wondering what are the state regulations going to be, the state laws going to be in the future. It's very important for you to keep an eye on that because when you go to deploy capital and you find out in the next legislative session that your deployment of capital was a mistake because of some type of regulation or some type of anti-technology law that happens in that state, it's kind of hard to pull it back. And so being able to look at the future, look at where states are going, have a conversation with governors, legislators as to what they're looking at for the future, I think is going to be really, really important. Long-term deployment of capital, as you know, is crucial to make sure you do it the right way. And that's why you want to come to Alaska and Nevada.
I mean, for CTA's member companies, that regulatory certainty is so important. I'm hearing that from both of you on stage, the wanting to provide that to businesses that are looking to locate. How do you all balance that? I'm curious, with your legislatures that you have here in the state and understanding the role at the state level and the role at the federal level.
Well, I think it starts at the top, at the executive branch, and letting the legislature know what you expect, what you stand for, and what you believe in, right? And sometimes, unfortunately, Mike has a little bit softer situation than I do. I have a majority Democratic legislature, and me being a Republican governor, so it's a little bit higher hurdle to accomplish what my vision is. It may be easier; he'll be able to explain that for himself. But I think it's important for the executive branch to communicate to the legislative branch, say, hey, this is what we're trying to achieve. This is what we need for the benefit of the state moving forward into the future.
And you've been able to prove it. I mean, you've been able to improve it with the investments that have come here.
Yep. And it's communication. I think they all get into the business. Everybody gets into the business. Hopefully, not everybody, but a majority of them get into the business for the betterment of the place they reside and for their people. And expanding the economy is the answer.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I would agree, but I also would say that you want to get involved in the process. And I don't necessarily mean in the campaigning process, but you want to be able to get to know who your legislators are, what they stand for. You want to be able to meet with them, have a conversation with them, because you'd be surprised. There's a lot of good intentions starting out, but if people don't understand what your business does, why it does what it does, what are the regulations you need, sometimes you could be harmed inadvertently. And never make the assumption that a legislator or a governor knows exactly what your business needs. You have to articulate that. You have to have meetings with them. You got to be proactive. I often say in the political process, you're either part of it or you're going to be victimized by it. And you see that happen a lot. And so a lot of laws that are on the books or maybe getting ready to get on the books, sometimes it's a result of just not having an understanding as to what your business needs and what your business does not need in terms of laws. Regulations, as I mentioned earlier, are a little different in states. It's usually the executive that puts the regulation together, so you can have a conversation with individuals within the executive. But my advice to everybody would be, as you're looking into the future, really have a conversation with your legislators across whatever state you're doing business in, and understand who's running for office and where they stand, because people are going to be forced to take a position. Are you pro-AI? Are you pro-robotics? Are you pro-technology? And if you could have a conversation, even when they're running, to see where they're coming from, maybe they have a misunderstanding, but I think you could save yourself a lot of time, heartache, resource, by trying to have a discussion with folks early on.
Yeah, and I love that open dialogue between the executive, between leadership of the state and industry, having that open door policy to help identify what the hurdles are, help make sure there's alignment there for innovation to come to the state, for innovation to thrive in your states. With that, probably a final question here. What advice would you both give to fellow governors, fellow leaders of states on creating an environment in which innovation and innovators specifically can thrive? Governor Dunleavy?
Well, I mean, you know, we have a unique form of government in this country. It's federalism. And under the Trump administration, you're seeing more of that. In other words, states being able to experiment and do what they do best. Now, you're going to have some states, and I'm not going to mention who they are. Some of them are very close to this great state here. They're going to go down a different path. They're going to rely on more regulation, more laws, which restrains opportunity. I think they're going to regret that. Some of them may find that their gasoline prices are going to go through the roof if they limit refineries, et cetera, But you'll see that in various parts across the country. That really gives opportunity to states like Nevada and Alaska. I remember when Rick Perry was governor of Texas, he had these great videos that would say, I'm not going to name the states, but if you're in this state, come to Texas. We're open for business. We want your business. We want you here. And I think that's you're going to see some of that. The advice I would give for to governors is you've got to know what your constituency wants, but at the same time, you have an obligation to educate your constituent to some degree that there are ramifications and there could be some short-sightedness on bills or regulations that you put together, maybe to satisfy a small group of vocal constituents to the detriment of the larger group of the voter population, the people that you have to represent. But it's going to be interesting. They're going to get more people. We hope we get more people in business for the reasons we said, and you'll see some states contract, and they'll get to a point where they have to make a decision and probably change their laws and their approach, but that may be too late for some opportunities for them. We're not going to squander opportunities.
No. Governor Lombardo, I want to give you the opportunity as well.
Yeah, I think it's important for governors and the executive branch and even their elected officials that represent their constituents to be aware of the threats and become educated on the threats. And to give you an anecdotal example is, and Mike mentioned it, is California. 90% of our petroleum product we receive from California, and that's via the pipeline here, Kinder Morgan pipeline, located here in southern Nevada. And if they change their mindset, electrification of California, they're closing refineries as we speak, which drives up the price of doing business here in the state of Nevada. And it's incumbent upon, or it's important upon the government officials to find out different ways of doing business sooner than later. Traditionally in government, we just say, get rid of the squeaky wheel, or everything's fine, we'll worry about that later. You can't do that anymore. Technology is causing the time to exponentially go faster, and to realize what's the overall key foundational support that you need in your state to be successful, and deal with it. Like Nevada opening up federal land. Mm-hmm. Two is one of your energy sources being petroleum, doing something about it so you can survive, and not only just survive, but to prosper in that space.
And that's good advice. Hopefully your fellow colleagues are listening as well. I want to thank you both so much, not just for the dialogue here today, but also just being at CES. It's been wonderful hosting both of you. Welcome both of you back anytime. And thank you very much. It's truly been an honor to sit up here with you.
It's our pleasure. Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot at CES 2026 in Las Vegas at the Foundry, joined now by two very special guests. First, Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, the owner of LA Times and the founder of Nantworks, that has just partnered with Fabio Puglia of Oversonic Robotics, an Italian company focused on advanced collaboration robotics. Gentlemen, welcome. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Now, Fabio, I'm going to start with you first. This year at CES 2026, you all have brought two models to Las Vegas. Now, the R series and the M series. Can you break down for me what is the difference between these two models?
Well, the R series has been studied for industrial application, while the M series has been done for healthcare application, but they both share the same platform, because behind the robot there is a cognitive platform which is able to train the robot and to manage the robot while they are running. And all the AI is there and is the cognitive part of our robots. Then the industrial robot is already able to do a lot of use cases. We already sold many of them, and they usually do pick and place activities in facilities. But what is really important is that it's fully autonomous, because our aim is that this kind of robots has an own cognitive layer which enables them to be autonomous and to interact, let's say, in a clever way, semantically with the environment. So who buys our robots knows that he can let the robot do by itself the use case, and the robot is aware of what is going on all around. While in the use cases in the industry, we have a process in front. In the healthcare, everything is more complex because the robot has to face with the environment, with people, with patients, and is also really amazing. So our AI has been enabled to give this robot the cognitiveness to do this, but we have also let's say we call it a deterministic layer, because the robot has to select what to do, but then you need a field bus that does exactly what the robot needs to do. So I think that this kind of vision at this stage is really the best one to apply to our robots, our humanoids. And moreover, the fact that you can interact also with voice with the robots, it's really an added value in the interaction. So a real human-robot interaction with this, for sure, the future of this kind of machines.
A human-robot interaction in a healthcare space, would that mean that a patient would be talking to one of these humanoid robots like a doctor?
Yeah, in some way, yeah, because they can have a suggestion from the robot, but also the robot can say to the patient what the patient has to do. And that's very important. I say disruptive, because usually AI is generic. Maybe you can do, you should do. No, the robot can say to the patient, this is the right way, this is the wrong way, please follow me. And that's very, very, very important.
Dr. Sunshan, I'm going to hand over a question to you. You've chosen to partner with this technology. Can you tell me, from your perspective, after a long, storied career in the medical field, how you think this technology will revolutionize the healthcare space?
Well, you see this entire CES is full with robotics and AI. And my analysis of where robots are going, there are two real big issues that has to be addressed. And I saw in Fabio, who's a physicist, by the way, exactly the pathway that I sort of saw it. The big one is cognition. What does that mean? Meaning the ability to understand and reason and create this thing called inference. And as we talked about, we filed one of the first inference patents. But when people talk about AI, what does that mean? Well, there's two things in computer science called machine vision, meaning it sees an image, and then machine learning where it creates this interpretation. What's the future is the combination of machine vision, of recognizing the world around you, and machine learning to actually create the inference of what you recognize and interact with. That is where Oversonics is going. That is why I saw this is the opportunity to create what I call a cognitively experienced robot. But the next thing, I'm a surgeon, I see that the next challenge of robots is the sensors we have in our hands. And the articulation of a robot to shake your hand and not break your hand, to be able to pick up a straw, to pick up chopsticks, is a challenge. If we can overcome those two challenges, and that's exactly what Oversonics is doing, you have truly this next generational robot that could help and be an addition to society, especially in the world of healthcare, but also in industry. And that's why when I saw this opportunity, what we could bring to teach the robot as well as add to the cognition was a great opportunity.
Now, Fabio, I'll add another question to you. what is the technology that wasn't available before to make this happen that we have now, beyond just being able to build a robot or understand, how to integrate AI into conversations? What have we learned in the past 10 years that made this possible?
Well, I believe that we learned a lot on what step by step was happening all around the algorithms or around the capability of computers to crunch and to create output. And also there were also some technologies which were able to enable this kind of technology. And so I believe that in the past 10 years, for example, Transformers was a real revolution. But now it's a matter of vision. Sometimes they ask me, your robot is better than another one, why, how? It's a matter of vision. If we have the right vision, as Patrick said, then we can guide any kind of robot, we can follow the right path. But it's a matter of vision. Vision means that we need to put many technologies together and find a way in which this kind of technology can speak each other. So that's the real key in order to improve all the part of this kind of technology. For example, dexterity. Dexterity is really challenging, but it's the future. But dexterity depends on motors, on control, on AI, on sensors. So I believe this.
Fascinating. Now, one more question for you, Dr. Soon-Shiong. If you had to define this shared mission, this partnership, simply, how would you define it? What is your mission?
This down and without belittling in any of these elements, because exactly all of them are so critical and requires special expertise. From the mechanical engineering of just a physical robot, and he said there's so many robots and robots. At the end of the day, that is really the vehicle. What you need to put into that vehicle is knowledge. And so we are now going to bring medical knowledge. And I was so impressed that he was thinking of using this for mental health, using it for Parkinsonian disease patients, and even the ICUs in the hospitals with a shortage of supply. But that requires workflow knowledge. But most importantly, as you said, from the mechanical to electrical to synaptic, where you're going to need chips. And he's got now partnerships with Intel and STM. But you're going to need chips that can move data at the speed of light. And that's where we're going towards, because that's the synapse of your brain. So this partnership is what our expertise is and what Oversonic's expertise is, and the same vision. And as I said, I was so impressed that a physicist is taking on, because that's what this is. A physicist is really looking at the whole and then actually getting down to finding God's particle. That's what this is all about.
Fascinating. Now, last question for you, Fabio. It's my understanding that these models are being demoed here in Las Vegas as we speak. Where can people who are curious about seeing it in action, where can they find them?
You can find 3 of our robots. The healthcare one is 4th floor Venetian and in the Intel booth, doing autonomously, speaking with people, interacting with people with the dexterous hands. So you can see there. And other 2 are in ST Microelectronics in Win booth, where it performs industrial tasks. So you can see they work 8 hours daily with the batteries, so come and see.
Well, I hope I get the chance to go check it out before I leave town. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today.
Before we go, I
Yes.
just want to also let you know that these robots, we're going to highlight these robots at the first inaugural US-Saudi alliance in San Francisco at the JP Morgan conference on the 14th. So we'll invite you to come and tape that robot and talk to that robot.
So this isn't my final chance. Fabulous. Oh, good. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me today for this very informative conversation. Thank you.
For having
Once
us.
again, Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, owner of the LA Times and founder of Networks, and Fabio Puglia, Oversight Robotics founder. Gentlemen, thank you. For more CES 2026 content, you can head over to latimes.com or head over to our YouTube channel at LA Times Studios.
got to go hands-on with the ROG X Real R1 gaming glasses, and they are touting themselves as the highest refresh rate of all gaming glasses, up to 240 hertz. And there are some pretty cool features. First, I will say, it does look really good. Moving your head around, of course, it's very responsive. And there are a few different features here that are pretty cool to have as well. First of all, there is a control dock, so this isn't necessarily for only mobile and handheld gaming devices. You can hook it up to a PC or console device. And there's something cool there for if you have glasses. It can be kind of annoying to wear different headsets, goggles, glasses, if you do have corrective vision. There are various lenses that you can swap into the glasses themselves. They're very lightweight and small to streamline the whole experience. The control dock does have ROG game features in it so that you would be able to see what you would normally see on a regular ROG monitor itself. Using it, it was pretty cool. It looked really good. I wasn't feeling a lot of eye strain, and it did seem to have a very crisp, clear vision. And it was very responsive to me adjusting it on my head. I thought it was pretty good. I would definitely try this out.
Welcome to CES 2026 in Las Vegas. I'm here at the Foundry, joined now for a very special conversation with Kinsey Fabrizio, the president of Consumer Technology Association. Kinsey, welcome.
Thank you. It's so good to be here with you.
Thanks so much for sitting down with us. So I'm wondering a few things. This year is spectacular. It's a huge event, but not every day looks like this in your day-to-day role. Can you tell me a little bit about what a normal workday at CTA involves for you?
Yeah, well, CTA is the Consumer Technology Association. We own and produce CES, but the other 361 days a year, our mission is to facilitate innovation in the tech industry. So we represent our member companies on Capitol Hill, we do advocacy, we produce market research, and we also are an ANSI accredited standard setting organization. So for example, we wrote the airplane mode standard that most cell phones have today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that gives me a little bit more insight beyond kind of the glitz and glamour of an event like this, which, by the way, is massive. It's the largest technology conference in the world. Can you tell me what kind of work goes into and preparation goes into producing an event at this scale?
Well, we have teams that are dedicated just to the production of CES. We have a tremendous amount of great partners and vendors that help us build this city for 4 days here in Las Vegas, all focused on innovation and technology. We plan months and even years ahead. Already at this show, we're all talking about what we're going to do at CES 2027 and how we're going to make new spaces for innovation at that CES. So a lot of prep work and hard work from an amazing CTA team and set of vendors and partners goes into it.
I mean, this is your Super Bowl of sorts, basically.
It is.
And I see why it lives up to the standard. Let's talk about something this year at CES 2026 that's dominating the entire conversation. Every conversation I've had, we're talking about AI in some form or another. Now, last year at CES 2025, we heard a lot of really bold and exciting promises. Some of them came to fruition, some didn't. What can we look forward to in 2026 when it comes to how we think about the evolution of AI?
Yeah, well, you know, in the past we heard about generative AI, and that was the initial buzz, and now it's all about agentic AI and this concept of AI being everywhere and AI being with you all the time. And we're really seeing that at this show. So some companies have debuted a wearable AI medallion or a pin that would constantly be with you, helping you make decisions, helping you work, helping your personal life.
Angel and devil on a shoulder.
Exactly. Just kind of giving you the advice and you prompting it for what you need. We're also seeing physical AI, so AI in robotics, and robotics that are able to do more than a single task. So I've seen some really impressive humanoids that are folding and sorting laundry or able to make meals. I know. As a working mom, give me that humanoid for my house.
That is a game changer.
That is what I want. Yes, I need that robotic in my house. So those are a really great evolution of what we're seeing. And then just on the enterprise side, really AI that is enabling better manufacturing, more productivity, more efficiency, AI that is helping solve real business challenges and that's deployable today. And I think that that's super exciting.
That is really exciting. Now, I want to talk too about, we were talking about wearable AI and things like that. I know you have a personal passion for health tech. Now, I see your Oura Ring, and I see your watch.
Of course.
Where does that passion come from, and what kind of advancements have you seen in that space as someone who's followed it closely?
Yeah, well, I've always loved health and fitness and wellness and just taking care of myself. And in 2009, I saw the first Fitbit that was launched at CES, and it really sparked this moment for me of realizing that with technology, anybody, anywhere could quantify their own health metrics. And it started basic with, steps and activity and calorie burn, and it is so much more sophisticated now. You can track sleep, you can track heart rate variability, you can track body temperature, you can even track, if you're just a regular consumer, blood glucose levels with over-the-counter CGMs. And I just think that that is so powerful and so amazing, and I love that the tech world is helping us live better, healthier lives.
Absolutely. Now, let's round out with one question that just leaves us on a good final note, which is, what's something that you heard or experienced or talked about this year at CES that really excites you for the year ahead and that stuck with you? Is there anything that comes to mind?
Well, one thing that's starting to be talked about at this show is quantum technologies. And it's still far off, but it's really exciting. And so quantum will be able to do things in the commercial application world, like expedite drug discovery and development, expedite transportation and space exploration, and all of these amazing cutting edge things that are on the next frontier that I think is really amazing. And CES is a look into the future. And so to start to have those conversations here and see that technology here is truly just mind-blowing.
It's going to be a very exciting year ahead. After all my conversations, I am so excited to see how all this grows and expands and is scaled. Thank you for putting together such a fabulous event and bringing so many people together.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a part of the conversation and leading the conversation.
It's been my pleasure. Once again, Kinsey Fabrizio is the president of Consumer Technology Association, the company behind fabulous CES. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For more CES coverage, head over to latimes.com, or you can find us on YouTube at LA Times Studios.
CES 2026, we are talking a lot about Wi-Fi 8, which is the next level of Wi-Fi. Currently, we're at Wi-Fi 7 for the most part, but we're talking now about lower latency devices. This one in particular has internal antennas, so it looks much more compact and design-friendly than, say, your typical spider design over here. Previously, we've heard a lot about speculative future outputs, different numbers, but with Wi-Fi 8 here, we are looking more at how this can help the user in current situations. So we're looking at lower latency and dealing better with congestion. Let's say there are a lot of other routers around. If you're in an apartment building, perhaps, this would be able to communicate in a way where it's not necessarily waiting or talking all at once, but finding different ways to deliver those packets efficiently to keep your speeds up, especially or even if you walk away from the router at different distances.
Welcome back to CES 2026 in Las Vegas. I'm here at the Foundry, and I'm joined now by Ian Simpson, who is the head of innovation at Sensor Tower. Ian, welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining me. Sensor Tower is a platform that measures the digital economy, as they put it, one platform, every metric, total visibility. Now, we don't get a lot from just that slogan. So can you tell me a little bit more, what is Sensor Tower?
Yeah, so Sensor Tower is a digital measurement company, that's true. We essentially see what's happening on the internet, and then we take all that data in and we report on it. What we essentially have is a massive panel of people who have given us permission to look over their shoulder as they use their phone or their computer or their smart television. And as they navigate through their world, we pick up those signals and then we convert that into data intelligence for clients.
Interesting. What kind of clients are you working with normally?
So we have several major products that we get from that data. Those products are either in the world of digital advertising. So we see every ad in the social media world, every ad on display ads and connected television. And so we have clients who need access to that data. They either want to see what their competitors are advertising, or they're thinking about selling advertising to those advertisers and they want to use it for that purpose. So brands, publishers, agencies, anyone who is advertising online might care about that data. And then sort of on the other end of things, we also have all this mobile data that we get. So we have a huge mobile product. We see everything that happens in the App Store. We see all the apps that are downloaded. We see how people are using those apps. We see how much they're spending in those apps. So daily active users, monthly active users are kind of like our bread and butter KPIs, but then you get millions of different data points in terms of granularity. We also have a product on gaming, where we see what's happening in things like PlayStation and Xbox and Steam. And our fourth major product is on web pages. So we actually see what's happening, just the broad internet that's been around for the last 30 years. We know, who's going to what websites and how they're being utilized. And then the cross between all of those things. So people who are going online, going on their phones, seeing digital advertising, all that can be sort of surfaced within our product.
With so much data and so many platforms, there's surely so many different roles. Tell me a little bit about what you do on the innovation side.
Yeah, so what I do is we have all that data, but we actually have tons more data. And we have all that data, but it's productized in a certain way to be on the in front of our clients. But we have all this other data that we have not productized or that we're not using properly. And so whatever a client's particular use case is, if it falls outside of our platform, they'll come to my team and we'll work on how to reconstruct our different data points into something that's really valuable to them. And that's kind of like our flywheel of innovation, where as a company, we are incredibly innovative. I have this innovation in my title, but everyone in the company does amazing innovative work. The difference is that I'm the one who works with clients. And so when the clients come with these new ideas, we develop something for them. And then when we start to see trends and what those new ideas are, we can take those learnings and turn it into products.
Interesting. I mean, undoubtedly you guys are also using things like AI, that's changed your work considerably. Yes. Tell me in your role how that comes into play day to day, and then how that affects the experience for these brands.
So I'd say number one is, because we track what's happening on the internet, we are seeing the world of AI in a way that other people cannot. And so we're able to give intelligence on what's happening in the AI world out to our clients. For example, we were the first company just last month to release any data on how Rufus was used during Black Friday. And tomorrow, actually, we'll be releasing a new round of that data, looking at actual purchase funnel activity within Amazon and how people are using Rufus to influence their shopping. That is totally brand new kind of information that only exists probably in, as far as I know, we're the only ones who have anything like that. So from a reporting perspective, AI is really critical for us. We also use AI in our day-to-day work in tons of different places, which I can elaborate on if you want. But for me, it's really about how we project what's going on in the world of AI out to our clients.
That's fascinating. And let's talk about something that was a really big part of the conversation as well at last year's CES, which is generative AI apps. Now, one of your Sensor Tower predictions for the digital economy this coming year is that generative AI apps will earn more than $10 billion. Why is your team so confident in that projection?
Well, we're confident in in the broad trajectory of what things are happening, or how things are happening right now. We see all of those apps are getting uptaken. We're seeing people are paying for them, and we're seeing there's a lot of experimentation in the market overall. And so, apps that use Gen AI, apps that project an air of next levelness, are going to be the ones that are incredibly valuable. The reality is nobody knows what's going to happen, even in the next 3 months, never mind the next 6 to 12. So we are confident in where people are spending money today and then making predictions on that. But we also don't know that something could happen in the next 2 months that just changes everything. And we just have to stay as flexible as possible to ride with all of that. This has been the most tumultuous time in my career, I'm sure in everyone's. So
it's been interesting for sure. 2026 could hold a lot. Let's talk about another part that's really central to the conversation right now, even beyond this conference, which is an AI bubble and that idea. I'm curious how you see that playing out over the next year.
So I really focus a lot on retail. So the area that I spend a lot of time on is this concept of agentic commerce, whether or not all of the technologies that are being developed today that are supposed to help consumers purchase better, create brand new purchase funnels and different profiles of how people use AI to shop, and what that will do to the market and what that will do to all of the retailers. The universe today is awash with predictions of doom and massive expansion all at the same time. How that actually happens, I have no idea, but today, for all of the hype, Gen AI is delivering something like 0.5% of referrals into companies like Walmart and Target. So Walmart, if you're going to go shopping, you're still going to go to Google and you're still going to search, or you're just going to go into Walmart and you're going to search, and maybe you're going to use Walmart Sparky, which is their AI tool, or maybe you're going to use Amazon Rufus, which is their AI tool. But the predictions of how much disruption is going to happen, I think, are remains to be seen if they'll actually play out that way. So what's a bubble? I mean, everything in AI is a bubble. There's a ton of talk about, if I can say it, the enshittification of the world right now through AI, and I think there's a really big chance that AI brings us in that direction as well, and creates a blandness to our collective world that I think as a society we want to avoid. And so if it goes too far in that direction, I think there could be a revolt.
Well, you mentioned blandness, which kind of is on the opposite side of the spectrum of what I want to talk about next, which is this idea around creativity in vertical video and this mass embrace of vertical video. You talked about how you have data from the App Store, from apps themselves.
Yeah.
Tell me about why there's been maybe such this increase in app growth from vertical video, and then a little bit about how it's affecting more traditional forms of media as we knew it, like broadcast news, for example.
Well, vertical video is a trend, right? It's just a thing that people like to do. People somehow feel more connected to the person on the other side when they're looking at a TikTok vertical video than when they're looking at a typical news screen or at a TV screen. What caused that, I don't know, but where it's going is obviously in the world of commerce, things like TikTok Shop and live shopping and all kinds of trends around engaging with consumers in a way that feels like, in essence, like you're having a FaceTime video conversation with them, even though it's one to many. The vertical video concept is one that just, I think, makes people feel more personal. And so you see politicians using it, you see actors and actresses using it, you see companies trying to get into it. There is something very disarming, I think, about a world where everything is so hyper-produced. To just see someone holding a phone up like this and talking into it, and the cars are going behind them, and there's just real life around them, it makes you feel like you're kind of like on the same level with that
provides
person.
that level of connection, which in today's day and age feels like it's at a premium of sorts.
Yes. I mean, we could have a long debate about whether that connection is real, but I think that is why it is I think that's why it's so popular. And I think that's why companies like TikTok have been gaining so much traction with younger generations as a result of it.
Fascinating. Now, I'm going to throw one last rapid fire question at you, which is CES every year promises, like you talked about, there's kind of this dream or this doom scenario. What's one thing that you heard this year or you saw that really excites you about the year ahead when it comes to AI technology?
I think there's a chance that we actually get into a world where we get away from LLMs, but we still use AI. So I think what I heard someone say from NVIDIA yesterday was they've been working for 15 years on AI and nobody cared. And all of a sudden, in the space of a year, everyone is a Gen AI expert. And that's, I think, what's happening is Gen AI is sort of taking over, like every company is figuring out how to use Gen AI in their business processes to help them write emails, to help them, be better with their sales functions, help better with their internal functions in general, but also with their analysis. Like, Gen AI is now like the Swiss Army knife that's being applied to every major tool. The reality is AI is so much broader than just Gen AI, and there's so much better applications. The problem is it's really expensive, and it takes massive server farms, the kind that are 2 stories high, to be able to leverage something that goes beyond what Gen AI, what LLMs are able to provide. And I think what I saw here is there's a batch of companies that are looking to democratize that, to get the more advanced AI technology that, a company like Google might be using to be leaps and bounds ahead of their competition, putting smaller companies kind of like on the back foot. For those of us who really need that democratization of technology, being able to access something that goes beyond ChatGPT, I think, is a really important advancement, which I really do hope comes to fruition sometime soon.
A lot to look forward to, a lot to look out to. Ian, thank you so much again for joining me today.
You're welcome.
Once again, Ian Simpson, Head of Innovation at Sensor Tower. For more CES content, you can head over to latimes.com or visit our YouTube studio at LA Times Studios.
Try out the Rocket AI glasses, and they were pretty impressive, though the screen is stuck in just green mode for the overlay. It does remind me a little bit of the Fallout Pip-Boy, but it does have a lot of functionality. What I was really impressed by is that it was able to translate 89 languages. Most current market wearables don't do that many languages. So I was interested to see that, and it did seem to translate pretty quickly. With the demonstrator I was speaking to, she was speaking in simplified Chinese, she said, and I was speaking in English. It was very fast. I've been told there's a teleprompter function, which would be very useful in this exact scenario, but I'm speaking from the hip. The glasses were connected to the phone, and a lot of the functionality was within an app in the phone itself. I was able to take a photo. In the display in the glasses, it did appear as simple, just the green overlay. It looked a lot like, let's say, the Game Boys of the 80s and 90s, that level. But it did translate over to the phone in a more complete version, which was nice. I used the AI function to scan a piece of art and have an explanation about that. It did seem pretty good, though that is the one that's in the booth, and I would love to test this thing in a museum or other applications that are less targeted to this exact demo.
Welcome to CES 2026. I'm Faith Pinot, and I'm at the Foundry in Las Vegas, joined now by a very special guest, Joe Pileska, who is the CMO of Commonwealth Fusion Systems. Joe, welcome.
Hey, Faith, thank you for having me.
I'm really excited to talk today because you're a very interesting company that you're talking about today.
Yeah.
You're talking about Commonwealth Fusion Systems. Tell me what it is that y'all do and break down fusion energy for those who might be unfamiliar.
Okay, cool. So Commonwealth Fusion Systems, we're a spin out of MIT in 2018. Right now, we're the world's largest fusion technology company. So let's rewind. Like, what's fusion? Fusion is what powers the sun and the stars. It's the opposite of fission. Fission, you're splitting the atom. Fusion, you're trying to merge two molecules. And when you do that, you release a ton of energy. I like to say, like, fusion is like going into a mosh pit or a rave. You got to get hot next to each other, bounce around for a lot, and then you unleash a ton of energy.
Okay, that is a very good description. I like that, and I like the dance that goes along with it.
Thank you.
Tell me though, we're here at the world's largest tech conference.
Yeah.
What is an energy company doing here? Why CES this year?
Yeah, well, you know, of course, that CES used to stand for the Consumer Electronics Show, and now it stands for the Consumer Everything Show, including Fusion. So part of my job...
It's a rebrand.
Well, I am the CMO. So part of my job is to basically tell the story of fusion and also do a bit of myth busting where the myth is that fusion is always 30 years away. It's actually 2 years away. So we're building a demonstration machine called Spark outside of Boston. It's about 70% built or complete. And we're going to turn it on in 2027 and show the world the promise of commercial fusion energy.
Fascinating. Well, it's funny, you touched on this a little bit, but just 5 years ago, fusion was seen as kind of this distant idea, this distant dream, if you will.
Yeah.
As of today, investments in fusion have grown nearly tenfold since then. So what's changed in such a short amount of time?
Yeah, can I geek out for a little bit?
Please.
Okay, so up until 1920, the world thought that what powered the sun was coal. Right? So this is during like the Age of Enlightenment with Einstein and Darwin and others. And in 1920, this British physicist named Sir Arthur Eddington penned this letter that posited for the first time that what was really powering the sun and the stars was this process called fusion. So now if you fast forward, so society's been working on trying to crack the code of fusion for 70, 80, or almost 100 years now, right? What's changed over the past 5 or 10 years are advancements in material science, having large compute available, and then AI and machine learning. In our case, what we've been able to do is take this material called high temperature superconducting tape. It kind of looks like the tape from a 1980s cassette tape, but it's not. And so it was invented in the 1980s, and in fact it won a Nobel Prize in the 1980s. So our team at MIT figured out that if you incorporated it into magnets for fusion, you could make incredibly powerful magnets that were smaller and more economical, and therefore, you know, an easier investment for investors to make.
Interesting. But you said smaller, but give me kind of a frame of reference. How big are these magnets?
They're actually not that big. The one prototype that we built and tested in 2021 is like the size of like this stage, maybe a little bit smaller. Like the size of I've not seen your dining room table, but like the size of your dining room table.
If I had a bigger apartment, I would have a dining room table this size. Sure, it's not that big. I'd say the size of like a full-size bed.
Exactly.
Perhaps.
Exactly. Okay. So that one magnet is so powerful that in theory it could lift an aircraft carrier out of the water. So imagine the size of your bed or dining room table lifting an aircraft carrier out of the water.
Okay.
Right. So now when we scale up to the machine called Spark, demonstration machine, those magnets are probably like, you know, twice as big, right? So not very large. So the whole idea is that we want the footprint for a fusion machine or fusion power plant to be small, and because it's able to be located anywhere in the world.
Right. Well, that kind of leads into what I was going to ask next, which is how close are we really? You said 2027 is the launch point, but how close are we to commercial fusion becoming a more widespread reality?
Yeah, we're close. I mean, within this administration, we'll break ground on our first commercial fusion power plant. So in the past year, we announced we'll build our first commercial power plant, which is called ARC, outside of Richmond, Virginia. Dominion Energy is our utility partner there, and then Google is already committed to buy half the power, and the Italian energy company called Eni is also committed to buy power from that. So we're already actively in the market selling clean fusion power to customers.
Wow. Well, it's something that people are calling humanity's power move. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, those people are us. That's our tagline. That's our spirit. But the way we think about it is, if you think about fusion energy itself, right? It's abundant, unlimited energy. It just no one has been able to crack the code. So think about the constraints of energy today, right? Even on a very simple level. In the 1970s, President Carter told everyone to turn their thermostat back to 68 and put on an additional sweater in the wintertime. Or have you ever had one of your parents yell at you when you was a kid, close the refrigerator door, or turn off the lights?
Right? They used to charge me money.
Right? So when you have a world of limitless or unlimited energy, right? If you wanted to, you could leave the refrigerator door open. But more seriously, right? Think about clean energy from fusion, then also being able to power industry, being able to power things like desalination plants, so you can generate more clean water for everybody. And so it literally is an energy source that can power humanity for the rest of humanity.
Fascinating. Your company has also been labeled that this technology is the holy grail of clean energy. Why is this technology different than other, ideas of clean energy that we've been hearing about for years?
Because those other clean energies or energy forms in general, the code has been cracked. But if you think about it, the universe is powered by fusion, except here on Earth. So if society can crack that code, then we go from a world of energy constraint to a world of energy abundance.
Well, what would the world look like with commercial fusion energy? You touched on it on a personal level, but how would that change? What would the domino effect be?
Well, let's think about it. Think about 20 years ago when the U.S. was dependent on OPEC for oil, right? So so in terms of energy security, the U.S. was dependent upon other nations and oil. Or think about the current situation in Europe where they're beholden on Russian natural gas. Or think about in Japan after the Fukushima crisis, there was an existential question that country faced whether or not to turn on their fission power plants again. So with fusion, right, it's technology that anybody can build once we build it and crack the code, but anybody can build it, and then you're not dependent upon fossil fuels, you're not dependent on acreages for wind or solar, you're just dependent on basically a really low fuel source from water, basically, that then powers energy.
Interesting. Tell me, why should everyday Americans who normally aren't thinking about something like fusion care whether or not this technology, Spark, succeeds?
Well, there's several reasons. One is when I talk to high school students or I talk to college students, they have a pretty dystopian view of the world these days, unfortunately, because of climate change, because of political tensions, because of regional wars that they're reading about. So what fusion does for them is it gives them hope for the future.
Here's to 2026. Here's to hope, Joe.
Here's to hope.
Joe, thank you so much for joining me in this fascinating
It's a
conversation.
pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Once again, Joe Paluska is the Chief Marketing Officer of Commonwealth Fusion Systems. Thank you so much. For more CES content, be sure to head over to latimes.com or visit us on YouTube at LA Times Studios.
I've seen these all over Las Vegas. They've apparently been testing here for a while. I checked out the Zoox autonomous robo-taxi, and it kind of caught my eye because if you look at it, there's no designated front or back. It can actually switch depending on which sides the lights are activated for when it's on the road. And there are quite a few of them on the road in Las Vegas because right now it is complimentary here in San Francisco. I believe they are testing in LA, so we may be seeing that soon. It was a really comfortable experience. It seems like it's completely private and you would be able to just keep your party to who they are and not worry about other people boarding on or off while you are on your ride. There were some nice features like charging, USB-C, lighting features as well. It is nice that you don't see any other customers while you are on the ride, and you can keep your group to, I believe, 4 different seats on there. You could, I could see groups going to parties or restaurants or maybe joining together at work and being able to function and not think about driving too much. It's more than cool looking, it's pretty comfortable inside. There were different star lighting patterns in there, though I've seen it could have more of a party lighting function, and you can choose your music, you can keep it quiet. There's very comfortable amenities such as wireless charging and USB-C ports. And it seems like there's not a lot of hassle you have to go through. There's no trunk compartment or anything like that on the side. You can just keep everything with you and pretty much grab and go. I like how simple it is. It's been a very interesting and enlightening CES, but in terms of trends, we're not really looking at giant leaps forward or brand new technologies, but we're seeing a lot of better innovation and implementation of technologies that we're already very familiar with. In terms of mobility, we're not really looking at leaps forward in EV, but more so in autonomous vehicles, in robotics being implemented. And we are seeing AI pretty much across the board being added to various devices and software as well. It's a big year for wearables, and we are seeing improvements, definite improvements across the board, though nothing much brand new that we've never ever seen before. It looks like we're getting more comfortable technology and better looking technology for sure.